I first registered my TV Tropes account in 2010, and yet in spite of that, I still haven't seen one of that site's most darling shows, Steven Universe. It's strange, because TV Tropes is the reason I started this channel in the first place. Sitting on the quad on my college campus, binge-reading pages on my phone, was how I passed the hour-long wait between my classes. In retrospect, I maybe should have done my homework or studied with that time, but it's a few years too late for that level of hindsight. After years and years of a trope-first approach to any sort of media consumption, I eventually broke through that mentality to begin appreciating what I watch on a deeper level. This made me appreciate some of my favorite shows so much more, to the point that I felt like I had to explain to strangers why I loved these shows so much. A few years later, I start making video essays on YouTube, yada yada, now we're here. I don't normally talk about myself in these videos because I prefer to keep the tone of my channel more professional and thus more detached, but since I can't realistically do that with a show I have never seen, it's necessary to mention a bit more about me during this video. If only so what I already know going into it will make it easier to justify my reactions. Not my immediate reactions, though. This video is what I dub a reactrospective. That means I won't record myself watching the show and making faces at the camera, and then re-recording my reaction while pretending it's the first time I'm seeing the video, so it's, quote, better content. Instead, my plan is to watch through the series and write my reactions to each episode as I'm watching them, so it's less, oh, this is just like the time with the guy from the place, and more, well, okay, slightly more eloquent than that. I can at least look up characters' names between watching and discussing the episode, should I forget them. At least, that was my original intention with this video. As I started working on this reactrospective for longer and longer, I began to realize that a lot of the video was just me rewriting my notes into full sentences, and that became a plot summary of each episode, with the degree of analysis relegated into something less than analytical and more of an editorialization of each plot. To clarify the difference between these three concepts, I'll use an example. Summarizing is when I say, Steven's stomach growled, Steven ate a donut. Editorializing is when I say, Steven's stomach growled because he was hungry and so he ate a donut. Analysis is when I say, Steven's stomach growling is a reminder that he is half human because gyms don't need to eat. So this video isn't just my immediate reactions to each episode, nor is it a collection of slightly edited note-taking of my reactions, but also consists of an additional round of editing after the fact to streamline my thoughts on specific episodes of the show that, due to the timing on when I started cutting the script down, means I've had more time to think on each plot, and I know more going into the script. I do, however, still have the original notes I took, so it's not like I'm just doing a very poorly informed analysis of the show. If you, for some reason, have an interest in seeing the original part 1 of this video with the overly long episode recaps, that'll be linked in the description, but this is the definitive version of the video. Before I start, you probably already noticed this isn't much of a video but a narrated blog with a slideshow of screen caps in the background, marginally related to what I'm talking about. This video is not meant to be watched so much as it's meant to be listened to in the background while you eat lunch, or jog, or play video games on another monitor. Anyway, no more stalling, on to the first episode. Gym Glow. Steven is lamenting the loss of Cookie Cat, his favorite brand of ice cream, because it's been pulled from shelves. He returns home to tell the gyms about this, only to find himself in the middle of a fight scene. But this fight scene's treated by the fighters as a mild annoyance. They keep talking as they're being attacked. Once the battle's cleaned up, they reveal that the freezer inside the house is stocked with his brand of ice cream, because the gyms knew that the treat meant a lot to Steven. He's so moved by this act that the gem on his stomach begins to glow, though not enough to manifest a weapon. He asks the others for a short lesson on how to make his weapon appear, which doubles as a quick introduction to the other three gyms, as they each seem to use their personalities to motivate their conjuring. Pearl gives Steven a speech about flower petals with a hint of chaos theory. Amethyst says you can't think too hard about making a weapon and produces a whip casually. And Garnet says the other two are both right, finding a middle ground between focusing really hard and relaxing to let your body take over. None of the advice matters though, as Steven comes to a different conclusion, eating more ice cream, because that's what caused his gym to glow last time. This fails to work. Though when the other gyms cheer him up by saying that they'll accept him even if he can't use his powers, his gym then glows and he produces a shield. I get that Steven Universe is a show for children, and as such, the morals and lessons and such tend to be blatant enough that the target demographic can figure it out before the characters themselves. It should be clear that Steven's plan wouldn't work, but connecting the sense of belonging to his shield, slightly less so. An exercise for a childish viewer to connect how these powers work to the personalities of the other characters. The monster from before returns, with Steven being told to stay put because he can't yet use his powers, though he ignores the wishes of the other gyms to fight instead, dragging the freezer full of ice cream with him to the beach. He attempts to grab the monster's attention, but only gets an upset stomach instead, and the fridge is destroyed. This gets him angry, and he throws the malfunctioning fridge at the beast, electrocuting it and making an opportunity for the others to collapse it into a smaller gym. Steven's upset that he still doesn't know how his powers work, but at least he knows now it isn't ice cream. Laser Light Cannon. Steven and Amethyst are eating fry bits, the leftover bits of fries, when they notice a second sun in the sky. Pearl and Garnet are already investigating this, calling it Red Eye, and observing that its flight path will make it smash into Beach City, Majora's Mask style. They ponder what to do about the Red Eye, lamenting Rose Quartz isn't there because she'd solved the problem herself easily, mentioning a laser light cannon she used to own. Steven suggests asking his father about this because he may still have some of his mom's old stuff, but the gyms are unsure about talking to Greg, taking the much worse option of throwing Amethyst at it over and over. We are then introduced to Greg, Steven's father, asleep in a van in the middle of the day and nonchalantly looking at this massive red eye in the sky. He takes Steven to a regular, not magical storage shed too full of stuff to walk around in, with Steven requiring a tether to enter. Once inside the junk maze, Steven sees several artifacts of his father's life, like CDs from a one-man band career, and a picture of Rose Quartz and Greg he accidentally smashes. If last episode was our introduction to the Crystal Gems, this episode is our introduction to Greg, the human in Steven's life. Greg is depicted as a bit slobbish, but also very easygoing, in contrast to the overprotective Gems who wouldn't let Steven fight before. His character introduction is capped off with the phrase, "If every pork chop were perfect, we wouldn't have hot dogs," which he says to Steven to cheer him up before they leave for the beach where the other gyms are. Steven prepares to fire this cannon, but none of the gyms know how to do this, trying various passwords and other actions to turn it on. Steven is dejected, thinking he failed to save the day, but once more, Greg cheers him up with the pork chop analogy, which is the key to activating the cannon. It fires a rose-shaped beam at the eye, which takes it out and saves the day, Greg tearing up at the sight of her one more time. Through the episode, there's a disparity between the way the gyms speak of Rose Quartz and the way Greg is both mentioned and portrayed. Rose Quartz is this almost divine figure, spoken of with reverence as they consider her to be powerful enough to solve any and all of their issues with little effort, to the point where they're even unsure about touching her old stuff. Greg has this old stuff shoved haphazardly into a storage unit, because he doesn't fit it into the van he lives in. He has a failed music career, a failing current career, and overall seems like a relative loser to everybody but Steven, who finds all his old failures not as failures but adventures of their own. It's the fact that he's willing to see the best in people that makes him able to ignore other prejudices and actually talk to those who can save the day, even if he can't save it himself. Cheeseburger Backpack. Tired of feeling like he's too useless to be brought along on missions, Steven orders a cheeseburger backpack to carry extra stuff on the missions the other gyms go on, hoping this will get him invited. The others are about to leave for the Lunar Sea Spire to place the moon goddess statue at its top, which is supposed to prevent this tower from collapsing into the ocean, and Steven convinces them to take him with them, offering to hold the statue in his backpack. He packs kind of randomly, placing random objects like a stuffed toy named Mr. Squeezy inside while throwing out other things like first aid kits. The gyms take the warp pad over where they see that this spire is falling into the ocean. Steven at first has to be rescued, convincing Pearl that he ought to stay behind for his own safety, but the others give him another chance to prove himself, which he does by overcoming a gravitational trap by tying together some sweaters. Amethyst hops across with her whip, praising Steven's solution as they head deeper into the ruined tower. Pearl's horrified by the decay on the inside, remembering it didn't always look so bad, implying they've been here before when things were much better off. They discover this decay is due to crystal shrimp, who have taken over the building, hastening its destruction. She comes up with an elaborate plan to get around them, though Steven simply tosses a couple of sandwiches on the ground that the shrimp go after instead of the group. The next obstacle is a flowing river that's cut off their crossing, but Steven is once again prepared because he packed an inflatable raft, which immediately floats away due to the strong current. Garnet simply knocks over a pillar to make a bridge and they cross, saying that the strategies can't all be winners. So far, all of the obstacles have been navigated with ease by one of the others. Amethyst leaped across the first gap, Pearl strategized through the second, and Garnet made a bridge over the third. Each of the challenges fitting their particular strength so well to the point where there's barely a difficulty at all. The final challenge is to actually place the statue where it belongs, and after digging through his backpack for a while, Steven realizes that this challenge, carrying the thing he said he would, is impossible because he left it at home. He offers the Mr. Squeezy to the pedestal instead, and after a little bit of glowing, it explodes, and the entire tower starts to fall. The four of them emerge from the water, with Steven apologizing for ruining everything, but he's cheered up when they point out that 2 of his 4 ideas were successes. And then the raft floats back up to the surface, making it 75%. Together breakfast. Steven makes breakfast and wants to eat it together with everybody, dubbing this Together Breakfast. But the other gems are too busy, Garnet destroying a scroll, Amethyst playing pranks, and Pearl reorganizing her room after finding one of her swords among Amethyst's things. So he forces his way into Pearl's room, watching her organize it and attempting but failing to swim over, washed through some non-Euclidean waterfalls and ending up in Amethyst's room. Amethyst is de-organizing everything Pearl cleaned, while also claiming the reason she has so much stuff is because Pearl's trash winds up there. Amethyst attempts to eat the breakfast, but Steven only wants it eaten as a family, getting chased through even more bizarre architecture before ending up in a room with a crystal heart, which I'm certain will be important later in some way because having a sentient building is not just the sort of thing that comes up once and then never again. In fact, so much of the setting thus far has been semi-bizarre in some way, but only to the audience. Greg and the Jims just kind of roll with it like it's all normal, as does Steven because he's used to this sort of thing. So many other shows targeted towards this demographic have a general structure where the main character is an average kid thrust into a crazy world and slowly learning its mechanics. But here, the mechanics are background noise to a boy trying to get his talking rock friends to eat pancakes. When he makes the offer to Garnet, it distracts her long enough that the scroll she's burning escapes. The gems are overpowered by the monster, which starts attempting to possess any organic matter it can find, latching on to Steven's breakfast and growing large. So Steven gets angry and pushes his Together breakfast into the burning pit, saving the day. The four head back into the house to make a new breakfast, but it's not super appetizing after this previous fight. Frybo. Steven is looking for his missing pants while Pearl's explaining a missing gem shard that can make clothing come to life, though he spaces out during her explanation and misses the connection to what she said. Steven eventually finds this gem and learns he can order the clothes it's touching around, putting this knowledge into practice when he sees his friend Petey in the Frybo mascot costume in town and offering to have the gem shards do the work for them. They head to the arcade where Petey laments that working in the fry suit wasn't what he wanted, because it's a menial job that he hates doing. But the reason he's actually working the job is because he wanted to prove to his father, Mr. Fryman, that he was capable of doing it. This didn't have the intended effect though, as Fryman keeps calling his son by the name of the mascot, so he isn't even getting what he wanted out of the work, and yet, quitting would only cause his father to resent him even more. Steven doesn't get it, not able to relate to these struggles despite the clear connection between Petey's disillusionment with the work and the emotional connection it's failing to make, as well as Steven trying to convince the Crystal Gems he can be one of them too. They hear screaming as Frybo has taken his task too literally, force-feeding people fries, including Petey's father, who still thinks it's his son inside the suit, and he apologizes. He only pushed his son so hard because he wanted the boy to be the best he could be, not realizing he didn't actually care about the family business nearly as much as he cared about his family. Pearl then intervenes, failing to take out the monster, though Petey and Steven manage to save the day by working together, with Steven using up all his clothing to win. Mr. Fryman sets the suit on fire in a Viking funeral, clearly still attached to it, but more attached to his son. Cat fingers. Steven and Greg are having a water hose fight at Greg's car wash when Amethyst comes by, shapeshifted into a cat. Greg's uncomfortable with magic stuff and he leaves, leaving Steven and Amethyst to discuss shapeshifting, and giving Steven the idea to try it himself. He succeeds in turning his finger into a tiny cat and leaves to show all his friends. Greg is, of course, weirded out by it, though Sadie has a more positive reaction, and then Lars convinces him to give the cat a friend, and Steven conjures more. Later, the cats are eating fry bits when Steven learns he can't actually control them or even unmake them. He asks the crystal gems for help, but they're sailing away on a mission and he can't swim over because the cats hate water. He stays home, focusing on changing back, but fails to do this, becoming even more cats while he seeks help. Steven finds Greg, who is still uncomfortable with magic stuff, though when they recall that cats hate water, they use Greg's hose and later the car wash itself to remove the cat from Steven's body, returning him to normal. Between this episode and the last one, there's a trend of including Akira-like body horror monsters that would be far more unsettling were it not for the art style of the show. This isn't just reflected visually either. Earlier episodes have had city-ending stakes to them, but never had a tone that was less than lighthearted, keeping things not just appropriate for all audiences, but reflecting the way characters themselves think about this sort of thing as being no big deal. Bubble Buddies. The Crystal Gems take a break from monitoring nearby earthquakes to watch Steven embarrass himself in front of a girl, promising not to intervene with his next attempt. They do, however, offer advice on how he should approach her. Pearl attempts to infantilize Steven by setting up a playdate, while Garnet has a much more straightforward answer, which Steven ignores to get a bracelet out of the freezer he saw her drop a year ago. When he introduces himself to this girl, who introduces herself as Connie, one of these earthquakes knocks a rock loose which nearly crushes them, but Steven saves them both with a bubble shield. He doesn't know how to remove the bubble though, and the two are stuck inside together. They struggle with the incline leading up to the temple, so Steven and Connie push the bubble around town to search for help from the people there, doubling as a way for Connie to be introduced to various folks of Beach City. They end their tour at the amusement park, where Steven gets the idea to ram the bubble with a roller coaster, with no backup plan for what to do if that fails, or even if it succeeds. This only ends with them sinking into the ocean. Down there, Steven tries to calm down Connie by pointing out the giant sea monster lurking around is only after red things, like the plant life, then notices it's responsible for the earthquakes. Connie cries that she's going to drown or starve before making any friends, at which point Steven shows her the bracelet, saying he's been waiting to return it for a year. This cheers her up and the bubble pops, because Steven made the bubble subconsciously as he wanted to protect his friend, and he and Connie are now friends. They rise to the surface together and use Connie's bracelet to bait the worm into hurting itself by crashing into the pier, with Connie excitedly telling the Crystal Gems about the battle afterwards. Serious Steven. The episode opens on a scene of destruction at the pier, flashing forward 2 weeks later as Steven is brought along on another adventure, in spite of the warnings of Pearl that he needs to focus instead of messing around with his ukulele. They arrive at an old battlefield, strewn with swords and butterflies, where they come across a massive gem temple and enter, looking at the carvings on the walls for a while as Steven messes around with the artifacts, opening up a hole in the ground that they fall down. They're now in a round room with doors on every side and no apparent way out, so Garnet tells Steven he needs to get serious and go with her, while the others stay put, and Steven announces he is now Serious Steven. Steven and Garnet then head into one of the hallways, where they have to go through a series of physical challenges. Steven falls on the glowing floor puzzle and needs to be rescued. He nearly gets crushed by spikes and needs to get rescued, and he passes out when he sees the next trapped room, also needing to be rescued. While passed out, he recalls the spinning teacup incident from the start of the episode. Steven was feeling woozy and leaped out of the ride, landing on Mr. Smiley and breaking the controls as the ride malfunctioned, throwing everybody off of it, and getting Steven banned from all the rides in the future. Steven wakes up at the end of the room, having been saved yet again by Garnet, only to realize that they're back where they started. Pearl and Amethyst are confused as well because they've also noticed that the rooms don't make sense, but Steven remembers the spinning from the teacup rides and suggests that the rooms themselves are moving in circles. Garnet simply punches through the ground and confirms this fact when they see several rotating gyms under the surface, and serious Steven asks Garnet to throw him towards the center to dismantle the trap himself. He grabs the gym and the temple vanishes, with the four reappearing in the field as Steven picks up his ukulele and declares that he's now silly Steven again. Tiger Millionaire. The gyms return from another mission, with Pearl chastising Amethyst for being too reckless, a lecture she ignores to return to her room. That night, Steven catches her sneaking out and follows, watching as Amethyst enters an underground wrestling league with the persona of the Purple Puma, serving as the event's heel and beating up the other wrestlers. Steven confronts her about this, not to criticize her but in awe as he looks up to the fact that she can go on stage and act however she wants to, rather than being bossed around by Garnet and Pearl like he does. So to experience the same freedom she has, he creates the persona of Tiger Millionaire, knowing it will get the crowd to boo him as well. The Purple Puma accepts him as a partner so she can win a tag team tournament, telling him to sit back while she does all the fighting. But Steven's quick to pick up on the lingo and behavior, pretending to bribe other contestants or using exaggerated rich guy behavior to knock out opponents. The two heels start to get more and more fans, including Lars, who one day asks Steven for an autograph only for Tiger Millionaire to push him away, as he thought he had to stay in character all the time. This reflects the learned behavior of Amethyst. She's okay with being the heel in life as it gives her more freedom not to listen to others when they tell her what to do. But sometimes you do need to put away the heel personality if it involves someone close to you. Steven feels bad about pushing away his biggest fan, but goes to the championship match with his partner the next night anyway, only for the fight to be called off when Pearl and Garnet enter the arena, chastising Amethyst for using her gem powers against humans. They start fighting for a while until Steven grabs the microphone and comes up with an in-character backstory for the Purple Puma, that he just wanted to find a place where he would be accepted and thought wrestling would be that place. The crowd is moved by this speech and turns to cheer for Tiger Millionaire and the Purple Puma as Garnet and Pearl pretend they were trying to end all wrestling, allowing themselves to be defeated. In the end, they win the belts with the help of the other wrestlers, and Lars' faith in wrestling is restored. Steven's Lion. Steven is left behind on a desert mission due to needing water and shelter, unlike the gyms. While resting in the shade, he sees a pink lion in the distance and quickly takes to the creature as he tells it about his friends and his life. They return home, and Steven says goodbye to this lion as the others try to convince Amethyst to bubble a pillow-shaped gem shard now, instead of putting it off. And then Steven hears a scratching at the door where he sees the lion has returned. He's happy that this lion came all the way to visit him, playing games with it, although the lion mostly just stands around. This is a lion that closely matches the color scheme of Rose Quartz, a character we've seen very little of, but who I can already tell is going to be one of those characters that the narrative is built around. Her absence itself is a character that we see indirectly through lions and Greg's past and other artifacts. Steven tries to take this lion into town to show it off, though when he attempts to show other people, the lion leaves and Steven looks like a fool. It's interesting that people did believe him at first, that Beach City has so much other stuff going on that a boy with a magical pink lion is mundane enough not to get a shocked reaction, but not so mundane no one bothers to check. Steven returns home where the lion is once again scratching at the door, this time breaking in to stare at the gym pillow. Steven's frustrated that this lion's so unresponsive, so he takes the pillow and throws it out of the house. It then fuses with the sand on the beach to grow new castles. The others try to stop this expanding castle, but Steven rushes in too, falling down and being rescued by the lion. It becomes clear that the lion was always interested in protecting others from the unbubbled gem, and it uses a sonic voice to break the sand away, clearing a path for Steven to grab the crystal. In the end, Steven prepares to say his goodbyes to the lion again, only for the other gems to decide that there's no harm in keeping a lion as a pet. Arcade Mania. As a reward for another job well done, Steven offers to take the trio to the arcade for some fun, setting up each of the crystal gems with a game he thinks fits their personality. Pearl, always playing by the rules, gets really into a GTA clone where she follows all the traffic laws and such. Amethyst is introduced to skee-ball, which she immediately begins cheating in upon hearing that there are prizes available. And Garnet is shown a few fighting games, which she destroys by actually trying to punch out the figures in the machines. Eventually, Mr. Smiley discovers that they're wrecking the place up and threatens to kick them out. So Steven, Amethyst, and Pearl exit, leaving Garnet behind because she found an unfortunately named rhythm game. It's a bit of a running joke that the crystal gems struggle to understand human activities and behaviors, despite putting in so much effort to guard humans, the sort of thing that would certainly come back thematically later. The next day, Steven is using his metal detector on the beach to find more quarters when he's attacked by some of the drill gems from the fight at the start of the episode. He rushes back to the temple where the others have been caught off guard due to the fact that Garnet never warned them of an incoming invasion. They run out to go find her, with Steven having the others check the arcade, where they do find her, still dancing to the music. Steven attempts to unplug the machine, though Garnet repowers it herself. He tries beating her in the game to end the winning streak, but she defeats him easily. Finally, Steven realizes that she has been entranced, as her revealed third eye is dizzy and spiraling. So he destroys the game to break her free. Mr. Smiley catches Steven causing this property damage and forces him to sweep the floors to pay him back, as Garnet leads the others in dispatching the drills. Giant Woman. An argument between Pearl and Amethyst results in them saying they never form Opal anymore, with this Opal character sparking Steven's imagination. Pearl explains gem fusion to him, saying that two gems can fuse together to form a stronger version of each other. Pearl and Amethyst's fusion is called Opal. He presses them for more information, but is interrupted by Garnet telling them of a mission to find some beetles. Steven, Amethyst, and Pearl go to a mountain and start to climb, with Steven coming up with excuses as to why they ought to fuse, even singing the titular song Giant Woman. They ignore his singing, saying they'll only fuse in an emergency, and they manage to work together while apart as they make their way to the top. Upon arriving at the top, a giant gem bird eats Steven's goat companion, and the two gems decide now it's time to fuse, but they fail to do this because each one has a different style of dancing. When Steven tries to get them to stop fighting each other, the bird eats him too. Steven is okay, and even finds the beetle inside the bird's stomach, before being rescued by a giant woman resembling Lakshmi, who uses a fusion of Pearl's spear and Amethyst's whip to make a bow that she shoots down several other birds with. Opal sings a bit of the song Giant Woman to Steven before they return home, giving Garnet the other beetle who has bubbled safely away. She congratulates Steven on getting the two to work together by saying he'll make a good fusion one day, which Steven's shocked to hear he's capable of doing. Opal herself gets very little characterization outside of a brief fight scene against a swarm of birds, this episode being more about the concept of fusions than the fusions themselves. To fuse, the two need to be on the same wavelength, so to speak. Garnet uses the word harmony to describe fusion. So we see the two unable to fuse after a whole episode of disagreeing with one another, only to put their differences aside once they finally agree on one thing: saving Steven. So many birthdays. After finding an old portrait of the gems, Steven learns that the gems are functionally immortal and have been alive for thousands of years. But his only takeaway from this conversation is that they've never celebrated a birthday and are thousands of years behind. So Steven takes it upon himself to throw a huge party for each of them, each of his attempts at recreating human celebrations, failing in different ways in spite of his attempts to tailor them to the crystal gems' personalities. Amethyst, for example, is taught about piñatas, as Steven thinks she would enjoy a tradition of beating something up until you get candy. He tries to show the uptight Pearl a few jokes, but she doesn't understand pratfalls, and believes he's actually in danger. And when he tries to race Garnet, the gems give him the idea that all of the celebrations are a little bit too childish for them. This causes Steven to walk around the town in an existential crisis as he realizes that growing up means leaving the things he loved as a child behind. Then Steven's crystal begins to react to his emotional state, his fear of growing older, and he starts to age physically. He tries to enjoy the things he did as a kid, like games at the arcade, and still does, just telling himself that he's not supposed to enjoy childish things and putting them away as he ages further and further. Steven enters Big Donut where Sadie and Lars don't recognize him, and he's shocked by his reflection in the mirror, deducing that he needs to have a reverse birthday. He staggers to the beach and is carried the rest of the way by Lion, shocking the other gems with his aged appearance. They attempt to recreate the childish birthday antics, Amethyst transforming into a tiny car, Pearl attempting a clown routine, and Garnet just slapping him a bit, all to no success. But once they argue among themselves, Steven tells them to grow up, and he reverts to an adult, slowly transforming back to his childish self as he's reminded of the childish things he's been doing all along. Steven's gem reacts to his emotions, which is why he's able to conjure shields when he's happy with his friends, but he can also produce one when he's trying to save somebody. He himself has to be rescued quite a few times during the show thus far, but from what we, the audience, have seen, it might be useful, albeit not wise, to allow him to keep failing, if only so his sense of self-preservation conjures his powers again. Here, his lack of self-preservation and sense of mortality is doing the opposite, so it is a logical assumption. Lars and the Cool Kids. A moss inside of a gulch is devouring everything that comes near it, and the crystal gems handle the situation by placing police tape around the area instead of destroying the plant. They explain that this is because rose quartz had an affinity for the plant, and they don't want to destroy it or seal it away as they've done to so many other things. None of the crystal gems really understands this plant, but that's no reason to be destructive. Their friend Rose Quartz liked it, and so they do too. They don't need to understand why to respect its existence. Steven then leaves the gulch to eat lunch, where he sees Lars trying to work up the courage to talk to who he views as cool kids. But Steven doesn't have these reservations and approaches them directly, even getting Lars an invite to drive around with them. As they ride through the town, they learn a bit about these kids. One of them is the son of the mayor, and they have incomprehensible opinions on everything. They then arrive at Dead Man's Mouth, the gulch from the start of the episode, and they ignore the police tape to swim. Steven stops Lars from diving in, and the teens are enveloped by the plant life. Steven recalls something Pearl said about his mother taking the moss to the cliff overlooking the city, and they drag the others up there, at the cost of getting covered in the plants themselves, eventually collapsing, but being saved when these plants bloom into flowers, creating a beautiful view of Beach City. Much in the same way that the gems didn't really understand the moss, but gave the plant the benefit of the doubt because Rose Quartz saw something in it, Steven also sees something in Lars from the start of the show. Lars has been characterized as somewhat of a bully, lazy, and taunting Steven at several opportunities, but Steven doesn't reciprocate the antagonism. As a result, what would otherwise be a typical bully character in another kids show is actually viewed as kind of sad, how he cares a lot about what others think about him but doesn't get this care shown back to him because of the way that he shows he cares. But, like the moss, deep down, there is something much better to the guy, as he does try to save his new friends in the end. Onion Trade. Steven has lost his Ranger Guy, one of a complete set of Guy action figures. He asks around to see who might know where it went, and eventually turns to Greg, reminding him that he first won Ranger Guy on a day he spent with his father. Greg gives Steven a bunch of quarters to go win a new one, but after draining the entire machine, he ends up with nothing but a bunch of Dave Guys. He does, however, meet Onion, a boy named Onion, who has a Ranger Guy of his own, and he follows this kid around, seeing him haggling for a man's lunch, and talking to his father, who's a sailor. Steven attempts to trade his Dave's Guy for the Ranger, but is turned down, returning home where he meets Amethyst, who's found a replicator wand. Steven tries replicating a bunch of Dave Guys to barter with Onion, but Onion just wants the wand instead, which Steven offers to finish off his collection. Steven has spent the better part of this episode upset that Dave Guy is worthless, and yet still tries to trade a bunch of worthless guys to a figure with more sentimental value, the value coming from the fact that he got this guy while spending a fun day with his dad. No amount of sitting in front of a gacha machine is going to compare to that, so of course the Dave Guy has no value, and of course the Ranger Guy obtained in a trade won't have sentimental value either. Predictably, Onion proceeds to mass-produce Dave Guy balls. The crystal gems get together to stop this pollution but are pushed back when Onion begins to mass-produce cars and other large objects. Steven swims underneath the tides of plastic and reaches Onion, able to stop him when he notices his own initials on the boot of the Ranger Guy, meaning the toy was stolen in the first place. He calls their earlier trade invalidated, and Garnet smashes the replicator wand to undo all the duplicates, as Steven realizes Onion was never jealous of the figure, but jealous of Steven's relationship to his father. Steven the Sword Fighter. The best way to see the role a character plays in the show's dynamic is to take them out of the show for a while and see what happens. This has been the way the audience is learning about rose quartz thus far, and this episode is how we see this dynamic contribution made by Pearl. Pearl is criticizing the swordplay in a movie the crystal gems are watching with Steven, offering to teach him to sword fight and taking him to an abandoned battlefield in the sky for a lesson. Pearl conjures Hollow Pearl, a sparring partner, and she proceeds with a simple lesson that Steven ignores because he wants to do the boomerang blade technique from the movie. While Pearl's explaining why the fundamentals are important, Hollow Pearl stabs her in the back because she was distracted. Steven cries over the disintegrated Pearl, but the other gems reassure him that gems reconstitute after a while, it just takes some time to reform. But weeks have passed and Pearl still hasn't reformed herself, with Steven getting impatient and trying to spend time with the Hollow Pearl instead, in spite of Hollow Pearl only wanting to fight. The other gems are too busy to tell Steven to stop hanging out with fake Pearl because Amethyst ate a cloud and Garnet has to stop her from floating away. Then the Hollow Pearl misinterprets one of Steven's conversations as him wanting to fight, and she enters combat mode. Steven flees the battle, throwing things at the Hollow Pearl before finally remembering the real Pearl's lesson about waiting for an opening. He copies the boomerang blade technique he wanted to use before, and manages to strike the enemy because it wasn't a real technique, and thus didn't have a counter programmed in. The Hollow Pearl is destroyed, and the real Pearl reforms herself with a slightly different outfit, regretting having left the others alone for so long once she sees the state of the house. Lion 2, the movie. Steven and Connie are excited to see the movie Dogcopter 3, though the gems are unsure why Connie would want to watch a movie about a shape-shifting dog when Amethyst can shapeshift into a dog herself. Steven insists on going anyway, taking his pet Lion there. Connie is jealous of Steven because he gets to hang out with magical rocks and ride on pet pink lions, while her life is boring by comparison. She's also confused as to why Steven would bother spending time with her at all. This ties into the fact that Steven Universe, the show and the guy, is a reverse of the typical norms in a lot of other contemporary children's shows. Steven has a fantastical life, but he loves the little mundane things, as that is, to him, what's different. It's Reverse Escapism, a show about how great it is to be a normal kid and do normal things with your friends because that's what we can all enjoy. Lion takes them through a portal, not to the movie theater, but to an armory in a distant location instead. Connie feels like she doesn't belong there, but Steven explores anyway, getting his hand stuck to the pedestal and learning he can conjure different weapons and armors with his voice. But when he's ready to go watch some explosions at the movie theater, he accidentally summons a big robot that starts firing explosions at them, with Steven and Connie mounting Lion to escape. The robot follows them to Beach City, chasing them around until Lion conjures a sword from its head, giving it to Steven. But Steven's a bit unsure about using a sword following the previous episode's incident with the Hollow Pearl, and he gives it to Connie instead, who uses her tennis lessons to deflect the missiles back at the robot, saving the day. Beach Party. While fighting a giant pufferfish, Garnet is blasted into a nearby storefront, destroying the sign before rushing back into battle. Amethyst ends up batting the big fish into the ocean to deal with later as they check on Garnet, who's fine. What is not fine is the Fish Stew Pizza sign, but the gems don't seem to care about the restaurant they just destroyed, nor do they care that they've been banned from it for life. But Steven does care, and this is a sentence that will certainly come up over and over again, and he's trying to not only get the crystal gems unbanned, but to get them to care that they were banned in the first place. He doesn't believe they can truly protect the Earth if they are uninterested in the people of Earth. So he invites the Pizza family, that's their last name, to a beach party to mend the feud between the two, with barbecue and volleyball. Every player tries to cheat in some way, making them argue more, until the pufferfish returns. So Grandma Pizza takes charge with Steven, using the same strategy from the start of the episode to distract the pufferfish while the others superheat the sand into sharp glass, and they can pop it on the spikes. The gem explodes and the day is saved, with the pizzas unbanning the gems from the establishment, although Pearl still isn't sure what they were banned from in the first place. Rose's room. Steven wants to go mini-golfing with the crystal gems, but they ignore him for a mission. So he passes the time playing a mini-golf video game, only for the gyms to return and begin lecturing him on the thing they found on the mission. Steven wishes for a place where he can be alone, and the door inside the temple that requires a gym begins to glow, allowing Steven inside. He enters Rose's room, wondering how she slept there without a bed before one appears at his command, much as the armory from a few episodes back also worked. But the room cannot conjure edible food, so he wishes to go back to Beach City, and is deposited in front of Big Donut, where he talked with Sadie and Lars. But they seem off during the conversation, speaking in simple sentences and messing up his order. Steven then leaves, running past several scenes from past episodes as the people act strange and quote old lines. Finally, Steven meets with Greg, the most normal of everyone there, but he still speaks mostly in miscellaneous platitudes. Steven realizes he is still inside the room when he tries to eat one of the donuts and finds out it's fake, and then Beach City begins to fall apart bit by bit. He wishes to go back to the gyms and is pushed back into the temple where they all agree to play mini-golf, like Steven wanted from the beginning. Rose's room manifests whatever Steven thinks about while inside of it, but it only seems to be able to pull from memories he has of the world with very little ability to extrapolate. This is why I think it's only able to recreate scenes from earlier in the show, but also why Greg of all people is the most developed of the things made in the room, because he's the guy Rose Quartz knew the best. Coach Steven. In order to take out a malfunctioning gym communications hub, Amethyst and Garnet form Sugilite, to be large enough to smash it. Amethyst is hyped to make this fusion, and Steven's excited to see it too, but Pearl warns the others that they tend to lose control when they are Sugilite. They fuse anyway, with Pearl refusing to let Steven watch the transformation, and they form a being strong enough to smash up not just the tower, but Steven's face and the warp pad home. Steven's eager to show off his battle scars back in Beach City, but Lars and Sadie only make fun of the tiny cut, eventually turning into a conversation about how they all need to be stronger, more like Sugilite. He has Greg build them a makeshift gym, and Steven grabs a megaphone to motivate them while they work out together. Pearl's upset at seeing this, wanting Steven to be strong in the real way, the title of a song expressing her feelings. She wishes Steven would focus less on raw power and more on a more internal type of strength. Pearl is unsure about Sugilite's transformation despite Garnet's reassurances, as she doesn't think such a powerful gym has the self-control to not be violent. So when she sees Steven trying to get buff, she worries that some of that behavior is going to rub off on him. He might idolize the wrong people for the wrong reasons. These reasons are things natural to Sugilite, as they're both features that Garnet and Amethyst have. Garnet is strong and decisive, Amethyst impulsive and confident. Combining these traits together creates a personality so overpowering both physically and otherwise that it takes over the minds of the gyms that make up the fusion. They both mention at the end of the episode that they lost control. Sugilite returns the next day as Steven's too tired to move, and she's there? Furious because they had to walk home. They take out the anger on Pearl and the others, with Pearl unable to hold off Sugilite herself. So Steven picks up the megaphone again and encourages Pearl to be strong in the real way, quoting her song from before, which gives her the motivation to move the fight to higher ground and use gravity to knock down the fusion. Amethyst and Garnet apologize for losing control, and Pearl feels the rush of battle. Joking victim. After an incident involving Amethyst's spicy salt and some coffee that leaves Lars on the ground, Sadie is left to clean everything up. She complains because she's always the one who has to clean up after Lars, but she does it anyway, even sending him home early when he says he's too injured to keep working. Steven takes over his position at Big Donut and, after seeing Mr. Smiley in a training video, begins to work a shift. He enjoys this work so much that he asks Sadie to fire Lars so that Steven can work full-time, but Sadie says she won't do that as Lars is, deep down, a good person. So to cheer up Lars while he's sick at home, they bring him a present of a few donuts, only to learn that Lars's cool kid friends are over, all jumping on a trampoline. Sadie then realizes how little Lars respected her, not only taking advantage of her kindness, but bragging about doing so afterwards. She viewed his flaws as misunderstandings and his laziness as neediness, happy to help the guy out because it looked like he needed the help. But when she sees that he is bragging, it means that he knew he was taking advantage of the situation and her kindness. So Steven gets the idea to get even with Lars by using the fire salt from Amethyst to give Lars a spicy donut. He eats this and starts breathing fire, which Steven finds funny, but Sadie thinks they might have gone too far and chases him around town with a fire extinguisher. Lars overhears Steven explaining the situation to Amethyst and realizes whose fault the whole thing was, but Sadie takes the blame instead, justifying it by saying that she was upset that she was taken advantage of. Steven uses this opportunity to use the choking techniques he learned from the employee training video to get the spicy donut out of Lars' throat, and Lars apologizes to Sadie as the two make up. Steven and the Stevens. The crystal gems are searching for an hourglass in the Sea Shrine, though Amethyst grabs the wrong one and the shrine starts to collapse. Steven grabs one he thought looked nice before they all leave, arriving back at the temple with the mission failed. Steven then leaves to go to the Beach-a-Palooza, a concert he and his dad are supposed to play together. But while recruiting his father, he learns Greg is stuck at work due to an oversized boat being stuck in the car wash. Steven wishes he could go back in time to stop the boat from getting stuck so his dad can play in the band, and the hourglass he took takes him to the past, where he gets to warn his father and the boat doesn't get stuck. Instead, the car towing it hits a power line and burns the car wash down. So Steven goes back in time again to stop himself from stopping the boat, saddened that his father will miss the concert, but getting the idea to form a band with his alternate selves. They go back one more time to make 4 Stevens, forming Steven and the Stevens out of the quad. To tell themselves apart, they give each Steven a number and a personality, telling them to be either smart, funny, sensitive, or handsome. But the Stevens start to question how, if they're all the same person, they can be more of one trait than any of the others. The lead Steven tries to force them into their roles, but they only take this as a sign that Steven doesn't think that Steven, or Steven are handsome at all. Feeling insulted and frustrated, Steven gets some fresh air while pondering what it means if he finds himself annoying. And then, he notices the other 3 Stevens have made a new band, with Amethyst drumming, that he's not a part of. To get the band back in order, Steven goes back in time to stop Steven from starting Steven and the Stevens, but Steven, and Steven also go back to stop Steven from stopping Steven. Steven goes further back to other Stevens of the past, pursued by more Stevens, until arriving at the beginning where Steven first picked up the hourglass. Dozens of himself all appear with him, each one fighting all the others, when the lead Steven tells him not to fight himself anymore, and that he has to accept not only the things he dislikes about himself, but dislikes about the rest of the world so he isn't so overwhelmed. Steven smashes the hourglass, and all the other Stevens turn to dust while the Sea Shrine collapses again. In the end, Steven and the Crystal Gems perform at the Beach-a-Palooza, singing a song about how traumatized he is after watching himself die. Monster Buddies. The Crystal Gems are in a snowy mountain fighting a monster, though during the fight the cave begins to collapse and they have to get Steven out of there. Garnet bubbles him back to the burning room where Steven frees himself and accidentally frees another monster as well, the centipedal from the first episode. But this thing doesn't attack him, so Steven attempts to calm it down and befriend it. The other Crystal Gems are terrified of this and step in to attack, but Steven defends his new pet. They agree to give Steven a chance to raise and reform the monster, though their constantly raised weapons around it keep scaring the thing. Steven's eventually able to use some chips to tame it, even teaching it to use acid spit to defend him from seagulls and the like. He offers to bring it along when they return to the temple, in spite of the reservations the other gems have regarding whether or not it's safe to bring it. But the creature is valuable in melting away many of the obstacles blocking the path forward, and soon they're able to reach the shooting star they were after from the start. Garnet equips her gloves as the star is too hot to touch for even a gem, and the creature gets scared at the sight of her weapon, spraying acid everywhere and causing the ceiling to begin collapsing. Steven once again tries to stop the others from fighting it, hugging the gem tightly in spite of being burned by its acid as he does so, and it starts calming down, until a stalactite falls down, nearly crushing Steven until it dives in the way to save him. Steven laments that his new companion is crushed and manages to bubble it himself, which impresses the other gems on top of them already being impressed by the extent to which he was able to tame it. It's revealed that Rose Quartz also used to try to tame corrupted gems herself, but failed to do so many times in the past. That Steven would do so himself mirrors Rose Quartz's attempts, especially as her attempts were failures that she kept doing anyway. Stephen knew that the monster was dangerous, he had fought it in the past, and he was being burned by it, but kept trying to protect it anyway, even standing in front of his friends to give it a second and third and a fourth chance and so on. Much in the way that rose quartz had an affinity for the things nobody else saw appeal in, Stephen is finding himself intervening on the behalf of what other people consider to be monsters. He is his mother's son, after all. An indirect kiss. Connie notices that Stephen is off during a picnic and asks him about what's wrong, so he tells the story of how they got the new Fint because Amethyst fell off the cliff, which makes Connie concerned for Amethyst's health. He reveals her gem was cracked, causing Amethyst to reform wrong with an oversized eye. He continues the story on the condition that he gets to wear her glasses and they trade juice boxes, then talks about the attempts to heal her gem by using Stephen's tears because Rose Quartz's tears had healing properties. Since Stephen cannot cry on command, they head to Rose's fountain instead, where they should be able to repair Amethyst's gem. The spring is overrun by thorny bushes and they can't access the spring itself, even after Garnet blasts a path through to find the water source, leaving Stephen and Amethyst together. Amethyst is, interestingly, very nonchalant about the fact that she is falling apart, almost refusing to even go along on the journey to get fixed and insisting that she can continue to live this way. Pearl is more panicked over the damage, trying to take charge as well as convincing Amethyst that it is worth their time to attempt to fix it. This informs a bit about Amethyst's character, not that she is slobbish and dirty as a character quirk, but that she lacks a degree of self-respect and wishes not to be a burden on other people or herself. Because Stephen has failed to make himself cry, he attempts to impale himself on the thorns to cry tears of pain, but they grow alive and chase the duo into the fountain. He takes cover inside the fountain, where he starts to cry over the fact that he's messed everything up and can't even use his mother's magic to be useful. Stephen recognizes that sitting in his mother's old spring and being surrounded by her garden beneath an image of her is supposed to be an emotional moment, but he finds himself totally unable to feel anything in this place because he never knew his mother, so it's just some random garden. He does, however, feel regret that he doesn't feel anything, and this causes him to start crying. His tears don't cure Amethyst's gem, but the fountain does activate, with healing water flooding over them and fixing her up as the roses surrounding the duo bloom. Stephen thinks he's saved the day, but Garnet and Pearl reveal they simply undid a clog a ways off, and he never had any real powers. This reveal is why Stephen is sad in the present, as he's concerned he can never go along with the crystal gems on any of their missions, as well as the fact that the power he inherited from his mother doesn't exist in him, so he has no real connection to her. But Connie's feeling a headache, realizing that her glasses are causing it as she no longer needs them. This causes Stephen to deduce that it was his leftover spit on the juice box that contains healing powers, and he celebrates his newly discovered healing spit. Mirror Gem. Stephen learns about school from Connie, specifically about summer vacation, which means he doesn't have to go to school. He asks Pearl to set up a school for him. Her first attempts fails, but when she hears that Stephen just wanted to learn, she gives him a gem mirror that can be used to relive any moment from gem history. They try asking it a few questions, but the mirror stays blank, with Pearl assuming it doesn't work. Thinking this means Stephen is now on summer vacation, he heads outside to go hang out with his friends, where he bumps into Lars, who tells him off. Lars and Sadie discuss their summer plans as Stephen heads out to find more adventures, nearly getting run over by Mayor Dewey's truck before the mirror tells him to watch out by using Lars's words. Stephen realizes that the mirror can communicate by playing back anything it's heard, and he uses his knowledge to teach the mirror a few jokes that it repeats during a speech by the mayor. Stephen is excited to show off the mirror's sentience to the other gems, but the mirror repeatedly tells Stephen not to tell them, and to keep the fact that it can communicate a secret. But Stephen's certain that they'll be nice to the mirror, and he takes it back to the temple anyway. As the mirror predicted, the crystal gems are horrified at the thought that the mirror is communicating rather than following orders, eventually seeing Stephen talking to it, where they decide it must be destroyed. Stephen attempts to protect the mirror from the others, accidentally knocking off Garnet's glasses and realizing she's furious, so he flees the temple, running to the beach. Here, the mirror pleads with Stephen to protect it, using pieces of sentences from the episode to tell him it needs to be freed, then showing Stephen ripping the gem out of it. Stephen does this as a rune forms at his feet, and the gem transforms into the shape of a woman. This woman introduces herself as Lapis Lazuli, and she implies that it's shocking Stephen would save her, considering he's a crystal gem. The others arrive, weapons readied, and Lapis Lazuli asks Steven to run away with her. Steven defends her from the others but refuses to go with her, so Lapis creates a wave and runs into the ocean, leaving the others behind. Ocean Gem. Steven is in trouble with the crystal gems after the events of the previous episode, but he doesn't get time to ponder this as Greg rushes in, concerned about the fact that the ocean is gone. Steven packs his things to go bring the ocean back, as he considers it his fault it's gone in the first place for freeing Lapis Lazuli. Connie, Greg, Lion, and the rest of the gems agree to join him, and they set out on a summer road trip to find all the water. As they're driving, Steven laments that the gems are fighting other gems, but Pearl informs him that all the monsters they've been fighting thus far are gems, just corrupted ones who have to be controlled for their own good. They find a massive pillar of water in the middle of the dried-up ocean bed, and Steven approaches, with Lapis Lazuli projecting herself onto the side of it to tell him to leave her alone. Steven ignores this and gets attacked by his reflection, as the rest of the crystal gems are reflected out of the water as well. They fight themselves, getting split up and outmatched by their own power sets, combined with the ability to transform into a liquid, and Steven and Connie are picked up and nearly drowned, save for Greg's intervention. Seeing how hurt everybody is, Steven declares he wants the fighting to stop, and he manifests a shield that shoots out a shockwave that dispels Lapis's power. He then enters the stream of water, getting carried up to the top where he finally meets Lapis looking up at the stars. She says she just wants to go home but can't because her gem is shattered and her powers are too weak. Steven offers to use his healing spit to cure her cracked gem, which causes Lapis Lazuli's eyes to return to normal as she sprouts 2 wings of water, finally able to fly off. The water pillar collapses back into the oceans, with Lying portaling him to safety near the van, and they all manage to return home inside one of Steven's bubbles. The people of Beach City are celebrating the return of the water and thus their livelihoods, when the other gems have an aside conversation. They realize that one of the gems has managed to leave Earth, and they're unsure what is going to happen next. The dynamics set up by the first season thus far are interesting in a few different ways. Firstly, and I'm unsure where else to include this observation, it's so common for a group of heroes in a fictional setting to be 3 or 4 guys with a token female character, to the point that the inverse is a bit refreshing. Not so much given another decade since to normalize that cartoons aren't just toy commercials for little boys, but at the time this was likely more groundbreaking. Next is that we assume that the crystal gems are the good guys because we get their perspective, but so many of the good things Steven tries to do get shut down by their efforts. This is anything from trying to heal corrupted gems instead of fighting them, to recognizing when somebody is distressed and trying to help them out even though he doesn't know the full story. And while it's implied that there is far more to the story than Steven is led on about, it's better to judge his actions based on what he sees instead of the things that he doesn't. House Guest. Greg tries to assist Pearl in fixing up the van following the events of the previous episode by wrapping it in duct tape, but Pearl insists on doing it herself because Greg is too injured from the battle to stand. Because Greg can't move well, Steven offers to let him live with the crystal gems during his recovery, but the gems aren't too sure about this arrangement. Amethyst reminds Steven that he has healing powers, and Greg doesn't need to be chairbound and living with them. Steven attempts to heal his father's leg with his spit, but after laying his hands on him, Greg is still too injured to stand, and Steven begins to worry his healing powers are not functioning. Greg moves in with the crystal gems after all, and he spends more time with his son, something he's wanted to do more of recently due to the fact that Steven nearly died last episode, and he's afraid of losing any moments with them. After their bonding montage, the gems take Steven away for a mission to repair a giant geode that's containing a storm. Steven's unsure about leaving his father unattended, so Garnet gives Greg a flute that can activate the warp pad, told only to use it in emergencies. The first emergency is Greg testing out the flute, pulling Steven away from the geode. The second emergency comes from Greg not being able to find the remote. And the third is Greg wanting to show Steven a funny commercial. In spite of all of these distractions, Steven's still able to find time to put some of his spit onto the geode, but this doesn't work and the rock remains cracked. Steven returns home upset that his healing powers have gone away, but the other gems leave to find some other way to repair it. Steven sees Greg standing up on his bad leg, dancing around the kitchen just fine. When he realizes he's been caught, he apologizes to Steven for lying and admits that he really was healed back at the car wash. Since Steven's powers are based on his mental state, he wasn't able to repair the geode due to not believing he had powers. So Greg and Steven return to fix it for real this time, with Steven laying his hands on it once more, but this doesn't work, so Greg simply duct tapes the rock together and the storm above it subsides. In the end, Greg leaves to live alone again, and he gives Steven the tape just in case. Space Race. The crystal gems are investigating ways to get into space to pursue lapis lazuli, though the warp pads they're looking at are all still broken. Steven suggests to his dad that they build a spaceship together, and after a montage, they've constructed a wooden car out of the leftover materials in the Universe family barn. This, predictably, crashes after it goes off a tiny ramp, but the two did have fun making it, which was the point. But Pearl sees their construction crew and begins criticizing the rocket, correcting the calculations until slowly developing a functioning spaceship design she's now eager to build. Powered by nostalgia for when the crystals used to be a spacefaring race, she constructs a working rocket overnight and asks Steven to be the test pilot. But Greg shuts this down as he cites the danger of such a flight with an amateur. Early the next morning, she wakes up Steven and offers to show him the ship she built, telling him that they can take a test flight that night. Steven agrees, hoping to keep this flight a secret from Greg, though the engines wake him up when they start to take off. Greg tries to tell Pearl to bring his son back, but she insists it won't be a long flight, only 50 years. All of her attempts to revisit her earlier days of exploring the galaxy have caused her not to consider the present or future. Pearl's too obsessed with the past to consider whether the humans she's showing that past to will even appreciate it if they're dead of old age by that point. It's a combination of missing the big picture as she focuses more on immediate goals, as well as missing out on the details due to focusing too much on her big picture dream of visiting space. The rocket ship begins to fall apart due to how quickly it was built, and Steven begs Pearl to turn around and stop. But she is too focused on flying to listen, so Steven opens the hatch and exposes himself to the vacuum of space, presumably still able to talk and breathe because he's half Jim. They bail out of the ship just before it explodes, and they parachute to safety on the ground as Steven convinces Pearl it's okay to stay on Earth because they'll stay together. Secret Team. While splashing around in the puddles inside of Amethyst's room, Steven pokes his head through one and into the burning room, freaked out when he sees Garnet in there. He then dives into a puddle where he enters Pearl's room and sees her with one of Rose Quartz's gems full of shards. Amethyst is excited to get Pearl in trouble for taking a bubble outside of the room, and Pearl tries defending herself as Steven intervenes to break up the fighting like always. But the three of them accidentally pop this bubble in their argument, and the gem shards crawl out in the form of several disembodied limbs. Pearl and Amethyst don't want Garnet to find out about the fact that they broke this, so they ask Steven to keep it a secret as they hunt down the shards, and Steven gives them all a fish stew pizza card that they use to form Secret Team. Secret Team then goes around the temple, capturing all of the miscellaneous gem shards with the power of teamwork as Steven just watches. Once they've collected them all, they ask Steven to re-bubble them, as his bubbles resemble Rose Quartz's, and they officially disband Secret Team without Garnet ever knowing. But Steven starts to regret the end of this era, wandering around, playing sleuth and alluding to old times while trying to fake mysteries for the others. When Pearl and Amethyst don't seem interested in needlessly rebuilding Secret Team, Steven turns to Garnet instead, coming clean about the shards and asking for her help in having a new Secret Team. He gives her a fish stew pizza card and they return to the temple, where Steven calls the others together while confessing that he alone let out the shards. Garnet is about to punish him when a hand arises from the water, grabbing her and fighting off the others. Pearl and Amethyst are overpowered by these hands and finally admit they were wrong to hide their actions from Garnet, and then Garnet puts the others down, saying she faked the attack to make them confess. Garnet encourages the others to tear up their pizza cards as they ought to have no secrets and only one team, and then Steven laments that between them they could have gotten a free pizza. Island Adventure. Steven is bragging to Lars and Sadie about his ability to activate warp pads and tries to buy a celebratory donut. But when Sadie trips over a napping Lars while trying to get it, the two start arguing, and Steven gets the idea to break up the argument by taking them to the island that the gems just left for a vacation. Sadie enjoys the island, but Lars just paces around looking for a cell signal, and once they decide to leave, Steven realizes he can't find the warp pad home. Their plan is to wait for the gyms to notice that they're missing, searching for food and shelter in the meantime. Sadie and Steven catch some fish together, with Lars refusing to help until Sadie assigns him as the cook, a task which he takes to remarkably well. Over a survival montage, Steven sings the song "Be Wherever You Are," as Lars comes around to making the best of a bad situation, and they all begin to enjoy their time. But when Sadie catches Lars still searching for a signal, she gets angry despite Lars saying he was only spending time with them out of necessity. He still wanted to get home and was just being pragmatic. His time with the others, while enjoyable, was still only done as a distraction from the situation they were stuck in, something Sadie seemed to enjoy even in the face of danger. They end up sharing a kiss, only to pull away when they realize Steven was still watching, and then their camp is destroyed by an invisible monster with a floating visible gym. They flee from the creature as Sadie's guilt overtakes her, and she leads the others to the warp pad, which she had merely hidden under a few leaves to force them to stay. Lars snaps at her for stranding them on purpose, and they begin to fight, with Sadie pushing Lars into the mud below when the monster corners him. She then jumps down and uses the techniques she learned from stabbing fish to defeat the gym, with Steven bubbling it afterwards. Lars begrudgingly compliments her fighting skills, still torn as she only solved a problem that she made in the first place. Keep Beach City weird. Steven is walking the beach when he is stopped by Ronaldo, who's investigating mysterious holes that have appeared on the cliff, and he recruits Steven as a fellow investigator to search for other strange occurrences around Beach City, so Ronaldo can write about them on his blog, Keep Beach City Weird. Ronaldo is convinced that these weird things are all caused by Sneeple, or snake people, though Steven eventually learns from the crystal gems that basically every abnormal thing was really caused by one of their earlier fights. Most people who look for unifying conspiracies are really just looking for simple explanations to a complex problem. More specifically, simple solutions that they are helpless to influence on their own, absolving themselves of responsibility in making the world a better place, while still making themselves feel important for discovering it all. Steven breaks this news to Ronaldo, who is in the process of discovering that the mysterious crater he's been investigating was just Steven and the gems again. He leaves the beach in a depressed state, and Steven feels bad for breaking his heart. So Steven dresses up as a snurson to cheer up Ronaldo, only to get knocked out and taken to the lighthouse for interrogation. The crystal gems save him, but this only puts Ronaldo back into his earlier funk, until Petey's able to convince him to keep looking, where he deduces it isn't snake people, but sentient, shape-shifting rocks from outer space who want to hollow out the world for its resources. A bit which is clearly just the ramblings of a madman and not at all foreshadowing for later events to come. Fusion cuisine. Connie's parents check up on her while she's playing with Steven, asking to speak to Steven's mother. So they put Garnet on the phone since she's like one of 3 or 4 potential options available, and she deflects the question by saying that Steven and Connie died to swords. Now unsure about Steven's family, Mrs. Maheshwaran insists on meeting Steven's parents in person, which is an issue because Connie lied and said that her friend had a nuclear family. Steven tries to choose which of the crystal gems ought to pretend to be his mother, but Garnet is too stoic, Pearl too uptight, and Amethyst too gross. But then he remembers Fusion and asks that they form Alexandrite to pretend to be his mom. It's an interesting choice that the big reveal of the 3 main crystal gems' fusion would come around during such a mundane episode. The plot about lying during a dinner party to impress someone else's family is one of the oldest in sitcoms, and here it's used as a means of making a big reveal about an unseen character. Steven, Craig, and Alexandrite meet with the Maheshwarans at a restaurant, and Steven proceeds to come up with a series of radical lies about his moms and dad. Connie tries to talk to Steven privately, wondering what he's doing, bringing a giant with him to a meeting like this, when Steven realizes Connie's still wearing her glasses, connecting this to the fact that she lied about his family, and concluding Connie's ashamed of her connection to Steven. She admits that she lied, but says it has more to do with the magical gem stuff making humans uncomfortable, and her parents potentially fearful for their daughter. Realizing they might not get to be friends anymore, Steven and Connie run away, boarding a bus where they plan to live together on an apple farm with no parents. But a re-fused Alexandrite chases after them, catching the bus and yelling at Steven for running. They return the kids to the restaurant where Garnet threatens Steven with no dinner for 1,000 years, but Pearl lowers the sentence to no TV for 1,000 years. This tough parenting style impresses the equally strict Maheswaran family, who decide that Steven's 1 or 3 moms are actually good parents, and they allow their child to play with Steven again. Garnet's Universe. Garnet returns with a bubbled gem to an empty house, save for Steven, who dives from the ceiling to get her. Afterwards, he tries to guess where she was and comes up with an elaborate story where almost everything is borrowed from anime. This story is about Garnet's animal companions, Hopper, an analytical frog, and Hoppy, a reckless rabbit, who join her on a quest to find a gem artifact so she can return to Steven, her favorite person in the world. As the trio travels through the woods, they find the monk Ringo injured on the side of the road. After reviving him, he says that a fox stole the gem artifact from his temple and he needs their help to get it back. They travel to this temple and fight the fox, but with the gem's power, the fox is huge and muscular, punching out Garnet with ease. So at Hoppy's request, she decides to train to be stronger, meditating under a waterfall and using weighted gauntlets to raise her power level. Garnet then returns to the temple to fight the fox, beating him easily this time, and making way for Ringo to get the gem, where it's revealed the fox was the rightful owner and Ringo used Garnet to steal it for himself. Ringo transports them to the Ringo dimension, where his powers are stronger. So Garnet removes her weighted hair to raise the power level even further, so she can take out Ringo with the kick. After retrieving the gem again, she traps Ringo in his dimension and leaves the others behind to return home to Steven, having learned a lesson, or something like that. Steven asks if he was right about Garnet's day, and she says no. Watermelon Steven. Steven and Greg are having a watermelon seed spitting contest, which Steven wins with a spit technique. Which Steven wins with a spin technique. I guess they both work. But this leaves spit-covered seeds all over the ground. He wakes up the next morning to see that these seeds have grown into Steven-shaped watermelons that are covering the car wash's grounds, and he calls over the crystal gems to investigate. They mention Rose was able to create sentient plants that she used to defend herself, and Steven ought to have some similar powers, explaining the watermelon Stevens. With no other idea on what to do with these melons, Steven takes them to the pier, where he sets up a table, giving a few melons away, but selling the rest after Ronaldo promotes them with shouting. He sells out of watermelons save for the original baby melon, which is stolen by Onion. Steven chases him down only for it to come alive and jump out of Onion's arms. And this makes Steven realize he just gave away a bunch of his children. He tracks down the watermelons and gives everybody refunds, save for Ronaldo, who's intent on live streaming his dissection of one of the Steven melons. But when he tries this, the other melons rush him and begin to attack, so Steven takes the misbehaving melons with him back to the temple. The crystal gems are concerned that Steven's melons are too violent, so they decide to smash them all for people's safety. It's okay to show this amount of violence on TV because they're watermelons, so it's fruit, not blood. The melons start to overpower the gems, though, as they outnumber them. Steven tries to get them to stop fighting, but the melons don't listen, so the original baby melon pushes Steven over. The other melons defend Steven by smashing one of their own, and he uses the guilt over this murder to tell the melons off. They walk dejectedly into the sunset as Steven eats the remains of his child. Lion 3. Straight to video. Steven buys a bagged lunch from Big Donut that Sadie's mom packed, Sadie giving him permission to take it because she's embarrassed by her mother packing her lunch every day. He falls asleep while wondering what kind of lunch his mom would have made if she were still around, and wakes up in a pink field, unable to breathe, before waking up to Lion sitting on his face. Steven tries kicking Lion out of the house when he suffocates him a few more times, but he can't resist the animal's cute face and goes in for a hug, then finds himself inside that field again, learning that in addition to portal powers, the lion has a pocket dimension in its mane. He finds a few personal items stored inside of there near a tree, including a VHS tape that his mother left. Steven returns to Big Donut to use the VHS player from Joking Victim, where he asks Sadie to watch the tape with him, and she joins. This tape is a recording of Rose Quartz and Greg trying to come up with different introductions for Steven, before Rose narrates how every single human is unique and interesting, apologizing as she won't be there with Steven physically, but she will be with him in a different way. she will be half of Steven, and every time he loves himself will be her loving him through her. Steven leaves to go home as Sadie picks up the phone, calling her mom and asking for more bag lunches as she realizes it's just her mom's way of showing love. Steven has never met his mother, and yet she is still a regular part of his life. In fact, most of the gym business is a major part of his life, in spite of never having physically been present during earlier ages of the gyms. Almost every episode that has made direct reference to Rose Quartz has done so by comparing her old behaviors to Steven's current day behavior. So even if she isn't on Earth, her legacy still influences the way things play out through her son, even when he's not actively trying to do so. Warp Tour. Steven nearly sneezes his way out of a warp beam, seeing something moving outside of the space and trying to warn the others, but they assure Steven nothing could be there, as the Earth gyms are cut off from the rest of the gyms and he was probably just hallucinating from his allergies. But Steven is insistent and demands a warp tour of several of the locations they've already visited, winding up at the Galaxy Warp, where the presence of his crying breakfast friend sticker proves that the central hub is still inactive, and he ought not to worry so much. But a sleep-deprived Steven just gets angry, saying they never do enough to humor his fears, and they aren't actually trying to prove that he's safe, just to make him stop complaining. This has been a consistent thing throughout the show thus far. The other gyms don't let Steven go along on many of their adventures, and they always try to keep him away from the action because they aren't sure if he can handle himself. But it isn't just the physical danger they're guarding him from, but the reasons behind so much of what's going on. Steven is being sheltered from the Crystal Gym's own history and who his mother was, and because of this, he's starting to realize he's an outsider among his own family. The next night, while staking out the warp pad, he sees a tiny greenish orb fall from the sky, which crashes into the warp pad and damages it. Then it quickly repairs this damage before hopping on and activating it, flying through the warp beam. Steven grabs onto it and once again appears floating in space aimlessly, saved by Garnet's well-timed teleportation. The Crystal Gems are baffled by this orb before appearing at its destination, the Galaxy Warp. This orb and several like it then work together to repair the pad, and someone comes through, introduced as Peridot. She contacts somebody before noticing Steven's breakfast sticker and assumes the pad has been compromised. To finish introducing her character, Peridot smashes the orb Steven was talking with earlier before leaving, and the Crystal Gems start to panic over the fact that other gems are now coming back to Earth. Alone Together. Steven is practicing dance moves with the Crystal Gems in anticipation of his first fusion, but he struggles with these pretty hard. When talking to Connie about these dance lessons, she admits she's never danced in front of somebody else, and Steven offers to be her partner, with his gem glowing as they start to dance. They wake up on the beach wondering why their shoes are too small to fit when they notice not two people but one laying there, the two of them having successfully fused. This new fusion immediately goes to the Crystal Temple to show off their transformation. Fusions are the combination of both characters' personalities, and while Steven is already somebody we know who would want to show off gem-related advancements to the others, the fact that Connie would want this as well plays into the fact that she's been self-conscious of being boring and mundane for so long, that the ability to talk to the other gems about her newly discovered magic is something she would take pride in. Amethyst dubs his new fusion Stevani, and Pearl is concerned for their safety because Connie's not a gem, but Garnet is the most enthusiastic, telling them that fusion is a great thing and they need to go enjoy themselves. Stevani proceeds to splash around on the beach until they get tired, heading to Big Donut where both Lars and Sadie seem too flushed to charge for food. But Stevani is conflicted about continuing to stay fused, talking to themselves until being approached by Sour Cream, who invites them to a rave that night. Stevani goes to this party and starts to dance vividly, until seeing everybody else staring and being self-conscious again, before stopping. A man named Kevin approaches and offers to dance with them, but his dancing is too much for Stevani, who tries to get away, only to be cornered and offered to keep dancing. She re-enters the dance floor, but does more thrashing than dancing, eventually breaking apart. Kevin, showing some restraint, runs off once he realizes that Stevani was actually two kids, and then the two proceed to dance normally together. Fusion is essentially just shipping discourse, but with a tangible result that comes as a result in the form of a new character. To fuse means to combine two gems, or in this case two people, and form something that is at once new and also just like the old as well. Both people have their personality traits combined for better and for worse, like Connie being self-conscious about dancing in front of others, while Steven's not, resulting in a self-conscious person dancing in front of others. Yet while fused, they also get the chance to better understand one another by living out the other person's ideals as well as their own. So Connie can hate the idea of dancing, but then see and feel Steven's enthusiasm, and take away a newfound acceptance of the fusion. Also, if Gem fusion is meant to be read as a metaphor for a relationship, then Steven's actions in Giant Woman were kinda messed up. The Test. When Steven finds the moon goddess statue he forgot to pack back in Cheeseburger backpack, he laments that he failed that mission, only for Pearl to let slip that that mission was actually a test, not a proper mission. Steven insists on getting a real test assignment to prove that he's grown. So the gems each craft a room full of puzzles and traps for Steven to clear, with Amethyst having him get chased by a boulder, Pearl making him solve a puzzle floor, and Garnet's room having lava spouts and falling spikes. But Steven fails to step out of the way of one of these spikes in time and narrowly avoids being crushed because the spikes stopped short of him. He then realizes that the spike trap won't hurt him, and every other puzzle and trap either had no wrong answer or was harmless all along. He climbs all the way up the ramp to the roof of the challenge chambers, walking along the top where he sees the final room where the other gems are waiting to congratulate him. They discuss that he's lost his confidence and his healing powers, so they fake the entire thing to encourage him. But they admit they're not entirely sure how to train Steven, as there's never been a gem-human hybrid. Steven retraces his steps through the puzzle chambers the right way, then enters the final room where the gems are waiting. They give him a Neon Genesis Evangelion-style congratulations, as Steven pretends to have bought it, thanking them for what they did, as he recognizes the best thing they can do for him is their best. They're just as lost as he is, but they can at least be confused together. Future Vision. Steven trips while putting away his old toys and gets caught by Garnet, which makes him wonder how she always knows just where to be. Garnet explains that she can see potential futures, and then the two leave to do North Korean national gymnastics, an internet meme from like 10 years ago I never thought I would see in a kid's show, but then again, I never thought I would see Sonic Hedgehog either. Afterwards, he asks if there are potential futures where they go get breakfast together, and they head to Big Donut. There, Steven keeps asking about the consequences of mundane things, like getting nearly scorched by hot coffee that Garnet steps in the way of. Next, they go to collect some fry bits when Steven asks if there are any other nearby dangers, and Garnet proceeds to list off all the possible ways he could randomly die, which freaks out Steven so much, he decides to avoid doing anything, only to learn this also puts him at risk. The gems leave to go on another mission, leaving a helmet-clad Steven home alone as he panics over not having Garnet around to protect him from the myriad dangers in the house. She laughs it off, saying not to go on the roof before she leaves. That night, there's a rainstorm that blows against the house, terrifying Steven, who hides under the table with his old childhood toys. But the sight of them reminds him that he has to be braver and to face whatever it is on the roof Garnet warned him about. He stands up there, daring the storm to challenge him, when Garnet returns from the mission, telling them to get down. She says that the thing he was going to see up there was what was happening in that instant, the two having this conversation about her powers, as well as the fact that, although there is danger ahead, it's only one of millions of potential outcomes. Steven realizes that she can't really see the future, but some futures, and even with several possible combinations of events being able to happen, we still ultimately choose our own destinies. He climbs down to give Garnet a hug, and she deflects a lightning bolt headed for him. On the Run. The crystal gems are preparing to dissect and analyze the repair robots from the galaxy warp to prevent the warp pads from being fixed. The reason they want this isolation from Homeworld is because of something bad in the past that happened, but once again they're refusing to tell Steven about it. Steven connects this to a series of books he's reading about the the No Home Boys, about two crime-solving vagrants. Pearl says it's not a great metaphor, though, because the crystal gems do have a home on Earth, but Amethyst thinks it's a great metaphor, and she convinces Steven to travel with her, just like the boys in the book. They hitchhike out of Beach City and hop on a train during a montage, but as they're sleeping on this train, Steven realizes that being hungry and resting on hay isn't as comfortable as it sounded in the books, and he asks Amethyst if they can go home. She agrees and takes Steven home, to her home. This home is a valley with a large, inactive bacteriophages that she refers to as the kindergarten. Walking over to a hole on the wall, she calls her home. While Pearl and Garnet are from space, she was mass-produced on Earth with thousands of others. This creates an interesting dynamic as Pearl and Garnet are not from Earth, and yet they consider it to be their home, while Amethyst was mass-produced on Earth and yet feels like she doesn't belong there. When Pearl comes through the warp pad asking the other two to come back, Amethyst is furious about how much they've been hiding from Steven, including her own history involving the kindergarten. She says it was a bad place for bad gyms, and that Pearl and Garnet saved the Earth from things like her. She then accuses the other gyms of being embarrassed about their history, covering for the fact that she's embarrassed about her own history of being mass-produced kindergarteners. She retreats to the hole, saying that if Steven knew who she really was, he wouldn't want to be her friend anymore. But Steven points out that, while he doesn't know who she used to be, he knows who she is now, and that's far more important. Horror Club. Steven invites Lars to a spooky movie party, and he agrees to go, only after finding out Sadie will be there. It's hosted by Ronaldo, who's unsure about Lars coming over, especially when the guy makes fun of the prepared costumes and the like. They watch a film that's a bit too intense for Steven, and then the power is cut, with Ronaldo convinced it's a ghost. As they explore the darkened hallways, Ronaldo praises Sadie's bravery, which makes Lars jealous enough to try to take charge, until they notice the decor outside is also attacking them. Ronaldo attributes this to a poltergeist, saying it's after Lars and blaming him for bringing it into the lighthouse. Lars says that this is just a prank that Steven and Ronaldo are playing, and he tries to get Sadie to leave with him, but she gets swallowed up by the floor. They rush to the basement to see if she's there and find Lars' name carved into the wall, with both of them fighting over this new evidence even more. The fight culminates in Ronaldo throwing Lars into a mouth that's appeared on the wall, but Steven doesn't fight because he feels like something is hurting inside the mouth, and he dives in after Lars, shielding him with the bubble as Sadie pops out holding a gem. Steven takes this gem and it projects a scene from the past. Ronaldo and Lars are setting up a secret club together, with Lars carving his name on the wall. But when the wall smacks him, Ronaldo takes a picture of it and says he's going to put it on the news, proof of a ghost in their clubhouse. Lars rips the photo up, not wanting to be embarrassed, and feeling betrayed that Ronaldo would give away their secret clubhouse like that. Ronaldo is furious at this, and Lars says he would care more about the way others perceived him if he knew what they were saying, just before the memory ends. Steven just feels some sympathy for the gym, having been trapped inside the walls for so long and feeling like it needed to defend itself, as Lars says he didn't mean to completely ruin the photo, just the part with his face. Steven and Sadie go home as Ronaldo and Lars joke together a bit. Winter Forecast. A snowstorm is about to blow in while Connie and Steven are roasting marshmallows, and Miss Maheshwaran calls to tell her daughter to return home before it gets too bad. Steven doesn't want her to leave and try stalling, but Garnet encourages them to go, kissing Steven on the forehead and asking him to make the right call. They go to Greg's car wash and ask him for a ride, but Steven distracts his father by asking him to change sweaters over and over before they leave. Once they do head out, they find the roads are too slick to drive on and the van crashes. Wanting to be responsible, the three of them leave the van and walk to Connie's house, arriving cold and shivering, which makes Connie's parents furious. Steven then gets entranced by his father's suit and wakes up back at the moment where the van crashed. He convinces Greg that the responsible thing to do would be to wait inside the van for the storm to ease up, and they kill time back there. But then Connie's father attempts to pick her up in spite of the road conditions, and he also crashes, with Steven waking up back at the car wash. Steven decides not to go to Connie's house and to take her back home to wait out the storm in the temple, but they arrive at the temple in the middle of a rite involving the shooting star from Monster Buddies, distracting the crystal gems and causing an explosion. Steven then wakes up at the moment where Garnet kissed his forehead, learning that she passed on some of her future vision powers to Steven. Now armed with the knowledge of what will happen if he wastes time trying to play with Connie even longer, he leaves for the car wash and immediately has Greg drive Connie home. They arrive just as the storm hits, and Mr. Maheshwaran invites them to spend the night because he doesn't want a responsible adult to drive home in the snow. Steven and Connie spend the night watching the snow pile up at the episode end, getting what he wanted all along because he did the right thing. Maximum Capacity. Steven is excited to watch the New Year's fireworks with his dad, and they spend the evening before New Year's cleaning out his messy storage shed to fit more inside. He calls over Amethyst because she has a messy room too, and they start to sort, though Amethyst encourages him not to throw anything out. They find some little butler tapes inside the storage room and begin to watch it, but Steven's still banned from watching TV for 1,000 years, so he self-enforces the rule to keep cleaning. The next morning, Steven arrives to see that Greg and Amethyst haven't done any cleaning at all because they were just watching old TV shows instead. He leaves to watch the fireworks with Pearl and Garnet, hoping the others will eventually join them, but when he explains their tardiness to the rest of the crystal gems, they tell him not to get his hopes up. Greg and Amethyst used to disappear for days at a time back in the day with no explanation. Greg misses the fireworks show and Steven returns to tell him about this, but he catches the two in the middle of an argument about the fact that Amethyst made him miss New Year's with his son. But Amethyst is upset because Greg's been neglecting her for years, shapeshifting into rose quartz, which makes Greg extremely uncomfortable. It's clear that the two of them have a pretty toxic relationship, not in the sense that they actively dislike one another, but the fact that they bring out the worst in one another. Greg is always depicted as a good father unless he's around Amethyst, and Amethyst isn't the type to use her shapeshifting for anything more than harmless pranks, rather than as a means to bring up past trauma unless she's around Greg. Toxic relationships don't necessarily mean that the two people hate each other, or even that they dislike spending time with one another. The next day, they return to the storage shed together only to see the crystal gems all working together under Pearl's leadership to reorganize everything, finally making real progress. Amethyst apologizes for her obsessive behavior the night before with a fixed-up picture of Greg and Rose together. Marble Madness. Steven and Connie watch the crystal gems dispatch another of the marble robots that have been appearing all over the world lately, with Connie watching in amazement at the scene while Steven shields her from the impact. The gems are fighting more and more of these robots, not knowing where they're coming from or what they want to do, but never bothering to find this out either. Steven goes along on a mission later and suggests that, instead of just destroying it, they follow it and learn more. They begrudgingly agree as they realize they can't just fight forever, and they ride the marble back to the kindergarten. Pearl wants to smash it then and there, but Steven holds her back, saying they still don't know what it wants with the location. The marble proceeds to dig into the ground and into a massive underground computer, where Peridot appears on a screen, discussing how primitive the gem technology there is. The gems make a plan to sneak by and learn more, but Steven, who's frustrated with never being told anything directly by the others, simply walks up to the platform and asks her directly. Peridot at first is confused at Steven's presence, asking him about the dominant species on the planet before just trying to smush him. Pearl, Amethyst, and Garnet save Steven, and Peridot's baffled that there are still gems on Earth. They destroy Peridot's giant hands and sever her connection to the facility, praising Steven for figuring out what was going on, but also upset that they're now in much more danger than before. But it's hard to blame Steven for his personality. There's a lot of information that has only ever been implied thus far, and the rest has to be taken for granted. Everything Steven knows about the crystal gems and their homeworld, and so on, is something that he's learned by breaking rules, or going where he shouldn't and talking to someone he shouldn't. And while there's something to be said for trusting in one's friend, there's also an idea that trust ought to be earned rather than taken for granted. Here, Steven does what he always does, and innocently tries to learn more. This isn't viewed as a good thing or a bad thing, as he's betraying a trust that he maybe shouldn't have given so blindly, learning new information, but learning it at a great cost. Rose's Scabbard. While scavenging the site of Rose's stand against the homeworld gems, Lion finds Rose's old scabbard in the bushes and brings it to Steven. This makes Pearl nostalgic about the time they spent fighting by one another's side, even offering to show Steven a secret about his mother no one else knows about. This secret turns out to be the location of Rose's armory, the one from Lion 2 the movie, and Steven says he's been there before. Pearl is baffled, not only that Steven's been there before, but that he knows how to use all the equipment already, as well as the fact that someone else knows one of the secrets she thought only she and Rose knew of. So Pearl tells Steven about a mystery that not even she knows the answer to, the whereabouts of Pearl's sword. Except Steven used this sword a while back too, and he retrieves it from the lion's mane, where he fits it into the scabbard. Pearl grows furious at this as she thought that the relationship she had with Rose Quartz was unique because the two shared secrets with each other nobody else knew, and yet Steven has knowledge of not only these secrets but so many other things Pearl never even knew of, like the fact that Rose Quartz had a lion. She takes the sword and the scabbard and runs away with them. Steven follows her to the battlefield as Pearl continues to run away, with Steven slowly following after her, but failing because he isn't graceful enough to make the jumps. Pearl waits at the top of a cliff that Steven tries to jump to, but he comes up short, and she doesn't even bother trying to save him. Steven is able to climb up on his own, though, a parallel to their climb to the armory from before, and he joins her on this overlook. Pearl projects an image of Jones-Qaurtey with her, reliving a moment where Rose says they have to choose whether to fight, losing meaning death, but winning means never returning home. Because Pearl chose to stay, fight, and win, this means that she gave up everything to be with someone she loved, only for that person to leave anyway. But just like in Space Race, Steven says that she isn't alone because they still have each other. Open book. Steven and Connie are discussing a book series that she recommended Steven just finished, asking him if he disliked the ending as well. Steven wishes that he could give her a better ending to the book before remembering he can do just that by wishing for one in Rose's room. He dresses as one of the characters, but when Connie wishes to be like the protagonist, nothing happens, as the room only responds to Steven's wishes. So, he wishes for a costume shop so she can come up with her own design. After wishing to see the outfit she picked out, Connie steps out of the building, and they proceed to overwrite the existing ending with something better. But Steven's ideas are lacking, and he asks Connie what she wants to do. She just tells him to do whatever. In fact, every time Steven asks her for input, Connie defers to his judgment, until Steven tells her to stop doing what he suggests every time. This makes her begin to freak out as he realizes that he's not talking to Connie, but a version of Connie that he wished into existence when he wished to see her outfit. Steven tries to find the real Connie, but the fake one chases him down as she's trying to do the opposite of what Steven wants. The fake Connie realizes that there's something Steven doesn't want to tell the real one, so she attempts to make him not confess this truth, all while dressed in a wedding dress to hint at what this might be. Steven eventually confesses that he actually liked the ending of the book and pretended not to, so Connie wouldn't think less of him. Steven desired to change his opinions of the book series to be someone he wasn't, assuming that Connie would like this person more. He then gets to see this sort of relationship from the opposite side, getting to spend time with a version of Connie who constantly defers to his position instead of speaking her mind. For a while he's able to have fun, but inside of a room that gives him anything he wants to, and with a person who tries to do the same thing, life has no more conflict and he quickly becomes bored and unfulfilled. In the end, Steven is able to not only explain his position on the book series, but to justify it as well, even managing to partially sway Connie into seeing it his way. Shirt Club. Steven makes a flyer for his dad's guitar lessons, which catches the attention of Buck, Lars's cool kid friend, who finds it ironically funny and wants to make it into a t-shirt. They mass-produce these t-shirts and make statements by firing them at people from the t-shirt cannon Steven found in Laser Light Cannon, and the trend quickly spreads around Beach City. But Steven soon learns that people are laughing at the shirts and not with them, and no one's actually trying to get guitar lessons. He asks Buck about this, and the guy admits that the entire thing was done, ironically, performance art that made fun of Steven's naivety. As the Crystal Gems don't consider people making fun of Greg to be an emergency worth using their powers for, Steven takes matters into his own hands by mass-producing more shirts with a design Buck made for his father's mayoral campaign years ago. People start to wear this design ironically instead of Steven's, causing Buck to realize how it feels for people to laugh at you. He then shows up at the car wash, asking Guitar Dad for lessons, embracing the cringe instead of running from it. Story for Steven. Steven and Greg are playing guitar together in the car wash when Steven finds an old photo of his dad with a man named Marty. Marty was his manager before he met Jones-Qaurtey, and when Steven says he never knew this, Greg decides to tell the full story of how they met. Years ago, Greg was playing a one-man show in Beach City to an audience of one, which is one more person than his usual turnout. This one person is Jones-Qaurtey, who enjoyed his concert enough to talk to him after the show. He offers her a t-shirt, but realizing that she's very tall, goes to the van to get a bigger size, where Marty and a roadie come out, with Marty scolding Greg for giving merch away and never making money. Greg returns with the shirt but can't find Rose anywhere, so he runs down the beach searching for her when he encounters a shape-shifted amethyst. He continues onward to the temple, where he meets Pearl as well, and eventually Garnet, all of whom try to get rid of him, until Rose herself arrives and he finally gives her the t-shirt. He has to rush back to his van to continue the tour though, but he does offer to come back and sing for Rose one day in the future. Back in the van, Marty scolds Greg for trying to sing sappier songs about his new love rather than something more radio-friendly, even telling him off for not being a rich enough musician yet because he wants to keep living like they've made it, and he almost runs the van off the road. Greg kicks him out, returning to Beach City like he was told not to. There, he rushes back to Rose Courts at the temple to perform for her like he promised, but she exits the room to tell him to leave as his lifespan's too short for them to be together, and she would only hold him back from his dreams. Greg says that his dream is to live with Rose, and she laughs, with Steven back in the present teasing his father for loving his mother as the story and the episode end. Slightly related, but I think this episode has my favorite justification for that trope where the main character wears the same outfit every single day by showing that Steven's shirts are just unsold merch from Greg's career. The message. Steven and Greg are playing guitar together on the beach, with Steven trying to set up the bass guitar by accidentally plugging it into the TV's audio jack. Greg corrects him and starts playing a song he recently wrote about that time the oceans went into space called Water Witch. But Steven dislikes that the lyrics make Lapis sound like the bad guy, as he believes she was just trying to get home. So he makes his own lyrics about how she was just misunderstood. Then there's a blaring sound that they think is their equipment bugging out, but it's actually coming from the temple. Steven heads to the temple as Greg stays behind because he doesn't like magical stuff. He sees the gems gathered around the Wailing Stone, the item that broke Steven's TV back in Rose's room, trying to figure out how to stop the noise. They attempt bubbling it and muffling it with cushions before trying to find where the signal's coming from, as every Wailing Stone on Earth has already been gathered. They conclude it must be an audio signal from space, and so they need an audio expert to convert the sound into something they can hear. They bring this Wailing Stone to the beach, where Greg is excited as the gems actually need his help, so he hooks up his audio equipment to the device and begins messing with the settings to find something more understandable. Greg is able to produce pleasant-sounding music until his van's battery is overloaded and the van breaks down, with nothing understandable coming through. The crystal gems return to the temple as Greg sits alone, lamenting with a song how he just wanted to be useful to them. Steven then gets the idea to hook up the Wailing Stone to the video output of the TV and try again, bringing the gems back to the beach, where he asks Greg to try once more. He hooks up his equipment and begins messing with the levels before an image finally comes through, one of Lapis pleading with the crystal gems not to fight back because gem technology has progressed so far in the years since Rose's rebellion that Earth won't stand a chance. She also tells him there's a gem already on her way, Peridot. The gems are distraught about this information, but Garnet gathers herself to thank Greg for getting the message through as a means of letting him feel useful. Political power. Pearl is testing a device that could potentially take out Peridot's robots when she arrives, but the shockwave it produces only knocks out power to Beach City, leaving the marble robot unaffected. The gems decide to go back inside and try again the next day, but Steven's concerned because the power is still not back online. The next morning it's still out, and Mayor Dewey is at the door, insinuating correctly that the gems caused the outage and asking them to turn it back on so the residents don't start noticing how much weird stuff happens in town. Pearl assures him that the power will be back soon and leaves to focus on Peridot, but Steven promises he'll help the mayor out, and the two of them travel into Beach City. Inside the city, they walk around as Mayor Dewey tells the people that everything will be fine, and the power will be restored before sundown, with Steven handing out glow sticks and buttons. Steven asks him how he plans to get the power back online, and Dewey says he has no idea, it's only his job to stop people from worrying, because if they worry, they'll go after one another. Steven feels concerned as there is no real solution, and Dewey's promising things will be okay, even though he doesn't know that for sure. Then he remembers that the gems have been avoidant about their solutions to Peridot's impending invasion, trying to get Steven to play games instead of talking about their counterattack. The sun sets and an angry mob starts to form, furious the power's not back yet. Mayor Dewey tries to calm them down, but they flip his van and threaten more, until Steven climbs on top of it and asks if people really hate each other more than they love their microwave. The people calm down, realizing that Mayor Dewey only lied to them to make them feel better, but not forgiving the actions as they would have preferred honesty. Realizing the parallels to the Peridot situation, Steven asks the gems to be honest with him about their plans, and they finally admit they don't have a plan, and they're scared. Steven finally gets the hard, uncomfortable answer he wanted, rather than a comforting lie. The Return. Steven is happily talking to Greg about the business with Peridot, but Greg is concerned for Steven's safety, asking if it's really alright for him to be involved in such dangerous business. Then they see a giant hand floating in the sky, headed towards Beach City. The crystal gems fire 4 laser light cannons at it, but the hand deflects the beams effortlessly. So Steven calls in a political favor from Mayor Dewey, convincing him to evacuate Beach City to keep people out of harm's way. He then joins the rest of the gyms in preparing for battle, only for Steven to notice that they're packing his things in Greg's van because they want him to evacuate too. Garnet convinces him this is because his role in the conflict is to assist in the evacuation and not to fight. As Steven and Greg are driving away, Greg mentions that this invasion isn't like the last one, accidentally letting Steven know that he, too, knows more about the situation than he's letting on. Greg explains that the gyms originally arrived on Earth as conquerors, and Rose Quartz led a rebellion against Homeworld to save the planet. The crystal gems now defend Earth as a way to ask for forgiveness. Steven hears about how his mother's shield was the only reason any of the gyms survived and tells Greg to turn the van around, eventually being thrown out when the airbag activates his shield. The town convoy stops to see if the universes are okay, and Steven tells Greg to go with them, while he returns home to protect the others, mounting Lion and riding there. On his way back, he tries to contact Connie to tell her about the giant hand, asking her to stay safe and then call him later on. Steven arrives back at the temple to see Opal failing to shoot the hand down, with the gems horrified to see that he hasn't reached a safe place. But Steven refuses to let them fight alone, watching with the others as the hand arrives and 3 gems step out: Lapis Lazuli, Peridot, and a new gem named Jasper. Jasper is dismissive of the remaining gems, wondering why Rose Quartz isn't with them and ordering Peridot to open fire. But Steven blocks the laser with his shield, which is recognized as being Rose's, and Jasper changes plans to take Steven to Yellow Diamond instead. Garnet tries to protect the collapsed Steven but is taken out by Jasper's electric shock, splitting her in half. Jasper then knocks out Steven as the episode ends. One thing that has been consistently noticeable through Steven Universe I've never really been able to bring up because it's not limited to one episode is the use of color throughout the series. The oppressive atmosphere of this giant hand slowly coming towards the city is literally highlighted by turning everything under it an ominous green. Other color motifs have also been used to evoke specific characters and associated feelings, like how something being pink, like Lion's mane, is meant to feel nostalgic because it belongs to Rose. Colors can even be multifaceted, like Amethyst's faded purple design being associated with both her and the dull colors of the kindergarten, letting her fit in with both the crystal gems and their lighter tones, as well as the darker atmosphere of a mass production site for those like her. This also allows for moments where the sheer use of color can change the tone of a scene. Steven's shield appearing around the others is the only non-green shade in the entire second half of the episode, a brief moment of hope before the end of part 1. Jailbreak. Steven wakes up in a cell blocked by an electric force field, though he quickly discovers he can walk past it with only a mild shock. He hears singing and investigates the origin of the noise, only to find a red gem in the cell next to him, freeing her by blocking the current for her. The two head deeper into the hallways, revealed as being the inside of the hand ship, now in orbit around the Earth, before they find Lapis Lazuli. Steven offers to free her too, but Lapis refuses, saying it's better if they comply so the gems on Homeworld will go easy on them. He promises to return to her later after following the other gem. While trying to find her, Steven overhears Peridot and Jasper discussing their new plans, not to investigate something called the Cluster, but to take Rose Quartz back home instead. Steven then finds the source of the singing, a blue gem in another cell, and he frees her. The red and blue gems immediately reunite, hugging each other and fusing into Garnet, revealed to have been a fusion the whole time. This is one of those things that unfortunately was spoiled for me long before I ever watched Steven Universe. But to the show's credit, even if you know that Garnet is a fusion beforehand, there's enough subtle foreshadowing to make a first watch enjoyable anyway. Things like the door in the temple having 5 gems on it, 1 for each of the crystal gems, but 2 for Garnet, who opened it with both hands. This, and Garnet having a third eye while most fusions have additional limbs and the like. Once Garnet is whole again, she tells Steven to go rescue the others and head to the control room as she has a rematch against Jasper. Jasper claims that fusion is a crutch for weak gyms, but Garnet sings a song, Stronger Than You, something also not hard to have heard before because of the internet, a ballad to the relationship between Ruby and Sapphire, as she fights Jasper down to the ship's core, knocking her into it, which makes the ship crash. Peridot manages to escape in a pod as Steven tries to go back for Lapis, though there's no time and they collide with Beach City. Steven is amazed that Garnet was a fusion all along, but they don't get much time to discuss this when Jasper emerges from the rubble, looking for somebody to fuse with to be stronger. She finds Lapis and pressures her into fusing, saying it will be a good way to get revenge on the others. Lapis accepts, and for a moment it seems like the new fusion is about to fight them, until Lapis fully takes over, dragging them both into the ocean. In the end, Garnet mentions that those two are terrible for each other, reflecting the way that she, and I guess herself, are. Pronouns in this series are kind of confusing, what with singular pronouns for multiple individuals who are still technically one entity, but sometimes are not. A fusion is based on the strength of the relationship between the two gems, with stronger relationships forming a more effective fusion. This is why someone like Sugarlight can be defeated by Pearl, as she wasn't fully in control, or she wasn't fusing for a reason. And Lapis was able to sabotage the fusion she was a part of from within because she fused with someone who didn't really believe in fusing for anything non-functional, while trying to effectively capture a gem who was tired of being captured. Full disclosure. Full disclosure, and I'm not just making a pun on the episode's title. I accidentally watched this episode early because the 1A, 1B setup of the first season confused me. I finished season 1A, and then in my head thought to go straight to season 2. I saw this episode, I thought it was going to be like a flash-forward season opener, and all the random contextless shots would get explained later. The gems are still on the beach after Lapis's victory over Jasper when Steven gets a call from Connie asking about his voicemail from the last two-parter. He's about to explain what happened when Greg returns, asking if Steven's okay and then having a panic attack in his van because his son nearly died. Realizing that telling Connie the truth might just end up hurting her too, he puts off answering the phone until he can come up with the right words to tell her, something he does to a song with the same melody as his ringtone. Steven walks around the city, looking at all of the destruction caused by the battle and the livelihoods lost by the conflict, before surveying the situation from atop a hill where he meets Ronaldo. Ronaldo tells him that Mayor Dewey is calling the people of Beach City back to their homes, while also discussing how difficult it is to keep the truth from other people for their own safety. Ronaldo thinks he's discussing his knowledge of aliens and shape-shifting rocks, unaware he's correct, but Steven just compares this to the fact that the gems have kept so much about the invasion from him, and the fact that the crystal gems are seemingly anomalies of their species. Steven ultimately decides not to tell Connie about what happened for her protection, making the same decision that the gems made for him now that he understands why it's better to avoid some things you aren't ready for rather than dragging other people into it. But Connie arrives at the temple anyway, asking for Steven, who tries to sneak out. He hides in the crash site, telling Connie that they can't be friends anymore, but Connie refuses to break up over text and continues searching. She eventually finds Steven as he's declaring that they cannot be friends, but his face betrays his true intentions because he doesn't actually want them to stop spending time together. He's only afraid that she might end up hurt if they do. The people of Beach City arrive back in their homes, fully aware that being so close to the temple is dangerous, but not wanting to give up on something they love either. Joyride. Steven is on the beach, picking up the remains of the ship from before, attempting to distract himself from the realities of what happened by cleaning up the mess, much in the same way that the gems have spent so long trying to atone for their presence on Earth by cleaning up corrupted gems rather than focusing on themselves. The cool kids approach and ask Steven if he wants to hang out, but he turns them down, until they return that evening with pizza. They take a joyride outside of Beach City, where each of the kids explains the problems they have with their parents. Sour Cream wants to be a DJ, but his dad is pressuring him to be a fisherman. Buck wants to do his own thing, but his father controls his behavior because he's the mayor's son. And Jenny dislikes the burden of having a twin sister bugging her. Steven opens up about the fact that he's grounded from TV, and also that Earth-conquering aliens were trying to kidnap him because they thought he was his mom, which he sort of is, and also the crystal gems might be traitors to their kind and are being hunted down because of this. The cool kids have nothing to say to that, but they do see something glowing in the distance and drive over to investigate. They find Peridot's escape pod, and Steven wants to report its location to the others, but the other kids start to throw rocks at it and have fun. Ginny offers Steven the chance to take a few selfies in front of it, but when he falls inside, he learns he can pilot the thing and flies around in another joyride. But when he accidentally activates its defense systems, the cool kids are nearly blasted by lasers, until the crystal gems show up, ready to fight who they assume is Peridot. There are a few close calls, but Ginny steps in again and tells them Steven is inside, and they shift their focus to get him out. The crystal gems are about to scold Steven for messing around, but his friends defend him by saying he deserves a chance to have fun and do teenager things like playing with alien tech irresponsibly. Steven has spent so much of the show up to this point treated like a child, kept away from the more serious responsibilities that the crystal gems have to deal with on a day-to-day basis. When the homeworld gems began to attack, he was immediately forced to grow up, skipping steps from child to adult. And so the cool kid friends of his are basically forcing him to not skip out on his adolescence and to have fun instead of living his life so miserably. He's far too young to have all these responsibilities thrust upon him at once. The crystal gems agree, and they take a few more selfies before unbanning Steven from television. Say Uncle. Steven is unable to summon his shield on command, only managing to produce a bubble around himself. While wishing for a way to perfect his skills, he's approached by the silhouette of his mother rising from the sea, only for this to be revealed as a show by Uncle Grandpa, who's crossing over into Beach City for an episode. Don't worry, none of this is canon. After sinking Lars and Sadie's ship, he proceeds to put Steven's life in danger, only to get the attention of the Crystal Gems, who are watching this stranger point lasers at Steven. Steven manages to defend himself, albeit only with the bubble again rather than the shield as they wanted. Uncle Grandpa introduces himself through a cutaway that is at once a representation of his powers, as well as happening literally, which disorients the Gems, who decide to chase after Uncle Grandpa for Steven's safety. Steven and Uncle Grandpa escape in a plot hole to the UGRV, where he introduces Pizza Steve, Giant Realistic Flying Tiger, and Mr. Gus. Pizza Steve is upset that there's a second Steven in the RV, but Mr. Gus is excited to meet Steven because he's a big fan of Steven Universe, like the show, even having his own Gemsona. Pizza Steve disguises himself as Pizza Steven to trick the Gems, but only gets eaten by Amethyst, as Pearl becomes more and more neurotic before Garnet just smashes the fourth wall to get back to the beach. There, the Crystal Gems are ready to attack Uncle Grandpa during a tea party, but Steven jumps in the way, finally managing to reduce his shield to defend someone else. Uncle Grandpa recounts Mr. Gus's explanation from before that Steven's powers are based on his mental state, and he's better at defending others than calling forth his powers for no reason. He gives a final good morning before flying off into the sky as he decides who to cross over with next. It is interesting how overt of a summary of Steven's abilities is made here, when so much of his shield's abilities have been slowly built up to, with the power being hinted at little by little. And it's all done in the interest of taking an audience member who's maybe unfamiliar with Steven Universe and only watching for the crossover to quickly pick up on what's going on. This is then made especially ironic that the entire explanation is included in an episode with far more nonsense than anything else, due to the crossover. Love letters. Jamie, Beach City's original mailman, returns after an acting stint in Kansas because he missed being a mailman. While delivering a bunch of brine shrimp to Steven, he sees Garnet emerging from the water, having just returned from a mission to the bottom of the sea to search for Lapis. Jamie is immediately smitten with her and runs off to write a love letter, which he delivers to Steven the next day. Steven and Connie show Garnet this love letter, composed with flowery language, but because Garnet already is a relationship, not just in one, she dictates a reply telling Jamie no and little else. They try to bring this letter to Jamie as he's sitting by the beach watching the sky, but before they can deliver it, he talks to them about how many acting rejections he faced when traveling, and how one more rejection might be too many. So they hastily rewrite Garnet's letter to be less direct and more in line with his metaphors before delivering. The next day, Jamie arrives back at the temple, having misinterpreted the fake letter from Garnet as affection, and he tries to confess to her in the rain. But Garnet hears this noise and tells him that she never wrote that reply, breaking Jamie's heart. Steven and Connie feel bad about what they did, but assume he'll be better in the morning, until a different postal worker delivers the mail that morning, saying how depressed Jamie looks. They go back to his beach-sitting spot to comfort him, with Garnet joining them to tell Jamie that relationships are built on trust and intimacy, so love at first sight like he felt is a myth. Reformed. Steven's trying to get the Crystal Gems to take a "which crying breakfast friend are you" quiz, going to Amethyst as she's the only one not busy and asking her the questions. But Amethyst keeps asking Steven what the right answers are when she's not giving joke answers and taking things unseriously. Then they see Garnet entering Amethyst's room as she is chasing after a slinker hiding in the trash piles. Amethyst tries to stop Garnet from messing up her stuff during the fight, but eventually gets poofed by the corrupted gem, reverting to her gem form to grow back. Steven's reassured by Garnet that Amethyst reforms quickly, and she's back within minutes, but she is a bit misshapen. Garnet wishes she would be more careful, like Pearl, when Amethyst is poofed again, and then she comes back resembling Pearl. Because her Pearl form's not battle-ready, she has to reform again, more to Garnet's specifications, but this means she has one big beefy Trogdor arm, a form she can't maintain before getting poofed yet again. Steven takes her gem back to the temple, delaying their search for the corrupted gem to give her time to regenerate, as Steven wonders why she doesn't do anything for herself. Her last 3 forms were all things people were asking of her, whether it was coming back too quickly for Steven, looking more like Pearl when Garnet wanted her to act more like Pearl, or returning strong but out of control after being called weak. Ultimately, Amethyst does manage to reform after a few hours in a form more similar to her old appearance, just with a few changes that she decided on herself though. Sworn to the Sword. Steven and Connie are having a jam session on the temple, both in that they are playing their instruments together and also sharing jam. Seagulls try to steal Steven's bread, but Connie fends them off by swinging her bow around, which gives Steven the idea that Connie ought to take sword lessons because she wielded Rose's sword before. Pearl's at first hesitant to train Connie, but comes around to the idea when she hears her say that Earth is her home too, and she's tired of being a bystander during the fights. They head to the Sky Temple where Pearl begins Connie's training, though Steven's a bit nervous when he sees the Hollow Pearl and tries to protect her in a bubble before leaving to observe from a distance. Pearl sings the song "Do It For Her" about the responsibility of a knight to protect their liege during a training montage, but through the lyrics it's clear that Pearl's singing less about Steven and more about rose quartz. Steven is at first supportive of Connie's sword training, but the more of it he sees, the more he realizes how much danger there is should she fight. And he raises these concerns to Garnet and Amethyst, who describe how Pearl used to constantly sacrifice herself for rose quartz during battles of the past. Steven is concerned that Pearl will push Connie too hard, especially after he watches a training battle where Connie is parroting mantras about how she's nothing without the person she has to protect, and Steven fears she might end up trying too hard to sacrifice herself. He dives into a cloud of fog produced by Pearl, where Connie saves him from a hollow pearl and Steven saves her from a different one. The two declare that they're a team, and that one person is not more important than the other, and Pearl begins to scold them by saying that Steven's life is too valuable to risk, although she accidentally calls Steven by Rose's name during the lecture. They realize that Pearl's harsh training for Connie is just a front to feel better about risking everything to protect Rose, just to lose her anyway. But she realizes this too, and comes around to the idea of both of her pupils working together, just like she and Rose fought together in the past. Rising Tides, Crashing Skies. A mockumentary made by Ronaldo as he investigates the activities of the Crystal Gems in Beach City. It begins with him recapping the events of the previous season's finale from the perspective of an outsider, evacuating the town only to see the giant hand explode a few hours later. He interviews several of the people of Beach City about their experiences with and opinions of the Crystal Gems, but most of them simply acknowledge there's very little that they can do about the weird events going on. So Ronaldo goes to the temple personally to interview Steven, who says the aliens were not after humans, but the gems themselves, and that all of the destruction was both prevented by and caused by their presence. So Ronaldo asks them to leave the city alone, though Pearl points out that the Crystal Temple was there first, but Garnet agrees to pack up and leave, so they return. Later on, Ronaldo is celebrating that the day is saved, when Petey points out that with no crystal gems, there's nothing weird that will happen in the future, which will force Ronaldo to shut down his blog. He returns to the temple to ask the gems to stay, and Garnet agrees because she never actually intended to leave in the first place. The episode ends with the Crystal Gems watching the documentary online and realizing they're the only view the video has. I've said this before, but it's worth reiterating as many times as the show itself does so. There is a big divide between the life and the struggles of the Crystal Gems and the townies of Beach City. This episode highlights how terrifying things can be from an outsider's perspective, only seeing the build-up to and the aftermath of each fight, while having no idea how frequently close calls are made. Steven Universe is as much about the Gems doing the fighting as it is the people and the planet they're fighting for. Rose's rebellion was not merely standing up to Homeworld, but about protecting something. Keeping it together. The Crystal Gems are folding laundry together as they finally decide to tell Steven about what goes on at the kindergarten because that's where they suspect Peridot will go next. It's a location where gem shards are placed underground to incubate and upon growing, sap the planet of its resources. They head to the kindergarten where they find Peridot in the middle of drilling into the ground, with Pearl and Amethyst chasing after her, while Steven and Garnet head underground to search for what she was doing, as they realize none of the injectors have reactivated, so their initial theory was off. Down below they find several chunks of ground removed, with mutated mixtures of multicolored limbs falling out and attacking them. Garnet freezes up at the sounds these mixtures make, sounds like screaming in agony. Garnet explains that fusion is something two gems do to create a form that's greater than the sum of its parts by taking the best traits of each one of the component pieces. Since this is a metaphor for a relationship, the implication behind forced fusions is clear, comparable to the worst aspects of eugenics or even a relationship where one person loses autonomy, as was implied to happen between Lapis and Jasper before. Garnet nearly defuses, but Steven's able to calm her down by shouting her name, enough that she poofs the gems and bubbles them to be safely stored at the temple. In the end, Peridot managed to get away from Amethyst and Pearl by using her detachable hands to fly, and they return the gem shards. The next day, Steven is doing his laundry on the hand from the opening, while discussing fusion with Garnet. There's something to be said for Steven doing a load of laundry on the hand of the temple, an image that's been present since the start of the series during the opening of every episode that only really gets attention called to it now. Here is a location of significance, and here are people doing mundane things on and inside of it. For as much importance as the mission the Crystal Gems perform have, at its core, Steven Universe's message never skips over the mundanity of people's lives surrounding it all. This was the thing that Jones-Qaurtey saw in humanity before, a sentient gem from space falling for Greg, who's just some guy. Not in spite of the fact that he's normal, but because of it. We need to talk. Steven and Connie are dancing to some of Greg's records when they begin to fuse into Stevonnie for a moment before awkwardly defusing. Greg's amazed, as he was unaware humans and gems could fuse together, but Connie's concerned he might tell her parents that she is involved in magic. Greg agrees to keep it a secret, as he's likely the only other human who gets fusion anyway, and Steven realizes that he's never heard the story of why, so Greg puts on a VHS tape to explain. On this tape, a younger Greg, Jones-Qaurtey, Amethyst, and Garnet are playing for a music video for the song, What Can I Do For You? Pearl watches the duet in jealousy, eventually walking over and offering to do a fusion dance with Rose to spice up the video, and they form Rainbow Quartz together. Greg is amazed at this new form, but Pearl tells him that the fact that he cannot fuse with Rose the same way means that they'll never have a real relationship, with Pearl saying that Greg's just a phase for her, due to the short lifespan of humans. So Greg decides that he is going to fuse with Jones-Qaurtey, watching the video again and again to learn the dance moves Pearl used in the fusion, when Garnet sees him attempting this and hears why. She tells him that to fuse doesn't mean dancing like Rose and Pearl, but dancing like Rose and Greg, so he sets up a different stage for the two of them, trying to woo Rose anew with a different kind of romantic dance. In spite of the way they feel about each other, they still don't fuse, although Garnet still seems convinced that it worked. And Greg finally admits his insecurities about the fact that he's a human and Rose is an alien. Greg has a pretty telling line about him and Rose in this episode, where he begs Rose to talk to him like a regular person, despite the fact that Rose is not. While this does highlight the difference between the two, the wording also implies that Greg doesn't think of it in such black and white terms. He wouldn't be making the request of Rose if he didn't think it was possible for her to do. Greg's not saying they're too different, he's saying they're only acting that way. Back in the present, Greg finishes up the story by saying that, although they didn't fuse, they did still have a deep conversation, which is the point of the story. He then tells Connie that if she ever needs a human to talk to about being human and around gym stuff, she can ask him anything. Then Steven wonders about the fact that he technically isn't a human either. There's a trend in this episode about matters of identity, specifically in the fact that two people having an identity together leaves out everyone else. The way that Pearl and Rose fuse is something that can never work with Pearl and anyone else. The way that Connie and Greg connect over their adjacency to gym magic is something only they understand. And while this means that every single relationship between two people is unique, it also means that the others who love the participants can never feel what they feel, no matter how hard they try. Pearl can never love Rose the same way that Greg loves her, and Steven will never be loved the way others love each other. There is a loneliness in being unique. Chillatide. The crystal gems are manually searching the ocean for malachite, which seems like a waste of time because there's a lot of ocean and they're on a raft, but considering the near infinite age of gems, it probably makes a bit more sense to them to search this way, since they might be expecting to look over the edge of a boat for decades, if not longer. Steven goes along with it because he's just used to going along with the gems, though he does eventually start to fall asleep because he's human. Seeing that the other gems appear tired as well, he invites them to a slumber party so he can teach them how to sleep the right way. He rests his head and begins to dream that he's in an old sitcom, with the other gems showing up to spout one-liners, until Lapis appears, with water flowing out of her mouth, and then Steven wakes up in a panic from his nightmare. After recounting his dream to Pearl, he falls asleep again and dreams of Dogcopter, before being launched into a void where he meets Lapis again. She begs Steven to stop bothering her because she has to maintain her focus to prevent Malachite from being controlled by Jasper. Steven awakes to Amethyst's laughter at the sight of Pearl's projected dream about Rose Quartz, who turns into Greg as she wakes up too. Steven then has a third dream, a lucid one in which Lapis is held by chains and struggling to stay above the surface of a pool, eventually being distracted by Steven and dragged under, as Jasper emerges. She and Lapis fight until the water gem's out of energy, and Malachite's transformation takes over, staring at Steven before he wakes up. He takes this information to Garnet, who says there's nothing that they can do about it yet, and they ought to rest until then, teaching them to sleep by example. If fusions represent the relationship between two gems, then it follows that they can be made out of relationships other than love and affection. Lapis and Jasper are fused out of their feelings of hatred, and this hate is the thing keeping them together. As one gives into rage, she loses herself and is controlled by another person, the one who is nothing but anger. Cry for help. Peridot has repaired the communications hub from Coach Steven and is using it to broadcast a distress beacon to Homeworld. As the warp pad is still destroyed, they ride Lion's Mane there to destroy the hub, though Garnet is still upset about her loss of control from before and doesn't want to form Sugilite. Instead, she offers to fuse with Pearl to form an entity with more control, Sardonyx, who dresses like a performer. Sardonyx carefully disassembles the tower with a warhammer and a cheerful attitude, and then they all return home, only for the signal to return the next day, requiring them to come back. Once again, they form Sardonyx, and once again, Amethyst watches this transformation with sadness, even singing the song Tower of Mistakes to express this feeling. She used to enjoy the feeling of strength that came with her fusion alongside Garnet, and to see another gem make a similar fusion that is more desirable makes her come across as less so. Amethyst is now the odd one out among the others, returning to the scene of one of her failures from before, and repeatedly watching the same task she did before, now done better, without her involvement. Steven notices Amethyst feeling down about being useless and offers to perform a stakeout with her so they can catch Peridot in the act of rebuilding the hub. They wait a while only to find Pearl climbing up and fixing the tower so she can feel the rush of being Sardonyx again. Steven and Amethyst call her out for manipulating Garnet into fusing with her over and over, with Garnet forming Sugilite with Amethyst to permanently take out the tower. Garnet's especially broken up about this trickery because the memory of the forced fusions from the kindergarten are still fresh in her mind, and fusion by trickery is essentially the same thing, a corruption of something meant to be beautiful. They return to the temple, though Pearl and Garnet are no longer on speaking terms, as Steven wishes forgiveness was as easy in real life as it was on Crying Breakfast Friends. Garnet originally chose to fuse with Pearl because she wanted an additional degree of control instead of the impulsiveness that came from Amethyst. but Pearl ended up enjoying the rush of power from Garnet so much that she ignored her better senses to repair the tower and continue fusing. Relationships can be built on lies in this way, even if they do start with purer intentions like knocking down the tower. To trick a person into thinking they need you in their life is a pretty harsh betrayal of trust. And yet Pearl likely did this as she'd been dreaming all season of being useful to Rose Quartz or someone of the ilk again. Not really a justification, just a reason. Keystone Motel. Greg goes on a road trip to pick up some car wash brushes he bought online, bringing Steven along with him and extending the offer to anyone else who wants to come along. Garnet goes with them as she and Pearl are still not on speaking terms and things at the temple are getting awkward. The three of them head to the Keystone State, which is not Pennsylvania, to stay at a motel, with Greg leaving the others in the room to pick up the brushes. But while Garnet is sitting there, she begins to argue with herself just as Alexandrite did back in Fusion Cuisine, before eventually unfusing over her internal disagreement. Her two halves are Ruby, who is hot-headed, literally melting holes in the floor, and Sapphire, cold-headed, freezing the hotel room. Ruby is furious that she was betrayed by Pearl, but what makes her even more upset is the fact that Sapphire doesn't seem to care about the betrayal, assuming that her lack of anger is an acceptance of the manipulation. Ruby explains to Steven she's mad because she always has to be the bigger gem, the one who stays level-headed and never reacts to anything. Because some things deserve to be reacted to, and sometimes her aloof and detached demeanor makes her seem less stoic and more passive. And when she has a reputation for passivity, she has a reputation as a gem who can be taken advantage of. Steven ends up going inside because Ruby's heat has evaporated the pool, then he sees Sapphire, and she explains it's a waste of time to be angry at Pearl because they'll eventually forgive her and work together anyway. It's only a matter of time, so feeling emotions is pointless. Then Greg returns with pizza and Steven is weirded out that it's a square. Greg says one day Steven will learn to appreciate all pizza regardless of shape, and in the same way, the gems will have to learn to appreciate all opinions, they just need some time. Not time to accept the situation, but time to accept the feelings of those involved. Ruby and Sapphire are still fighting the next morning, wondering what it means about them that they haven't come to an agreement. Ruby ends up smashing the table and Steven storms out of the restaurant in anger. The two gems go after him as Steven says he was hoping the road trip would help them to get away from the negative vibes at the temple, only for those vibes to travel with them. Then he wonders if it's his fault. Ruby and Sapphire finally realize that, although it isn't Steven's fault, they still hurt him when they argued. Sapphire too focused on the future to care about the present, while Ruby was too focused on the present to care about the future. They make up and refuse as Greg pays for the damaged table and food, before arriving back at the temple. Here, Garnet is still yet to forgive Pearl, but she's at least willing to talk to her now. Onion Friend. Steven chases Onion to get back a bag of stolen chips, only to wander into what looks like a shrine to Amethyst inside his family's garage. He comes back later with Amethyst to show her this shrine, where they meet the woman who painted all the artwork of her, Vitalia, an old friend. Vitalia explains that she and Amethyst used to be very close friends prior to having kids, Steven and Sour Cream/Onion, and she invites them in for lunch because Steven's was stolen. She explains a bit about how much her life has changed since getting married, while Amethyst is basically the same as she's always been. They want to keep talking, so they ask Steven to spend some time alone with Onion as they get privacy, with Sour Cream playing loud music in his room by himself. Onion is at his weirdest in this episode, making aggressive eye contact while licking a mountain of potatoes and trying to get Steven to play games like feeding a mouse to his pet snake and watching the video of his own birth. When Onion tries to get Steven to play in a secret tunnel, Steven taps out and returns to the living room. Here he sees Amethyst talking about how lost she feels because all her friends are arguing with one another. Vitalia mentions how in the past, Amethyst used to let stuff like this pass over and rarely cared about what was going on around her, and that she even looked up to her for this. Things for Amethyst have changed though. Vitalia is given credit for also not caring about what's going on around her, which manifests in her family constantly fighting one another as Onion robs people and Sour Cream shuts off the power with the demand for his GJ booth. Amethyst, on the other hand, used to be like her, but is slowly coming around to caring more about her friends, to the point that their issues are her issues too. Realizing how important this conversation is to Amethyst, Steven goes back into Onion's room to tolerate him a bit longer, crawling into the mystery hole and coming out in a shrine of sorts to a chest full of guys. Onion offers Steven one of the rare Gals figurines for spending time with him, and they finally leave, with Amethyst inviting Vidalia and Onion to the temple someday. Historical friction. Jamie shows Steven the script for a play he's putting on about the history of Beach City, funded by Mayor Dewey, with the script also written by Mayor Dewey and the story about an ancestor of Mayor Dewey who founded Beach City. This story tells about how Captain Dewey was a perfect individual whose crew loved him unconditionally, and also he could grow to 50 feet tall and carry the ship to safety. Jamie dislikes this script because it makes the main character seem too perfect. And Steven also realizes the same thing during a conversation with Pearl about how people only look up to characters because of the struggles they go through, not their lack of flaws. He even cheers Pearl up a bit by saying that her flaws recently, like the events of Cry for Help, make her into a better person because she's persisting. Pearl points out that she knew Captain Dewey personally, and the story didn't happen that way, offering to rewrite the script to be more historically accurate. Jamie prefers the new version of the script, but he's worried about performing this version because he's convinced they would get their funding pulled from future shows. Steven convinces him it's worth taking the risk because that's what good characters do, and they agree. The new version of the play features a cowardly Captain Dewey who was kicked out of his home country for being disliked and is always messing things up. The Crystal Gems met him at sea and told him to turn around because the way forward was dangerous, but he continued onward anyway, only for the ship to be attacked by a monster. This monster is driven away by a gem resembling the statue behind the temple, and Dewey declares that he is going to settle there anyway because he isn't afraid of risk. Dewey is furious at these changes, but the crowd loves them, cheering for their mayor for his relationship to a relatable hero. Dewey approves more funding for a Beach City community theater, and Steven ends the episode on a joke, because that's what audiences like. Friendship. The Crystal Gems have managed to create a means of tracking Peridot's warp signature using the programming from her escape pod to ambush her at the galaxy warp. They nearly capture her, only for Pearl's over-enthusiastic attacks to bump into Garnet, allowing Peridot to escape again. Pearl immediately tries to recalibrate the pod to continue the pursuit, clearly trying to use the pursuit of Peridot as a way to distract from her ongoing feud with Garnet, because she assumes capturing her will make everything go back to normal. She sort of gets her wish when they find a ping with Peridot's location and head out together, finding her at the site of an old crashed gem ship, the kind they used to use prior to establishing the warp pads. They plan on trapping Peridot, only for Peridot to flip the situation around, trapping them inside the ship instead as she seals the exits and blasts them with lasers. Steven uses the last of his energy to produce a shield that takes them to safety, where they find what's clearly a hologram of Peridot, but Pearl, so intent on fixing everything, she falls for this obvious trap. This opens up the floor beneath them. Amethyst catches Steven with her shape-shifting, but Garnet and Pearl still wind up trapped together as the ceiling shuts above them. Amethyst and Steven try to come up with a way to get them out, but they see on a screen that the two are talking about the issues between them and that this trap might finally get them to stop their argument. The walls begin to close in on them, figuratively and literally pushing them together, as Pearl confesses that she only ever wanted to fuse because she feels useless without some kind of strength. But Garnet reveals that she literally fell apart from the incident, and that she has flaws she simply covers up to protect the others due to her status as leader. With this, the two finally realize that the only way to escape is with the fusion, and this time Pearl asks for explicit permission before they form sardonyx and burst out of the floor. The Crystal Gems work together to make a chain to catch Peridot before she can fly off, but she simply ejects her foot to make an escape, with the gems saying they'll get more of her next time. Nightmare Hospital. Connie takes Rose's sword home so she can practice swordplay on her own time, but Miss Maheshwaran finds the poorly hidden blade and confiscates it because she doesn't want her daughter to play with swords. Then she gets called into work, taking the sword with her to the hospital. Steven and Connie ride Lion to get to her office before she does, hoping to negotiate for its return by changing Connie's mother's mind. She begins to work on a patient who is found unconscious by the side of the road, somehow failing to realize that the patient is a mass of arms and legs and not a human, even though it has no vitals. Miss Maheshwaran catches Stephen and Connie in the middle of trying to take the sword back, and she gets furious because her daughter wouldn't listen to her lecture. But before they can make their point, they're attacked by not one, but two gym clusters, one outside the hospital room, and another she thought was her patient. Connie asks for the sword back, but Miss Maheshwaran refuses to give it up, saying she knows better than her daughter does about wielding a weapon. They try to flee, but are surrounded, with Stephen forming a bubble around the three of them for protection. Here, Connie finally tells her mother that her glasses are fake, and they've been fake for a year. Miss Maheshwaran realizes that she doesn't know her daughter as well as she thinks she does, and Stephen drops the bubble as Connie poofs both clusters with ease, while Stephen bubbles them back to the temple. Outside the hospital, they talk about how Connie's mother was only enforcing so many rules to protect her daughter, but you can't really protect a child if the child doesn't feel comfortable telling you the truth about themselves. Stephen sees the scene between the mother and child and holds onto the sword, lamenting that his mother's not there. Sadie's Song. Stephen is handing out flyers for the Beachapalooza when he hears Sadie singing while restocking the bag of Big Donut. Amazed that she can sing so well, Stephen suggests that she sign up for the Beachapalooza to sing there, as everyone else in town is doing it too. And although she's hesitant to sing in front of others at first, she comes around to the idea and invites Stephen to her house to work on a routine. But as they're planning things, Sadie's mother comes home and learns from Stephen what they're up to, offering her help as well as the two raid Sadie's closet to look through all her old outfits and hobbies. Stephen and Sadie's mom then work together on a makeover for Sadie through a montage of making her practice dancing in anticipation of the big night. But before she officially signs up, Sadie says she would rather not have her name on the list, something Stephen interprets as signing her up as a mystery guest. The night of the Beachapalooza comes, and most of the town puts on various acts, from miming to stand-up to a conspiracy rant. But when it's time for Sadie to go on stage as the big mystery guest, she gets more and more nervous before eventually dunking her head in the water and washing off the makeup. She says she never wanted to perform as a mystery guest, and her mother's too enthusiastic about being supportive to the point of taking over all of her interests, that she can't even point out something fun without it being a big deal. Because there's still a big mystery guest who has to perform, Stephen goes out and sings Sadie's song for her, and the next day Sadie returns to singing casually. It's interesting that Sadie's mother isn't actually portrayed as being in the wrong for wanting to support her daughter, just in the same way that Sadie isn't portrayed as ungrateful for rejecting Stephen's offers to help her sing. It's not like this plot has a bad guy in it. There's three people who all have a vastly different idea about what it means to pursue a hobby. Sadie likes to sing, but she prefers to sing privately. When she's put on stage at a show and has more people judging her, it stops being a casual hobby, and thus, it stops being fun. Stephen and Sadie's mom don't see it the same way, assuming that a person who likes doing anything would want to do it on as big a stage as possible. This isn't something unique to this episode, and a lot of the townie plots work the same way. None of the characters are bad guys so much as antagonists. The solution to almost everything is found by communicating more clearly. Catch and release. Stephen is grabbed out of his bedroom by Peridot, who takes him to the warp hub to repair it so she can get off of Earth. He agrees to fix it for her, but his spit doesn't do anything, and the pad remains busted. Peridot breaks down, saying that kidnapping Stephen was her last plan to escape, and now she's out of options, and short one foot. Then the Crystal Gems, after Stephen, arrive at the hub to rescue him and fight Peridot one more time, this time even managing to grab her, though not before she starts shouting something about what she knows. Garnet dismisses her words as desperation as Amethyst tosses her limbs into the water, and they return to the temple with Peridot finally bubbled away. But Stephen's unsure about the fact that they bubbled Peridot before she couldn't finish talking, so he goes to the basement to find her bubble and free her. Peridot's at first terrified that she's going to be harvested and attempts to fight back, only to realize that all her weapons and limb extenders are gone. Instead of fighting, she explains why she was sent to Earth in the first place, checking up on the cluster, which will soon destroy everything, something that was supposed to be a quick mission. She then slap fights with Stephen before escaping, running away and straight into the temple where the other gems quickly start to fight her, but Stephen stops them from attacking, giving Peridot enough time to barricade herself in the bathroom. They realize that she does have useful information and they cannot simply bubble her again, so they reluctantly allow Peridot to stay in the bathroom until she cooperates. Steven's able to bribe his way inside by returning her foot, and for a while the two are able to talk somewhat normally about what life is like on Earth. Steven, as usual, has an innocent demeanor to him that drops the guard of a lot of the enemies the crystal gems face. When you approach someone with a weapon drawn, they're far less likely to cooperate than they are to defend themselves. Steven always tries to talk first and only uses his powers to defend himself, the shield representing that. And as such, he tends to get a lot more information out of people than the other crystal gems do. The gems tend to assume they know everything they need to know, but Steven doesn't know these things and tends to learn a lot of uncomfortable truths as a result, though it's better to know of danger before it comes than to be taken off guard. When it rains. Peridot is still barricaded inside of the bathroom, with the crystal gems failing to get her to crack and telling them everything she knows about the cluster. They need to leave on a mission, so they leave Steven behind to watch after her, giving a quick goodbye before leaving the two alone. Steven begins making soup as a rainstorm comes in, and when lightning strikes, Peridot rushes out of the bathroom, fearful that the cluster has arrived. Steven explains that the noise was just lightning, and then he uses the evaporation from his soup to explain how rain clouds work. Peridot laments that she doesn't know anything now that her limb extensions are gone because they contain screens that would have taught her this. Steven invites Peridot out into the rain to show her it's harmless, trying to use first-hand experience to show her the Earth rather than having her learn about it through a screen. After they head back inside, Peridot agrees to show Steven the information she knows about the cluster by taking him directly to the kindergarten, so he too gets to have first-hand experience of what's really underneath the Earth. This is revealed as a project that Homeworld began work on after the Rebellion, a giant forced fusion similar to the corruptions they've been fighting before, and that once it's fully grown, it'll burst out of the ground, destroying the planet. But Peridot is confident, saying that Steven's knowledge of Earth might be enough to save it, but Steven admits he has limited knowledge and mostly learns things from his dad. Then they get attacked by some fusions, with Steven unable to do anything but make a bubble, while Peridot can't do anything at all without her tools. They wind up cornered when the crystal gems arrive and save the two, chastising Steven for letting Peridot out. But Peridot's internalized Steven's message by this point, that it's impossible for them to save the Earth alone and they need the help of other people. So just like the crystal gems helped fight for Steven and Peridot, Peridot agrees to tell them what she knows, so they can fight together again. Back to the barn. Peridot teaches the others about the cluster, a giant fusion at the center of the Earth that could take form any moment, destroying the planet while it does so. Pearl suggests that they build a giant drill to confront it at the center of the Earth, but Peridot dismisses this plan, instead suggesting that they build a giant drill to confront it at the center of the Earth. She breaks Steven's TV looking for parts for the machine, but he suggests they go to the barn to get materials instead. Upon arriving, Pearl draws up an idea for the drill that they'll create, but Peridot dismisses this idea, saying that a Pearl is incapable of coming up with anything good, as they're just meant to serve others. As it turns out, pearls are mass-produced servants to other gems, kept more like accessories than as a real being. This ties into how Pearl has felt lost without Rose Quartz around. She was literally built to serve others, and with no one to serve but herself, has no actual purpose but what she makes. Steven suggests that Peridot and Pearl have a robot building contest to see who the better designer is, with the winner leading the project. They both quickly assemble robots that fit their design philosophies, Pearl making a slim, graceful robot, while Peridot makes something tougher and stronger. They make a series of arbitrary competitions that Steven judges, ultimately winding up after a montage in a tie. Pearl accepts this outcome and agrees to cooperate equally, but Peridot refuses, challenging her to a fight as a tiebreaker. The other crystal gems cheer on Pearl, but she ends up getting overpowered and losing the fight. Peridot begins to celebrate, but no one celebrates with her. Instead, they congratulate Pearl for a job well done because there are things more important than winning. Peridot gets to lead the construction, but would have to do it alone, and save for her attempts at the end of the episode to join in with the congratulations and make her peace with the others. It's interesting to compare Pearl to Peridot here, with Pearl being a servant class, while Peridot's obsessed with hierarchies and leadership positions. She tries to prove that she is the best at things, and therefore should be in charge. Yet in spite of getting exactly what she wanted, she isn't given a leadership position, or at least not an important one. In fact, she seems to be even less popular after winning against Pearl, who's now being praised for losing a fight. Peridot is the closest thing to a Homeworld gem to get development thus far, and so we get to see the culture of gem kind through her. This is a culture based on a rigid set of rules, where gyms are expected to stay obedient to those in charge because they're in charge. So seeing Pearl treated as an equal is how Peridot realizes that she's no longer on Homeworld and thus can start acting like it too. Too far. Work is beginning on the giant drill, with Peridot begrudgingly allowing Pearl to lead the design team for its head. But when she tries ordering Garnet to unfuse, she gets leashed to a fence post as a result, struggling to do any work this way until seeing Steven and Amethyst passed by, the two of them also not accomplishing much due to their lack of technical knowledge. These three are then sent on a mission to the kindergarten to get a drill bit from one of the injectors at that site, all three being considered about equally competent, as Steven and Amethyst don't know what they're doing, while Peridot refuses to cooperate with anyone. They tease Peridot a bit about her lack of knowledge regarding Earth, which she enjoys because she's getting the others to laugh with her instead of at her. Peridot then starts making fun of the other gyms as well, which Steven and Amethyst enjoy, until she makes jokes about Amethyst's insecurities, because she came from the kindergarten, and then the laughter stops. They wrap up the mission in silence as Peridot wonders what she did wrong. Far be it from me to attempt to diagnose a fictional character, but Peridot's very autistic-coded in the sense that her lack of intrinsic knowledge about Earth makes her come across that way. What's common for the neurodivergent is to turn to humor to cope with their perceived inability to converse normally. The reason for this being that laughter is the closest thing to immediate feedback that you're doing well in a conversation. So Peridot tries to make the others laugh with put-downs, but doesn't know what is and isn't acceptable to say, and winds up saying the wrong thing. They continue working on the drill when Peridot accidentally activates it early, rushing towards an unaware Amethyst. She rescues Amethyst and Steven's able to disable the drill, later approaching her happy she is safe. Steven then encourages Peridot to apologize, something she's unable to do directly, having to use a pre-recorded log instead, where she admits that she is new to Earth and doesn't understand social graces enough to avoid saying hurtful things. The answer. It is midnight on Steven's birthday, and Garnet agrees to finally tell him that she's a fusion, which he already knows. But she also intends to tell him the story of how Sapphire and Ruby met, which he doesn't. This story begins on Earth 5,750 years ago, while a group of rebels, the Crystal Gems, were actively hindering the colonization efforts of Earth. They dispatched Sapphire as a diplomat to the planet, as well as 3 Ruby bodyguards who can fuse into a larger Ruby. Sapphire predicts that the rebels will attack them, poof several gems, and then be captured. As predicted, the rebels arrive, Rose Quartz and Pearl, and they proceed to fight exactly as Sapphire predicted. But what Sapphire did not predict was a Ruby jumping in the way, tackling her to safety, and then the two fusing together. The court is appalled by this, as it's considered not only wrong for 2 gems of different types to fuse, but the fact that a lowly Ruby was even interacting directly with a member of the Royal Court of Blue Diamond in the first place. Between this and previous episodes revealing the prejudice Peridot had towards pearls, Blue Diamond even has a pearl of her own, and the pearl we see is referred to as roses, there are underlying class structures to gem society. The fact that this is a surprise to the viewers means that this is a class structure that has ceased to exist on Earth. Rose Quartz even recognizes this and calls off the attack when she sees the newly formed Garnet, another thing that Sapphire did not predict. Sapphire and Ruby are yelled at by the gathered crowd of gems, so they leap down to Earth to escape. They spend more time on Earth, singing something entirely new, which reuses the melody from Stronger Than You, before they fuse once again. After fusing, Garnet meets with Rose Quartz, who seems to be more interested in this new fusion than herself, and Garnet joins with the rebellion because her love is accepted there. Something this flashback does that's neat is changing the art style of the flashback from crude outlines of the gems and their geometry to a more lush and vivid environment once Ruby and Sapphire are together, as if nothing before that moment was worth remembering in detail. What they do remember after that point is that Ruby was impressed by the selflessness of Sapphire. She was willing to let herself get attacked by the rebels in service of a larger goal. Remembering that gem society is highly hierarchical, this causes amazement, as somebody considered more valuable than Ruby is selfless rather than full of themselves. Sapphire is also impressed by the fact that she can't predict Ruby's actions. She's presumably spent her entire life never being caught off guard by anything, so being with Ruby means that she is consistently feeling new experiences. It's also interesting to see just how, for lack of a better word, messy Garnet looks after first fusing together, as if the relationship is new and awkward, and this is physically presented as her being multicolored and walking with weird posture and so on, far different from the Garnet in the present we're familiar with. Steven's birthday. It's Steven's birthday party, and the Crystal Gems minus Peridot have taken a break from construction to help him celebrate. Greg arrives with Connie to officially start the party with several of the same traditions they've always had. But as Greg is reminiscing on Steven's past birthdays, he realizes that his son hasn't really grown in several years. He and Connie have another human talk in private about how Steven might not grow the same way as the rest of them because he's part gem. But Steven overhears this conversation and begins to feel self-conscious about the fact that he's so short and might be that way forever. So before the party begins in earnest, he uses a moment of privacy to force himself to grow a bit, like he did back in Too Many Birthdays, now becoming a proper adolescent. Steven's physical appearance reflects his mental state just as much as the rest of his powers do, and he isn't alone in this, as we saw Amethyst recreating herself in the past based on the expectations people had for her. Steven's never really been expected to grow up, as the gems have kept things from him for so long while he's been living with them, and only recently has he ever really been expected to hold his own due to instances like the cluster and arrival of Peridot and Jasper forcing him to grow up. So in his mind, he's a child, and so he looks like one. But now that there's this expectation that he should have grown older, the last few years of coasting along are called into question. Of course, growing up suddenly has a few issues, not just small ones like not fitting into the gifts Connie gave him, but the fact that holding his appearance as an older person is something he has to consciously do. Amethyst and Greg catch him shrinking back to his normal size, and Amethyst warns him about the dangers of maintaining a form that isn't his true one. A metaphor not just for gem powers, but anybody trying to lie about who they are. Gem powers are a metaphor for a person's mental state, and here, the metaphor is reversed. Steven spends so much energy pretending to be somebody that he's not, he ends up overcorrecting and exhaustion, reverting to the form of a baby and ending the party. Greg takes Steven for a drive, as that's what used to calm him down when he was a baby before, but Connie insists on coming along on this drive as she still wants to be there for Steven, whether he's a baby, or a child, or an awkward teen. They return to the barn where Steven finally takes on a comfortable form, not as short as he was before, but still noticeably older. He is at last a combination of what he thinks of himself and how others view him, but more importantly, he's still Steven, who he was all along. It could have been great. The gems are relaxing, enjoying the view after a long day of construction on the drill. Peridot's confused as to why they aren't continuing to work, viewing their time staring at the sunset as wasted, since they could have been productive. Steven tries to convince her that life isn't about productivity, but about taking time to appreciate small things as well. And soon, Peridot is singing along to Peace and Love on Planet Earth. She makes up her own lyrics about how the crystal gems are all crazy, but she feels the same way and is glad they're working together. Soon, the drill is completed, and the only thing needed to finish the mission are the exact coordinates of the cluster. Pearl suggests that they could find the locations on a terminal located on the moon, so Steven asks Lion to portal them there, which he does at great strain. After playing around with low gravity that only affects him, Steven and the others inspect the inscriptions on the wall. As Peridot excitedly explains, they're images of the diamonds, the leaders of the gems that they were made to serve, though the rest of the crystal gems understandably don't like this explanation, as they don't serve anyone anymore. They make their way to the top of the spire, where Peridot's upset at the lack of respect they're showing for the artifacts up there, saying they're not high-ranking enough to touch anything, though eventually coming around to sitting on the throne when Steven invites her up. Peridot pulls up the schematics of the Earth, discovering the exact location of the cluster, while also showing what exactly the original plans for the planet were, a colony of gems where they could expand the Empire. Peridot excitedly shows off the potential of the planet, though the gems hate the idea as it means all other life on Earth is eliminated, something Peridot doesn't really understand. This mimics her mentality at the start of the episode. Peridot doesn't get why the others are sitting around watching the sunset instead of working, and she doesn't get why they wouldn't want their planet turned into a giant factory for gem kind. The purpose of life to the homeworld gems is to expand and exploit, while the purpose of life to the gems of Earth is to enjoy and thrive in their time. They've been defending the Earth not because the planet has a bunch of resources, but because it represents something greater, the idea that we're not just meant to survive, but to thrive. Message received. Steven confronts Peridot about the fact that she took a diamond-shaped device from the Spire in the previous episode, asking her a bit about the diamonds and her loyalty to them. Peridot fawns over Yellow Diamond, saying that she's loyal to her because of the diamond's superiority. So Steven takes the device from her and locks her inside of a car in the barn. He takes the device to the crystal gems, identified as a communicator that Peridot wanted to use to contact Homeworld. They're appalled by this, but Steven's hurt most of all. He extended his trust to Peridot even though she was an enemy, believing that there was some good deep down in each person. The other gems merely compare Steven to his mother, someone who also saw the best in everybody and always tried to extend them help and trust. Garnet explains that not everyone is deserving of this trust, but it's still the right thing to do to give them kindness anyway, because the alternative just means hating strangers. Peridot escapes from a captivity inside of the robot from back to the barn, grabbing the diamond communicator and running away while trying to activate it. The crystal gems tell Steven to pout later as they chase her down to prevent contact with Homeworld by hopping into an amethyst helicopter. They catch up to Peridot and shut off the robot, though she escapes through the arm and activates the communicator, finally getting to speak directly with Yellow Diamond. The gems hide from sight so as not to be discovered. Yellow Diamond is at first dismissive of Peridot, chastising her for crashing the ship and being behind schedule, though she's at least pleased that the cluster is on schedule. But then Peridot explains that she doesn't think the Earth is worth destroying, that there are unique things on the planet that shouldn't be destroyed for just another colony. Yellow Diamond refuses to hear this out, telling Peridot to obey authority, to which Peridot calls her a clod who doesn't know anything about the planet she wants to destroy. Yellow Diamond detonates the communicator, which Steven bubbles as Garnet punches it to a safe distance, and as they sit beneath the explosion, they welcome Peridot not as a traitor to the Homeworld, but as a crystal gem. Through the last season, Peridot has frequently seen that all of the things she is told are normal on Homeworld are different on Earth. The Pearl is an independent thinker, fusions can be made in any way that's comfortable, and they sit back and enjoy life instead of mindlessly serving their superiors. Her life on Earth has been more enjoyable than a life of servitude to a group of matriarchs, and getting to experience what she left once again has made her realize the difference between surviving and thriving. She stands up for herself, for her right to stand up for herself. The first of many things she gets to do instead of has to do. Log date 7152. Peridot is breaking down over the fact that she told off Yellow Diamond, panicking because she's a traitor, but also excited to be a crystal gem, while also not understanding what the future will hold. She records her thoughts in a tape recorder Steven gave to her, but as she can't deal with it at the moment, she gets rid of the recorder to be elsewhere. Out of curiosity, Steven takes this tape recorder and listens to Peridot's various logs, starting a while ago as she attempts to understand the creatures on Earth, not making much of a differentiation between the humans and bugs, until Garnet lectures her to be more careful. She experiments a bit with Earth accessories like a pair of shorts and paint can leg extenders Steven gave to her, not really understanding the purpose of these things. She learns a bit about culture, trying to read off jokes from a book, as well as watching TV shows Steven shows her and getting involved in shipping discourse. She still doesn't understand anything about Earth, least of all does she understand anything about the gems, as Amethyst uses her shape-shifting powers to make jokes, and Garnet is fused all the time for no reason, until Amethyst shapeshifts into a chicken, which makes her get the joke about the chicken crossing the road, and then Garnet's permanent fusion is compared to Peridot's favorite chip. In the end, Garnet helps Peridot record one last entry, asking Steven to give the recording device back to her because she'll probably want it again. Peridot wants to defend Earth as she proved last episode. The issue she has though is that she doesn't really know why she wants to defend Earth. This episode is about her learning the why of her actions after the fact. Mostly it's about her seeing the gems wasting time and effort towards things that are not directly efficient or productive. Amethyst is wasting energy transforming herself, and yet Peridot never really asks how that energy should better be used. After all, she spent the entire season putting all her energy into destroying the planet she now loves, so she can't really judge others for how they spend their time. She wonders why Garnet is spending time fused if she isn't doing anything, because to the gems of Homeworld, fusion is something done out of function or necessity. But Garnet points out that she has a good reason to be fused. She enjoys doing it. Amethyst isn't wasting her energy by transforming because she likes being transformed and can do bits with it. This episode is the conclusion of Season 2, and it doesn't really wrap up the cluster storyline so much as it wraps up the storyline for Peridot. A story about her discovering that the purpose of life is not to blindly obey orders in the interest of being efficient, but to spend your time helping others and having a good time while doing so. Super Watermelon Island. Steven awakens on the island from island adventure inside the body of a watermelon, being led to a village started by the watermelons from Watermelon Steven that even has its own pseudo-religion established. This religion eventually chooses him to be led to a cliff where he strikes a pose and, after an earthquake, malachite emerges from the water, attacking Steven where he wakes up at the barn again. Peridot warns them about these frequent earthquakes being a sign that the cluster is about to emerge, but Steven's seen that they were caused by Lapis fighting Jasper underwater. So the crystal gems move out to fight Malachite on the island, leaving Steven behind with Peridot due to the danger. Once more, Steven is left out of the fighting as the crystal gems don't want him in trouble. Though, as Peridot points out, the crystal gems are all about rebellion, so if he wants to help, he should just go. Steven takes a nap so he can appear in the body of a different watermelon where he sees Alexandrite preparing to fight a Malachite who's finally given up on fighting themselves and has allowed Jasper's mind to take over. Alexandrite is losing this battle and Steven's powerless to do anything to help, but he remembers there are hundreds of other watermelons on the island, and he returns to a cave where they're all cowering, awaiting the end of the fight. Just as Peridot convinced him before, Steven convinces the others that they need to stand up for themselves and fight rather than being treated like liabilities, and he leads an army to attack Malachite to help Alexandrite. The watermelons don't accomplish much more than a distraction, and a lot of them are smashed by a rampaging Malachite, but they do create enough time for Alexandrite to break free from ice and throw Malachite into the air. She then fires Opal's bow into the sky, which forms an arrow that strongly resembles the laser-like cannon's beam, that then splits the two fused gems apart. They're about to celebrate a job well done when the earthquakes continue, and Jasper falls into a fissure, meaning Peridot was right about their cause. These earthquakes destroy the island's warp pad, so Steven has to wake up and activate the drill with Peridot, and without the others, as it'll take them too long to return. Gem Drill. The episode picks up where the last one left off, with Steven and Peridot hopping inside of the gem drill, despite not really being sure what their actual plan is besides drilling down. The two spend a long time headed into the Earth's core, reassuring each other along the way they'll be okay as they have each other. Neither Steven nor Peridot is confident in themselves, but they try to confide their confidence in the other one despite this, not strong individually, but strong together. As they break through the Earth's crust, the drill is surrounded by peridotite, which is the stuff that she used to be made of back on Homeworld before Peridot formed. She admits she has some fondness for her home planet, even after betraying it for Earth, but this fondness only makes her sympathize with Steven even more, because she understands his own feelings for Earth better. They begin to get attacked by several gem shards that have taken the form of bodiless limbs, but Peridot blasts them away with a built-in cannon. Steven feels bad about doing this, though Peridot assures him that the limbs don't understand what they're doing and are only acting on instincts that were built into them at creation. This is, of course, the same way Peridot has thought for a majority of her life until landing on Earth and meeting the crystal gems, then unlearning so much of how she used to think. Finally, the two arrive at the cluster, a mass of billions of gem shards that have fused together, and they prepare to drill into it. But Steven is so uncomfortable he physically recoils at this prospect. Then he begins to talk to the cluster where he learns that it doesn't want to form, even if it doesn't know how to prevent this. The cluster is basically one giant forced fusion, the type of thing that Garnet was freaked out by a while back. And even back then, they were portrayed as being in pain in some way, so making a giant fusion that would destroy the planet isn't great for anyone, and not even the cluster itself. Steven is able to recognize this, and he begins to talk to each part of the cluster's gem shards, telling them that they can be bubbled to prevent violently growing. He attempts to do this by bubbling them all manually, but there are far too many to do this himself, until Steven notices the gem shards are beginning to bubble each other bit by bit, and exponentially the bubbles spread alongside the idea there's a better way to exist. Once the entire cluster is bubbled, Steven rests easy, knowing that not only are they no longer a threat to the Earth, but they're not a threat to themselves, since they can keep each other company. Bubbling the cluster was a monumental task for one person, but not for a large group working together, and this refers not only to the cluster itself, but the crystal gems too. Same old world. The crystal gems are listening to Peridot tell the story about how they bubbled the cluster, but Steven's too focused on Lapis, who is recovering from her extended fusion after being saved at the start of the season. She does eventually come to, saying that she can no longer stay on Earth and flying away while Steven says his goodbyes. Greg and the temple gems have packed up everything they used for the drill and are ready to return home, with Peridot opting to stay in the barn to decorate it and fix it up a bit. Steven says he'll ride Lion home and begins to search for his pet. And I recently learned that Rebecca Sugar has a pet cat named Lion, and this makes every interaction Steven has with the big cat suddenly make a lot more sense. He instead finds Lapis, sitting on the roof of a silo having returned. She says that she has no place to go because she can't return to Homeworld after what she did, nor does she feel like she belongs on Earth. So Steven offers to be her tour guide as they fly around the area nearby, that way she can find a place she better belongs. He talks to her about the life she might have in the countryside, or the big city, or the other big cities that's worse. But soon they're over the ocean where she finds the galaxy warp. This makes her land as she begins to recall the memories Steven asks her about. Lapis recalls that she was poofed during Rose's rebellion by a soldier with way more detail than the rest of the flashback characters. She was recovered later by Homeworld Gyms, who assumed she was one of the rebels. After interrogation and being trapped inside the mirror, Lapis was cracked and left behind during a mass evacuation of the planet, found later by Pearl. Lapis is upset as she always feels like a prisoner no matter where she goes, be it one physically or mentally trapped by bad memories of the place. But Steven shows her the leaf from their trip to the countryside, pointing out its changes and saying that places change just like people. Just because she has trauma in the past doesn't mean she has reason to be afraid of the future, and home is wherever you put the work in to make a home. Lapis decides that she'll stay on Earth and make the barn into her house, just like Peridot said she would do. Barn mates. Peridot is making plans on how to make up with Lapis, hoping they can put their past behind them and live together in the barn. But Lapis wants nothing to do with Peridot due to the fact that she trapped and took advantage of her in the past, and she leaves to sleep on the roof of the silo instead. So Steven and Peridot brainstorm ways to convince Lapis that Peridot has changed and that she isn't the same she used to be, coming up with the idea to make a card. When this doesn't work, they use the gem drill hole to make an artificial lake for Lapis, as they assume that she likes water, but she reminds them she spent a season and some change trapped underwater. Finally, Peridot decides to give her tape recorder to Lapis, as it was the thing that made it easier for her to adapt to Earth. But Lapis just smashes this, and tells Peridot to leave. So she does. Lapis's story thus far reflects the story of Peridot in that both of them are trapped on Earth and unable to return to their home, having to make the best of the situation they found themselves in. So from a certain perspective, they should have a lot in common, but while this is the case, it doesn't mean that the two need the same things out of their time. Lapis views the planet as yet another prison where she is trapped, while Peridot views it as the opposite, a place to be free from the homeworld gyms that are after her. Peridot returns quickly, being pursued by a giant eye meant to search the planet for gems. They all take cover in the barn for a while, but seeing how scared Peridot is, Lapis steps out and uses the water from the pool to take out the eye, saving them all. She turns to ask if Peridot's okay, realizing they're both trapped there, but before they can have this discussion, a ruby emerges from the eye. Hit the diamond. The eye opens up and a ruby emerges from it, and then another, until there are 5 rubies in total, 6 if you count Garnet. Garnet defuses to have a ruby infiltrate their ranks, where she learns they're seeking the gem who failed the Earth mission. She shows them Steven to convince the others that the planet's empty except for some humans, But when they don't stop this search, Steven convinces them to participate in a human activity of baseball to win the right to search. The rest of the Jims come out of the barn save for Peridot, who watches from safety, and they pretend to be human so they can play the Rubies and Ruby in baseball. As Steven is explaining the rules, he realizes that Ruby, not Ruby or Ruby or Ruby or Ruby or Ruby, is flirting with Sapphire and throwing the game as a result, though with some combined effort and taking advantage of the fact that Ruby, 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 and Ruby but not Ruby don't understand how humans work, they tie up the score in the final inning. Sapphire's up to bat, not using her future vision to see where the ball will be, and flirting with Ruby, not Ruby or you get the point by now. But Steven convinces her to take the game more seriously for a moment and she hits the game-winning run. Then she fuses into Garnet at the very end, revealing they were all Jims all along. The Rubies are shocked and fuse together in preparation for a fight, but Peridot comes out of the barn as she refuses to let other people get hurt for her battles. They then reveal that Peridot isn't the one they're after. They want Jasper, who fell into a fissure a few episodes back. As they don't actually know where she is, Steven lies and says she's off-planet. The Rubies thank them for their time and fly to search Neptune. Steven floats. Steven is so excited to finally be home and get the first fresh donut of the day that he sets his alarm and waits in anticipation for Big Donut to open. He's so excited as he waits that he jumps around, learning that he can change the speed at which he leaps and falls. Steven proceeds to hop around the beach, looking down at the temple and the city before realizing he doesn't know how to fall faster and he's stuck in the sky. He manages to get the attention of the Crystal Gems, and they try to brainstorm ways to assist him in going down faster, but when none of these work, they opt to, instead, keep him company by jumping over and over. Steven's alarm goes off and he realizes he's going to miss Big Donut opening, dreaming about the first, second, and so on donut being given away, that he then exaggerates into him starving to death in the sky. When he opens his eyes, he's falling faster. Steven's powers are based on his emotions, so when he's happy, he can leap into the air, and when he's sad, he falls dangerously fast. He attempts to think happy thoughts, but can't, even though he thinks of all the things he normally likes. Donuts are what he's missing out on by being so high in the air. The beach where he lives is also sad because that's a future impact site. It goes to show that just because something has positive connotations, it's not always a good thing to think about. Steven loves certain things, but part of loving something means mourning a loss of that thing. The good will come with the bad. He does manage to control his fall when he remembers the Crystal Gems, specifically how they've been up all night keeping him company when they couldn't stop his fall, and he hits the ground where Garnet uses her future vision to tell him to run to Big Donut, where he arrives just in time for their opening because they open late on Sundays. Drop Beat Dad. Steven has become Sour Cream's roadie, carrying his equipment with his gym strength and assisting him in setting up for a rave at the warehouse in spite of his stepfather Yellowtail telling him it's a waste of time. As they pass by the car wash, a massive van pulls up, and Marty emerges, shocked when he sees his son preparing for a set. Marty apologizes for not being around for so long before offering to be his promoter for his upcoming set. Marty proceeds to overhaul so much of the event, moving it to the beach for more space and buying expensive equipment and advertisements to attract more people. Steven's happy for his friend, though he does feel a little bit for Yellowtail, who's fishing alone. The concert's about to begin, and Marty offers to be the hype man for his son, stepping onto the stage where he begins peddling a new guacamole-flavored soda. This soda disgusts the crowd and ruins the vibe, though when Sour Cream tries to tell off his father for this, he says the music industry is all about selling out for products, as it's the only way to make any real money. The concert's ruined, and Marty hands Greg an envelope he's legally required to before exiting Beach City. Then Yellowtail drives his boat up filled with his son's old equipment as he implores him to put on the show anyway. Neither of Sour Cream's fathers were especially supportive of his dreams, though they approached this from different angles. Yellowtail disliked that his son wasn't making any money off of it, that he couldn't turn it into a full-time career. But Marty wanted it to be a career for making money and nothing else, not actually caring about the music or if the boy was getting anything emotional out of it. At the end of the episode, Sour Cream tells off Marty for trying to shill a product during the show, openly rejecting a realistic opportunity to profit. Yellowtail saw this and realized that, while he was right about DJing not being a profitable enterprise, he was wrong in assuming that his son wanted to make money off it in the first place. Only after seeing somebody do something out of passion instead of monetary gain does he see the value in it. Also, Greg's envelope had a royalty check for $10 million. Mr. Greg. Greg learns that Marty sold the song he performed for Rose Courts as a burger jingle, and that his royalty checks from that, though he and Steven admit they're not exactly sure what to spend any of the money on, because all his favorite things are things he could do for free. But Steven suggests a vacation, and Greg decides they're going to go to Empire City to live the good life, and Steven suggests they bring along Pearl. This makes the trip awkward, as Greg and Pearl have never really gotten along, though as they begin to enjoy the luxuries that Greg's new money can afford, she slowly comes around to the idea that they can live the good life together, though she still holds Greg at arm's length and refuses to dance with him. Oh, right, most of this episode is a musical, so most of these interactions are done via song. This means that the suits and such that they're wearing, as a tangent, Pearl looks great in a suit, are all diegetic, as are the backup singers and dancers, as they are employees paid to be accompaniments. That night, as Steven and Greg are resting, Pearl begins to sing It's Over, Isn't It?, which is now my favorite song of the show, about how she is struggling to get over her loss. Not so much her loss of Rose, but her loss to Greg over her. The fact that she lost Rose's affection to someone else was at the time just a setback, as Greg was mortal. But now that Rose is gone, she can no longer just wait it out and win by attrition. The first verse of the song is about how she spent thousands of years at Rose's side, fighting in a rebellion against Homeworld by her side and then losing to a guy who plays a guitar, and worst of all is that she thinks about the relationship in terms of winning and losing, rather than people making their own decisions. All Rose ever really did was transformative. She was a gem who embraced change and fought for it, so of course the ultimate change she could make is a logical endpoint for her story to take. But personal feelings are going to win out over an ideology any time. If Pearl had her way, then Rose would still be around, but if Rose was still around, she wouldn't be Rose, but someone with less conviction. It isn't logical, but the great things in life never are. Greg and Steven hear this song and realize their presence is hurting Pearl, so Greg leaves, unsure if he can salvage his relationship with her. But Steven brought Pearl along specifically so they could have an awkward moment together, and he brings them to talk it out, singing together that Rose always did what she wanted, and arguing is not honoring her memory. Greg gets the bill from the night out and realizes that it was kind of wasted because he and Pearl could have sang together at the barn, though on the way home they continue happily talking to one another as Steven falls asleep in the back seat. Too short to ride. Steven gives a tablet computer to Peridot to make up for the earlier loss of her finger screens after she was defeated by the crystal gems. After she becomes a proper iPad kid, Amethyst and Steven invite her to Funland for a day out, though the trio are too short for any of the rides. But Amethyst and Steven recall that they can shapeshift and they stretch themselves taller, but Peridot struggles with activating her gem powers and tells them to go on without her while she sits on the computer. The Shorty squad proceeds to go around the amusement park doing various other things that require shape-shifting powers, like making faces in funhouse mirrors and cheating at the ring toss. Except, and this is pointed out in the episode, none of these require shape-shifting powers to enjoy. You can still look into mirrors and throw rings without being able to shapeshift. Peridot was just so focused on the ways she couldn't have fun and ignores all the ways she still could enjoy the park. Steven and Amethyst offered to teach Peridot how to activate her shape-shifting powers that every other gym has, but after a bit of manual stretching, she admits she has none. Homeworld was low on resources and can no longer produce gyms with powers. All of the Era 2 Peridots have technology to augment their lack of powers, and now she doesn't even have that. Amethyst tries to give her a pep talk, though Peridot ignores it to look at her screen, so Amethyst takes the tablet and tosses it away, only for Perry to catch it floating above the water. She then learns she has ferrokinesis abilities, metal bending, and she celebrates this discovery by cheating at the ring toss. The new Lars. Steven watches Sadie ask Lars if he wants to hang out after work, but Lars tells her off and wonders what his other friends are up to. After he leaves, Steven asks him why he rejected Sadie, and he says that he already sees her at work and he doesn't want to see her anywhere else. That night, Steven has a dream about Lars, and when he wakes up, he's inside Lars's body inside of Lars's house. Steven, as Lars, at first wishes to respect the guy's privacy and boundaries while he gets to the bottom of what's going on, but he gets stopped by his parents who are trying to talk to him about his grades, and Steven, acting naturally, ends up satisfying them with his responses to their request. He then meets with the cool kids and begins complimenting them and being more open, which they like enough to invite him to their dance troupe. But Steven turns them down, saying he wants to spend the day with Sadie instead. Sadie isn't happy to see Lars, though, as she resents that he always does this, turns her down in public, and then tries to hang out when no one else wants to. Over a movie that Steven cries to, she asks him what he really feels, and Steven confesses his feelings. But instead of making this better, it makes things worse because Sadie doesn't accept this confession, assuming it's the beginning of a prank of sorts and kicking him out. Steven finally admits that he is Steven, and Sadie realizes that the real Lars would never have acted that way. They leave together to find Steven, or maybe Lars, assuming they've swapped bodies. The rest of Lars's family and friends follow the two, wondering what's going on, when they see Lars break into the temple and slap Steven's body around. This makes him switch back, and Steven admits to everyone he spent the day inside of Lars's body, and everything he did since that morning was not really him. This makes everyone disappointed because they liked the new Lars better, and realizing that people liked a fake version of him more than the real version makes Lars reevaluate his life if his true self is so disliked. That is, until he reconnects with Sadie, who disliked the new Lars that everyone else enjoyed the company of, which makes her his only real friend. Beach City Drift. Greg has bought a new car, this one for driving instead of living in, and Kevin, the guy who harassed Stevonnie after they first fused, pulls up and starts ordering Greg to wash his car. In spite of the guy insulting Greg a few times, the man just shrugs it off and works normally. But Steven and Connie recognize the guy from before and attempt to start an argument. After he drives away, Greg asks them what their problem was, and they explain the history. Later that night, neither of the kids can stop thinking about Kevin, so they decide to take Greg's new car to the bottom of the mountain to race him, fusing into Stevonnie to do so. After a bit of trash talking, they drive to the top of the mountain to wait for it to start, and Kevin immediately begins cheating by starting early and so on. During the race, Stevonnie asks him why he has such a bad personality, and he says it's a defense mechanism to try and make things better for his sick brother, and then laughs at the fact that Stevonnie actually fell for that story. As they continue to race, Stevonnie begins to hallucinate the road falling apart and Kevin's taillights staring at them. Then they freeze up and defuse. Steven and Connie realize they've become obsessed with one-upping some guy they barely know to the point that they fused over it. Fusion, according to the Crystal Gems, is meant to be something done as an expression of love rather than for some functional purpose like a fight. But here they used fusion, not because they loved one another or even wanted to defend one another, but because they were mad, and a relationship built on being mad isn't a healthy one. Stevonnie decides to fuse again and finish the race, not to beat Kevin, but because they want to have a good time driving. They end up losing, but are good-natured about it, with Kevin refusing to accept their handshake and screaming at them about how obsessed they are as Steven and Connie drive into the sunset. Restaurant Wars. When looking for something adventurous, Steven orders off-menu at the Fry Shack, and Petey finds mozzarella sticks in the freezer for him. But when Kofi sees Steven eating something made of the components of pizza, he declares the contract he had with the store next door is void, and he begins selling fries, while the Fryman family begins to sell pizza. These restaurant wars not only result in massive damage, but worse, a lot of wasted food, so Steven takes it upon himself to end these wars, as he takes the blame for starting them. He gathers the children of the restaurant owners because he recognizes they're mostly bystanders in the feud of their parents, and he tries to convince Ronaldo and Kiki to pretend to be dating so their parents will call it off to let them be in love. This scheme almost works, except for the fact that Ronaldo already has a girlfriend who sees him in the act and breaks up with him, revealing the ruse. Steven's next plan is to recreate the conditions of the treaty that stopped the feud so long ago by opening up a competing restaurant. This is Steven's, and he invites Mr. Fryman and Kofi to dine there, where they're wowed by the food and what it can do with cheese. Apparently, if Amethyst wants to be, she can be a great cook. After seeing how good a restaurant can be and not wanting any more competition, Fryman and Kofi end their feud if Steven's shuts down, and he agrees. Kiki's Pizza Delivery Service. Steven is preparing for a date with himself a night inside, and he sees a tired-looking Kiki running the deliveries rather than her twin sister Ginny. That night he has a dream where Kiki's drowning in a sea of cheese, and he rescues her with his dream powers. The next day, Steven sees Ginny asking Kiki if she can cover her shift again to see a concert, and Kiki agrees to do this favor. Steven then tells her about his dream and learns that Kiki had the exact same one, the same dream she has had every night for weeks, and because of Dream Steven's actions, she got a good night's sleep for once. As it turns out, the stress from taking over so many shifts for her sister has been causing her to have these nightmares, so Steven volunteers to save her from the cheese every night that he needs to. This ends up having a negative effect on his own health though, as now Steven's not getting a good night's sleep either. He tells Kiki that he's only going to save her one more time for his own health, and Kiki agrees, with the two getting to the crust of the issue as they dive inside the mind of a pizza Kiki. Once in there, they're confronted by Ginny, who keeps asking for favors, trapping her in the cheese once more. Steven points out the moral of the episode. Relationships are about boundaries, not mindlessly doing favors for one another. Even though Kiki is afraid that saying no might hurt her sister, a good and a healthy relationship ought to survive the word no being spoken occasionally. And if someone really cares about you, they'll be okay with making sure you're comfortable. This turns out to be the case as the Dream Ginny accepts Kiki's boundaries, and the next day Steven finds Ginny working her own shift as Kiki takes a day off. There's an End of Evangelion reference in this episode with giant pizzas rather than crucified artificial Eva units, and I just released an NGE video like a week before writing this part of the review, and how many members of the intended audience are even gonna get this? The Rei versus Asuka debate is older than I imagine some of the staff working on the show, let alone the kids watching. Monster Reunion. Steven heals a damaged stuffed animal with a kiss and realizes he is healing his back, showing it off to the gyms by smashing plates and such. He then asks if he can use his healing to repair the corrupted gems they've kept bubbled inside the temple, with the gems agreeing in spite of being confident it won't work because the corruption was caused by the diamonds, not typical damage. Steven repairs the centipedal and it takes on a slightly more humanoid form, with Steven convinced this means it worked, even though the gem still can't walk or behave normally. Steven lets her stay with them anyway and begins trying to bring up old memories, in spite of the fact that not all of them are pleasant ones. As he's attempting to communicate, he teaches the centipedal to make drawings to teach him about its history, and learns that the centipedal was once a gem who helped to colonize Earth until the Gem War began. At the end of this war, something involving the diamonds happened that it could not escape from, and it was turned into a corrupted gem as a result. The gem begins to transform back into its monstrous form, and Steven's unable to heal it this time. Instead, they rush to the warp pad as it asks Steven to take it to the crashed ship from Friendship, where it's unable to activate the door because it lacks hands. But Steven's able to open the ship where it rushes inside and meets with other centipedals, the gem's old crew, who've been waiting for them all along. Steven laments that he failed to save this gem from its corruption, but Garnet points out that he did save the gem anyway, not from the effect of the light from the drawing, but from the loneliness of being bubbled all alone. Because for all the concern Steven has with fixing the damage caused to the corrupted gems, some damage cannot be repaired so easily, but it can at least be adapted to. Steven fails to repair the gems, but he does heal them by allowing the centipedals to be together, and importantly, they're no longer attacking crystal gems on sight. So maybe his original goal of fixing problems wasn't possible, but he can still make things better, and that's more important. It's the concept of kintsugi, where broken pottery is fixed with gold paste to make the broken object more beautiful for having been damaged. Homeworld gems are shown to be pragmatic and emotionless at times, but the centipedal was sentimental for its missing crewmates, a behavior learned from its time on Earth. Alone at Sea. Steven surprises Lapis with a trip on a boat that Greg has rented, knowing that she still has some lingering fear of the ocean and hoping to show her once again there's nothing to be afraid of. They set sail on the Little Lappy, recently renamed for her. As they're at sea, Steven and Greg keep trying to get Lapis to participate in fun activities, but she rejects things at first, like wearing a hat or being in charge of the wheel due to believing she doesn't deserve to pilot the boat. She slowly comes around to accepting the activities the others are doing, eventually helping Greg to fish by lifting the water out of the ocean, though he tells her it's probably better to do things the normal way. When fishing the normal way, the line ends up snapping, and shortly afterwards, something breaks the ship's engine, leaving them stranded. The sky starts to darken overhead, which is usually just a fictional shorthand for a bad mood. In fiction stories, dark skies and rain never happen without a reason. Generally, this is to set the tone and happens coincidentally when we're meant to feel something negative in the narrative, but here, it's in-universe first. Lapis has the power to control water, so it makes sense she would accidentally cause storms overhead because of how she feels. And how she feels, she eventually tells Steven. She doesn't think she deserves any of the fun because she is a bad person due to enjoying the time she spent fused with Jasper. Just like Pearl manipulated Garnet into fusing before as she wanted to feel the strength that came with this fusion, Lapis enjoys the feeling of being fused even if the actual relationship was an awful one. Because she feels nostalgia for a bad time, she assumes she's a bad person for wanting to return. Then Jasper emerges from the ocean, boarding the boat and claiming the same thing. In a scene reminiscent of an emotional abuser trying to get back together with the person they hurt, Jasper promises that they've changed and things are going to be different if they fuse together. Lapis is unsure whether to believe her or not, but when she sees a hurt Steven trying to tell off Jasper, she uses her strength to throw the gem overboard. This causes enough damage to the boat to sink it, though Lapis carries Greg and Steven to safety, saying that the ocean, still stormy and cloudy, does look nice from up there. The behavior of Lapis, Pearl, and any other gem who becomes partially obsessed with fusion to the point of hurting another gem to fuse will probably be used in the future as justification for why the homeworld gems were so against the fusion of gems who weren't already of the same kind, claiming that because fusion can be used for ill purposes, it ought to be strongly controlled and forbidden outside of specific use cases, all the while ignoring the potential for greatness that the other crystal gems have found when it comes to what they can do when they aren't repressed in such a way. Greg the babysitter. Steven learns that Greg has been working at the car wash for longer than he's been alive and asks his father to sing the story of how he got the job, flashing back to a montage of Greg and Rose spending time together shortly after they met. This montage of the two ends with Greg eating fry bits out of trash cans and realizing that he needs money to buy food to live, unlike his new lover. He heads to Vidalia's house to mooch cereal and a couch from her, talking about her being a sellout for taking a job selling t-shirts so that she can settle down and pay for baby sour cream's well-being. She then learns that her babysitter canceled and she needs a new one on short notice, telling Greg he has to take care of the kid to pay her back for her hospitality. So Greg goes to the beach with baby sour cream where he meets with Rose, and she wonders if the baby was made by Greg, not understanding a lot of things about how humans work, but mostly being amazed with the fact that they can change and grow on purpose. Homeworld gems come out of the ground fully formed, with their purpose in life already figured out, while humans don't know that and learn what they want to do over time. Part of the reason why Rose loves humanity so much is because she is fascinated by them, seeing that there's a way to live one's life aside from the demands of the matriarch she grew up under. Greg is then inspired by her observations and leaves to get his guitar to go write a song about it, but when he returns, Rose is gone, as is the baby. He finds her at the amusement park where Sour Cream has climbed up the Ferris wheel, with Rose letting him do this because he wanted to. She appreciates that humans can make their own choices in this way, but doesn't understand the limitations to this, that even though humans can do whatever they want to, it doesn't mean that they should. In order to truly make your own decisions in life, you need to be informed of the risk associated with those decisions. This is true whether it's a baby climbing up high, or Greg doing the same thing and needing to be rescued, eventually learning that, no matter how old you are, you sometimes still need others to help out in a bind. And this is how Greg comes to the conclusion that he needs to find a job, returning baby sour cream to his mother, and then heading to the car wash, where he's been working ever since, even writing the first few verses of "Let Me Drive My Van Into Your Heart" as he's washing a car. Gem Hunt. Connie is sent on her first mission up north to find and bubble a corrupted gem Garnet's detected in the area. They find this corrupted gem and prepare to fight it when a second one appears, and the two run off, splitting up. Pearl's prepared to call off this mission, but Connie reassures her that they can split up and handle it too. with Steven giving each group a Cookie Cat walkie-talkie so they can call each other. Pearl accepts the two going off on their own, but makes them promise to call her if they find this gem. Connie and Steven follow the tracks for a while, with Pearl checking up on them over and over, concerned for their safety. But when they come into a clearing where they see remnants of a struggle, as well as humanoid footprints in the clearing, Steven tells Connie that deep down, he knows that each corrupted gem has a human form inside, and that he wishes that he could bring that gem form out to undo the corruption, suspecting that that is what's going on. After Connie uses her survival skills to brew them a tea as they take shelter, they emerge from a stump to find this corrupted gem clawing at a cliff, alerted when it hears Pearl's voice through the walkie-talkie. It attacks them, only for the duo to be saved by Jasper. She wrestles the beast into submission and then grabs the gem from inside, taunting Steven, who she calls Rose, before leaving. Pearl arrives around this time, shocked at the sight of Jasper before she leaves. She asks the others if they're okay, but Connie's upset that she froze up during the fight rather than winning it. Pearl points out, however, that Connie was successful, as her mission was not to fight the beast, but to call for help, which she did. Back when Pearl first taught Connie to wield a sword, her lessons ended not on making constant physical sacrifices to protect your liege, but to work together with them in order to form a stronger unit, and that lesson is still present here. It's not about being strong enough to do everything by yourself, but being strong enough to support your allies to do anything together. Crack the Whip. Garnet and Pearl head out to keep searching for Jasper, missing out on a swordplay lesson of Connie's due to the ongoing emergency. Connie is still upset that she froze up during the last episode and wishes she had more training to give her better instincts. So she and Steven practice fighting on the beach while Amethyst watches them and takes a nap. She explains that Connie's too focused on technique and details, and that during a real fight there's no time for that sort of thing. So Amethyst takes over the lesson, attempting to teach the others to relax over a montage of the three of them, and also Lion, messing around in Beach City that ends with them on the beach, Connie finally unwinding from her earlier stiffness. Then Jasper and the gym beasts from earlier emerge from the water, announcing that she's producing her own army and is ready to fight. Amethyst offers to fight Jasper directly while the others deal with the beast. During this fight, Jasper points out the similarities between the two. Both are living weapons created to fight. Amethyst is simply a weapon that has defied its programming to be a soul instead. But in doing this, she's also rejected a part of her identity, meaning that no matter what else she does, it won't be her true purpose in life to do it. Amethyst ends up getting overpowered and poofed during the fight, so Steven and Connie rush Jasper to avenge her. They do this by forming Stevani and using this fusion's power to defeat Jasper with ease, demanding that she apologize to Amethyst's gem. There's a quick parallel during the fight where Jasper rides her corrupted beast as Stevani is on Lion, both being injured in a clash. Jasper literally throws her pet back into the battle, while Stevani checks to see that Lion is okay first. Amethyst reforms in time to see Jasper slinking away defeated, and frets over the fact that she didn't help out at all despite trying to teach the others how to fight. Her purpose in life is to fight, and she's not even good at that. Steven versus Amethyst. Steven is about to start more training with Pearl when he sees Amethyst stress eating, so he invites her along. Amethyst accepts, admitting to herself she needs to train more after being defeated by Jasper last episode. Pearl takes this as an opportunity to have them practice against one another, rewarding them with Pearl points for their victories. But during this training, Steven keeps winning, with Pearl assuming that Amethyst is going easy on him, but she's getting more and more frustrated by her losses. Later on, Steven invites her to play Lonely Blade together, throwing matches on purpose to cheer her up, which only makes Amethyst even angrier as her confidence building for Steven was done accidentally. She admits how insufficient she feels compared to the others, and that she has become the weakest of the crystal gems, though Steven argues that he's the weakest due to not having full control over his powers. So they challenge each other to a lose-off to fight and learn who the worst crystal gem really is. Both fighters surprise each other during this battle with new techniques and trickery, also saving one another each, as if to drive home the fact that they do work better together than apart. Considering the number of anime references Steven Universe has made thus far, I was expecting the fight to end with the cross-counter punch, but more thematically it ends with them missing and falling over. While lying on the ground, Amethyst and Steven open up about the fact that they're only comparing themselves to one another as they're trying to avoid the real comparison, comparing themselves to their potential. Steven wants to live up to the name of Rose Quartz, but so far has only managed to relearn her old powers, while Amethyst is an unfinished kindergartner who will never be as strong as she is supposed to be due to what's treated by the narrative as a disability, one no amount of working hard can ever erase. Bismuth. While putting away a t-shirt so Lion can't tear it up, Steven discovers a bubbled gem inside his mane, accidentally breaking this bubble and seeing a new gem emerge. After a bit of nervous scouting, Steven realizes that this gem, unlike almost every other one he's met, is not trying to kill him and is friendly, bringing her back to the temple where Pearl and Garnet introduce their old friend Bismuth. Bismuth was bubbled thousands of years ago during the middle of the Gem War, and takes a bit of time to get used to the changes like Rose Quartz's new form as Steven. She's taken to the battlefield where Pearl explains that they were technically victorious because the homeworld gems fled the planet, though many of their allies didn't make it. Garnet mentions that they're still fighting, and Bismuth is eager to begin training again for these battles. She takes them to her forge inside of a volcano, showing off several weapons she's made for the other gems before offering to test them out on the beach. This is where Steven first begins to grow suspicious of her as he sees just how violent Bismuth is during these fights, clearly enjoying combat a bit too much. So Steven offers an alternative pre-battle ritual, eating pizza and playing video games. That night, he shows Bismuth Rose's sword, and he says that most of his weapons are for defense instead of offense. The two discuss how Rose Quartz was the first person to tell Bismuth that she could be anything other than a mindless drone performing construction for the elite of society. The fact that Steven is Steven instead of Rose shows the commitment to change that she embodied. Because Rose is different now, Bismuth offers to show Steven a weapon that she worked on before, called the Breaking Point. This weapon differs from Rose's sword, as Rose's sword is designed to slash through gems in a single blow, while being unable to shatter the gems themselves. The Breaking Point is able to shatter gems completely, though. Steven hates the idea of shattering gems, saying that he never wants to completely wipe out any life form as he refuses to kill if he can avoid doing so. Bismuth realizes that Steven really is Rose, and this means that he has the same faults that caused Rose to bubble her in secret millennia ago. She then attacks Steven, seeking revenge against the gem who refused her powerful weapon all that time back, even though it would have won the war more easily. Steven's able to win the fight, refusing to shatter Bismuth despite being asked to, and then bubbling her once again, but unlike before, Steven immediately tells the truth about her to the other gems rather than hiding what she wanted to do. There's an idea that the ends justify the means of any conflict, which means that it's okay to take extreme measures in a conflict as long as you win. But to focus so much on the end goal that you ignore the path to get there is a mistake, as the path to get there is the path you continue on after you succeed. You don't just achieve your goals and stop. A legacy that's built upon violence will create a dynasty built upon violence. So many shows will have a moral like, if you kill your enemies, it makes you just like them. That these days is treated with an eye roll from the audience because it usually just means the protagonist will cut his way through minions, then stop at the last second to spare the villain so that he can escape and cause mayhem in the next episode. But I feel like Steven Universe does this trope really well due to the fact that there is much more intentionality behind each character's actions. Steven has been visibly uncomfortable during gym fights in the past when the battle lasts more than a few strikes, and he's always the one to jump in between the crystal gems and the gem of the week if he thinks they can be redeemed. So Bismuth is introduced as a foil to the pacifist ideology of the other crystal gems, one who's on the same side but more willing to treat others the way they've been treated, which makes them no different, and that's not a cliché. Beta. Amethyst is struggling to use her whip properly as she is overthinking her actions after losing her earlier fight to Jasper, so Steven takes her to the barn to meet with Lapis and Peridot to cheer her up. They arrive to see that the barn's been overhauled with new features, wings, and a collection of art which they call Meepmorps. Amethyst doesn't understand the point of these morphs as they don't make her any stronger, but Peridot tries to reassure Amethyst that she shouldn't be comparing herself to the other gym because Jasper's kindergarten was a poorly made one, revealing both of them are from Earth. So all of them, but Lapis, go to the Beta Kindergarten, which Peridot explains is something made in a rush in the middle of Rose's rebellion to quickly make new soldiers, and most of the new soldiers came out wrong or malformed. They eventually find Jasper's hole, but unlike the others, this one is perfect. This only makes Amethyst more upset as her current enemy came from a worse background and made more of herself than Amethyst, who had a nicer background but ended up in her eyes flawed. Then they notice several other holes that are new, learning that these holes are where the gym beasts they've been fighting recently are coming from. Shortly afterwards, they find the culprit behind the newly used injections, Jasper. Peridot, Amethyst, and Steven watch Jasper as she talks to one of the corrupted gym beasts inside the Beta Kindergarten, and that is a lot of proper nouns for an opening sentence, where they see her discussing how bad it is to be on Earth, evidenced by the corruption of the beast. Peridot plans to leave to get reinforcements, but Amethyst decides to sneak in, only to be immediately caught. Jasper and Amethyst start fighting, with Amethyst refusing to allow the others to assist her because she wants to settle this herself. But Amethyst is losing, with Jasper explaining during the fight that every gem is made with a purpose, and those who don't serve the purpose made for them by the diamonds are unfit for any sort of life. So both Amethyst and Jasper are misfits in the sense that Amethyst was formed incorrectly, while Jasper came out right, but then failed to perform her role, meaning that to her, they both have the same lack of success. Amethyst believes in this too, as she is trying to measure her usefulness objectively. It's Steven who assures her that this isn't the right way to live one's life, though, as constantly aiming to measure your success by an arbitrary metric means that you'll dedicate yourself to one thing and miss out on living. Funnily enough, it's actually Peridot who comes to the defense of Earth by using the moral of surviving versus thriving, because this was a lesson she learned at the end of last season. To simply obey orders might guarantee survival, but then you're not living for a reason. Steven adds on to the idea by saying that it's their failures to fit in that make them all unique, and that being unique is what makes them valuable. Of course, a person who only values themselves based on what they think they can do would consider uniqueness as a flaw. This pep talk causes Amethyst to accept the help of Steven, and when she pulls him in for a hug, the two of them form Jones-Qaurtey, a fusion who fights with a yo-yo and childish sense of humor. Jones-Qaurtey is able to turn the tides of battle, with Jasper complaining that she has once again been defeated by a fusion. So she forces one of the captured gym beasts to fuse with her, making a more monstrous form that's not at all more powerful, being defeated just as easily as earlier. This is another advantage of being on Earth and living with the crystal gems, because they're not so focused on fitting in or serving a higher purpose, they can learn more about themselves and their abilities, like Peridot, learning that she can move metal, or even the discovery of fusion with other gem types. After defusing, parts of the gem beast still exist on Jasper as she writhes in pain. Steven approaches, offering to heal her with his powers, but she turns him down, saying that Jones-Qaurtey is a terrible gem who only takes in desperate gems who are at their lowest. She also says she wants revenge for what she did to Pink Diamond before getting poofed. They return to the barn, excited to properly unwind, when they see Pearl, Garnet, and Lapis in the process of bubbling the rubies from before. Back to the moon. The gems reunite at the barn where the rubies are being bubbled, with Steven preparing to interrogate them one at a time. The rubies seem to struggle to remember why they were actually on Earth until they're all unbubbled, at which point they recall they're after Jasper, and they're mad because Steven lied about her being on Neptune. Not wanting to cooperate with the homeworld gems, Amethyst shapeshifts into Jasper, pretending to be her where the rubies are in awe to finally meet someone they consider to be a hero. Amethyst pretends that the rest of the crystal gems are her prisoners and that she wants to remain on Earth instead of reporting to Yellow Diamond about the mission. So the Garnets say that they ought to report to the nearest Diamond base, which is on the moon, so they can file a report on the mission anyway. They take the ship up to the moon, bringing along the temple gems, as Amethyst doesn't want to be left alone because she's starting to struggle to hold the form for much longer. Once on the moon base, the Rubies begin to lament the history of the place, as they discuss how Rose-Quartz shattered Pink Diamond, the original owner of the Earth colony. Steven takes exception to this, saying that he knows Rose would never shatter another gem, as that isn't the type of person she was. Pearl seems to know more than she lets on, but covers her mouth to avoid saying it. They arrive at the top of the base, where the console Peridot was showing off on their last visit is smashed, saying they'll have to return to Homeworld to report directly. An exhausted Amethyst tells them to make this report on her behalf, taking advantage of how much the Rubies look up to her to manipulate them into leaving without her. But they come back to offer her a ride to Earth first, where they catch Amethyst no longer maintaining the form, and this is when they realize they've been fooled again, fusing and preparing to fight. But Steven opens the airlock to force them out, with Sardonyx performing the final hit to push her through, then defuse. But Pearl is pulled out into space with them as the episode ends. Bubbled. Steven is floating through space, having bubbled himself in time to preserve a bit of oxygen to keep himself afloat, pun intended. He then runs into Eyeball, one of the Rubies named for the position of her gem, and she announces her hatred of Steven for getting them stranded in space together as her platoon was scattered. After this argument is over, Eyeball tells Steven that she was excited to visit Earth due to the rumors that there were still active crystal gems there, and that these rumors had to have been true because someone as important as Jasper was sent. She really wanted to find out if Rose-Quartz was still alive and to see her in person, so Steven tells Eyeball that he is Rose-Quartz, or at least what she's become. But Eyeball is too mistrusting of anything the crystal gems tell her, as they've lied to her so many times before. Steven attempts to show off his gem, shield, and some pictures of Rose for comparison, but Eyeball's still not swayed by any of this. It isn't until they enter a field of asteroids where Eyeball has her gem cracked by an incoming rock that Steven's able to prove he does have healing powers by using his spit to repair the gem. This is enough to convince Eyeball that Steven is his mother, and she pulls out a knife and prepares to steal the gem to bring back to Homeworld. According to her logic, she'll be a hero if she manages to do this, and Steven's taken aback by wondering what he is if not for the gem in his stomach. He pleads with her not to stab him, but when Eyeball doesn't listen, he drops the bubble and she floats off into space. Steven nearly passes out from a lack of oxygen when he gets rescued by the ship from before, piloted by the other 3 gems, who all hug Steven as they're glad he's alive. As they return to Earth, Steven asks them if it's true that Rose-Quartz really did shatter one of the diamonds in the past. Garnet says she did what she had to do. Sometimes it's more important to protect others than it is to stick to your ideals. There's an interesting idea brought up here about how Steven doesn't actually know Rose-Quartz very well. Obviously he's never met her before, but was constantly told that he was meant to live up to her ideals, something he believed he was doing a good job of until recently. As he is starting to learn more and more about her though, he realizes that she was not the perfect person the other gems described her as, and that she's made missteps and hypocritical actions in the past. But worse is that since Steven's trying so hard to live up to the ideals of a person he does not know, it means that he's trying to be less like himself and more like someone he also doesn't know. Basically the lyrics to the ending theme. Kindergarten Kid. The crystal gems are back at the Beta Kindergarten, fighting and bubbling the corrupted gems Jasper was keeping prisoner in the walls. Peridot's laughing at these gems as, once freed, they tend to charge about aimlessly, occasionally even beating their way past the others. The others offer Peridot the chance to capture a corrupted gem herself, and Steven goes with her, not to help out Peridot, but to help out the gem. He views the methods of Garnet, Amethyst, and Pearl as more gentle. While this means that the corruptions occasionally get away from them, it also reduces the potential unnecessary suffering. So Peridot, who has less sympathy for the beasts, might end up going too far in her attempts to capture one, which is why Steven goes along. This is even reinforced by the fact that corrupted gems are explained to be an Earth-exclusive problem because Homeworld doesn't have anything like them. Afterwards, Coyote has various increasingly silly attempts to capture the Roadrunner gem that more or less all result in her getting smushed by a boulder, or falling off of a cliff and then smushed by a boulder. That night, Peridot's discussing how frustrated she is that she keeps getting one-upped by a mindless monster, but Steven convinces her that this monster's behavior is actually logical, by throwing marshmallows at Perry until she lashes out at him, the same thing the corrupted gem is doing in response to her pursuit. Now with a better appreciation of what the monsters are going through, Peridot approaches the Roadrunner and begins making monster noises and dancing at it, getting close enough to attack it anyway, where she is dragged back down to the cliff. She does manage to grab the gem in the end when the rest of the crystal gems come out, revealing they were watching all along. Peridot admits that she had a few minor setbacks before discovering she is able to bubble gems too, sending it safely back to the barn. Know Your Fusion. Steven and Amethyst are excited to tell Garnet and Pearl about the details regarding their defeat of Jasper, namely that they can now fuse into smoky quartz. The other gems are so excited about this new fusion that they form Sardonyx, offering Sardonyx's room in the temple to better show off their new abilities. Sardonyx's room being something that only exists while Garnet and Pearl are fused, which both raises and answers a few questions about the existence of Rose's room. Once here, Sardonyx proceeds to show off this new fusion in a talk show format, asking Smoky Quartz about their fight with Jasper, but then following this up with more detailed questions about who Smoky Quartz is, rather than simply asking about the power set. But Smoky struggles to answer these questions, so instead they return to a showcase of their powers, with a series of tests set up to show off what they can do relative to the other fusions. Naturally, Smoky Quartz struggles to show off the strength of Sugilite, the accuracy of Opal, or the raw power of Alexandrite, all of whom are fusions involving Amethyst. Realizing that the fusion showcase was focused too much on other people and not enough on Smoky Quartz in particular, Sardonyx realizes that they were not giving proper attention to the guest on their show. Then, they defuse, causing the realm to collapse in on itself. Smoky Quartz is able to save everybody by using their yo-yo as a grappling hook, and Garnet and Pearl are amazed at this ability, offering to properly allow Steven and Amethyst to explain their powers on their own terms, rather than living up to the ideals of someone else. This is, of course, the thing that made Steven and Amethyst fuse in the first place. They both bonded over the fact that they considered themselves failures, but only when compared to the other gems in their lives. Once they stopped trying to measure their strength in terms defined by other people, they got to set their own ideals for what success looks like. Only then did this fusion manage to thrive. Buddy's Book. Steven and Connie visit the local library as Connie wants to get a head start on her next year's worth of studies. Plus, she's a little concerned Steven's never been to a library before, despite being an avid reader. As Steven is messing around, he discovers a blank book under a shelf, revealed to be the journals of Buddy, the first mate from the Founders myth back in Historical Friction. Steven and Connie proceed to read this together, imagining that Buddy looks like Jamie because he was the one who taught them about the guy, and they learn that he feared his name would be forgotten by history, or he would just be remembered as someone more famous's first mate. So Buddy set out to explore the world and record his adventures, coming across the gem battlefield that's now overrun with strawberries before encountering Garnet and Pearl. They warn him that these old gem sites are dangerous and give him a map of places not to visit. Then Buddy proceeds to visit as many of them as he can. Buddy marks down several of these locations and draws what he finds there, only to meet with Amethyst, who points out that he hasn't actually discovered anything because he's just following someone else's map. All he's done is show up to a place that already has a name, get the name wrong, then pretend he was the first one there. Upon his realization, Buddy has a crisis, only to be reassured by Amethyst he can still explore a new place if he seeks out the Sandcastle, the one that keeps moving around. Buddy enters the desert, slowly succumbing to heat before collapsing on the ground and being saved by Rose Quartz, who hears his explanation for this exploration before showing him where the castle is. This doesn't cheer him up, as once again, he's merely finding things others have already discovered. Rose reassures him though, saying that although he is yet to find anything new, he was able to record everything that he found in a unique and transformative way. Effectively, he did to these gem sites what I'm doing to the show itself. And he rededicates his life to recording his adventures and creating a library out of his books. This is the library Steven and Connie are inside of. Mindful Education. Connie comes to the temple for another training session, but mentally she isn't all there, missing the punchlines to Steven's jokes and getting distracted from the fighting. After having a vision of a young boy, Stefani defuses and Connie runs away, telling Steven that she freaked out at school and threw a kid to the ground out of instinct. Garnet hears the two talking about this and tells them that they cannot properly fuse if one of them has a cloudy mind, walking Steven and Connie through some mindfulness meditation to the tune of the song Here Comes a Thought. For those familiar with mindfulness cognitive behavioral therapy, the ideas in this song will be more obvious, but for those who use YouTube instead of therapy, the idea is that the more you avoid a thought, the more it controls you. To constantly prevent yourself from thinking about it is like procrastinating on a task for so long that it ruins your ability to do anything else. Eventually, you have to confront these feelings, so it's just a matter of when and where these thoughts become overwhelming. Stevani is forced to confront a feeling that Connie was putting off processing in the middle of a training match. And later, Steven began to feel guilt over his failure to save Bismuth, Jasper, or Eyeball, as well as the fact that he's been putting off a confrontation with the truth of who his mother really was. And because these negative thoughts came about at a bad time, Stevani ends up slipping off the top of an arena. Maybe it was a bad idea to put a practice ground at the top of a floating platform, but whatever. As Stevani recently learned that they can float a bit, Connie asks Steven to refuse with her so they don't hit the ground too hard. But Steven is caught in his own mind, unable to fuse with her. So Connie reminds him of Garnet's lessons that they weren't just for her, and the two are able to recreate that scene from Laputa, fusing safely before landing down below. Future Boy Zoltron. Mr. Smiley installs a new fortune teller machine in front of the arcade and Steven tries it out, getting a few non-answers before accidentally breaking the machine with a pat on the back. Mr. Smiley orders Steven to pretend to be the robot inside the machine to pay him back for its destruction, so Steven dons the costume and begins to give out advice. He does this by using his knowledge of the people of Beach City, telling Sadie that Lars really likes it when people rely on him even if he pretends not to care, while Sadie prefers to be in charge but appreciates the effort of people trying to ease her burdens. After several more fortunes, Steven begins to feel good that he's made a positive change in a lot of people's lives. Then, a frowning man pouts up to the machine and starts asking Steven a series of questions about his life. Steven, not knowing this man, gives him some platitudes that he rejects, pouting even more. So Steven asks Garnet for some future vision to help out the stranger, but in spite of seeing multiple futures for the guy, all of them involve being sad in some way, and Steven admits this much to him. Steven then tells of this encounter to Mr. Smiley, learning that the two used to be members of a comedy duo where Smiley would play off of Mr. Frowny's bits together, though the other guy always took his miserable persona off stage with them. Steven then looks into the future again, looking into possible outcomes of their reunion and seeing that once again, all of them end with Mr. Frowny being miserable. But Steven says they ought to meet up again anyway in spite of this, and Mr. Smiley rushes to the reunion. They meet up again and, as Steven predicted, Mr. Frowny is still sad. But Mr. Smiley reminds him of their old routine, which finally brings a real smile to the other guy's face after he gets the joke. Mr. Smiley admits that he didn't really care much about the routine and just wanted the other guy to have fun, but Mr. Frowny would always overcommit, bringing down his friend without realizing it. Once they see each other from another point of view, they make up because they now accept the differences instead of avoiding them. Last one out of Beach City. Greg cancels on a Mike Kroll concert he was planning on attending with Amethyst due to a prior obligation, leaving her stuck at home with Pearl and Steven while they do a puzzle. But when she points out how boring this is, Pearl declares she'll go to the concert to prove she is cool, donning a jacket and jeans and preparing for a road trip with the others. As they're stocking up on drinks at Big Donut, a woman with pink hair comes in, with Pearl getting flustered at the sight of her. Amethyst and Steven encourage Pearl to talk to this woman, but she merely drops coffee on the ground and says nothing. Later on, they're driving to the concert as Steven points out how similar this woman looked to Rose Quartz, but Pearl insists that there's no connection, until they see her again, pulling up beside them on a motorcycle. Amethyst tries to play wingman to tell her when to look over and signal her, but they still don't have much of an interaction before she pulls away while the car is stuck at a red light. Pearl then decides that she's done being lame and she runs the light, speeding down the road before catching the attention of a police car that starts chasing them. Steven tells her to pull over, but Pearl refuses, speeding faster before losing the cop behind a billboard. Then they realize they're out of gas and Pearl breaks down, saying that all she wanted to do was show that she was cool to the others, and she ended up in a car chase after failing twice to talk to someone else. As they head down the road towards the nearest gas station, they hear loud noises and find out they broke down near the concert, and that the woman Pearl failed to talk to is there. She decides that she's going to speak to her for real this time and is successful, but Steven and Amethyst can't hear the actual conversation. Pearl's concern during this episode is that she doesn't come across as cool to the others, and that they think less of her because of this. At least, that's the surface level interpretation of her insecurities. Deep down, what she's unsure about is the fact that cool people tend to be those who can get along with others easily, and Pearl's too reserved and cut off from the rest of the world. She cites her past experience at fighting against the homeworld gyms as proof that she is a rebel, yet for all the rebellion she did, she's barely taken advantage of any of what she has fought for. Rose Quartz loved humanity, but it's hard to say you love humanity when you barely bother interacting with it. In the end, Pearl gets the phone number of this woman, though she's not sure what to do with it because she doesn't have a phone. Amethyst points out how amazing it is that she succeeded at social interaction, despite mentioning her hair is a construct of light and she saved the planet, which reassures Pearl that she is cool because she's now social. Onion Gang. Steven is narrating Onion's life as the two hang out together, but when it's time to go, Steven wonders if Onion has any other friends his age, fretting that he must be lonely. Onion hears the narration and drags Steven into the woods, where he's introduced to several other, mostly non-verbal kids, all named after foodstuffs, and they proceed to show off how they have fun. This involves riding around on a cart they built together, faking car accidents, flashing random people, as in flash photography, and then racing bugs. But when Steven's bug wins and they give him a hammer to smash the beetle, Steven refuses and runs away, hoping to play with more normal people. But all of Steven's other friends are busy with the end of summer activities, making him realize that he's the boy with no friends his age. Onion enters the temple and gives Steven his living bug back, calling Steven back into the woods where he sees the Onion Gang packing up their things and showing him a brown leaf, the sign of the beginning of fall. Steven realizes that Onion's friends are just the kids who live in Beach City during the summer, but he reassures the kid he'll be fine during the school year because they'll still have each other. Gym Harvest. Steven goes to the barn to meet with Lapis and Peridot, where he sees that they've grown a personal army of vegetables to command, not understanding that vegetables aren't sentient. So Steven licks a pumpkin seed to give them a pet pumpkin that likes him at first, until it watches him disembowel another pumpkin to make a jack-o'-lantern. Then a plane flies overhead, followed by screaming in anger. Andy, upset that his family's barn has been taken over and remade by who he assumes are squatters. Steven calls Greg over and the rest of the gyms to explain the situation, but Andy still isn't happy. Not only because there are strangers living in his barn, but because his cousin Greg knew about this and never told him. Their last interaction was about 20 years ago, and he hasn't heard from the guy ever since. Andy mentions the sentimental value that the barn has, how it used to be a place where the DeMaio family gathered. Greg's original last name was DeMaio and he changed it to Universe, which gives Steven the idea to throw an old-style family gathering to prove they can still do family stuff. They never call it Thanksgiving. All the gyms work together to put on this feast, mostly, and they begin cooking using a grill made from the old plane engine inside the barn. Andy is once again furious about this as it's a family heirloom being repurposed outside of its original intent, though Steven defends the device by saying that it's been given a second life and new purpose to something that was abandoned. Pearl and Lapis come up with several human things to do together, like a wedding, and a birthday, and a funeral, and as they sit around the table discussing the time they saved the Earth, Andy leaves in his plane after saying that they can have the barn. The conflict in this episode comes from Andy's more conservative values versus the life the Crystal Gyms have made for themselves. While it's never explicitly said, there are some pretty heavy-handed metaphors made with his speech and his mannerisms, specifically that he calls them aliens and is upset that Greg never had a traditional marriage. And while it would be easy for the writers to have created a stereotype of a guy, then spend the runtime of the episode saying that he's an idiot and making fun of him, Steven Universe does not take this approach, instead making a comparison between the life he lives and the ideals of some of the homeworld gyms. A good example is the family's old plane, repurposed into a grill. Andy is upset that it was deconstructed in this way, but it was also sitting in a pile of junk for years. The only value the plane had was in the sentimental value, or associated memories. These memories still exist, though, now that the parts of it are useful in another way and making new memories, instead of just being a trophy to commemorate something in the past. This is not to say that things in the past are only meant to be rebuilt into other things, though. Andy leaves during the feast after he realizes that he no longer fits into the world he helped build. This is partially by his own designs. He owns a plane and could have flown back to visit whenever he wanted to, but valued his freedom too much to return home. If he doesn't care about where he came from enough to visit, then he doesn't have much of a right to dictate how things ought to be. But this has less to do with him not caring and more to do with an assumption that the old world will stay the old world forever. If you love something, it's understandable to wish it would never change at all, but if you love somebody, then it's necessary to wish the best for them, and this usually means letting them change. In the end, Steven has Lapis fly him to catch up to Andy, where he asks his uncle to come back to the barn with the rest of them. Andy saves Steven from a fall into the ocean, saying he regrets not learning that he existed sooner as they return to the feast with the others. Andy saying the one thing that he knows is true, that he missed his cousin. 3 gems and a baby. Greg and the crystal gems are inside the temple during a snowstorm, remembering the last big snowstorm to have blown in 14 years ago when Steven was a baby. Steven asks Greg to sing the story of this storm, and he flashes back to a moment where he was staying in Vidalia's vacant house while trying his best to take care of baby Steven. The other 3 gems arrive at the house to drop off gifts for the baby, but these are mostly inappropriate because none of them understands what a baby is, just like the way that Rose once struggled to tell the difference between a baby human and a fully grown one. Once they've all gathered around exchanging gifts, Steven's gem begins to glow brightly, and none of them knows exactly what this means will happen. This isn't just because of the glowing, though, as Greg isn't sure whether this is something babies normally do either. He leaves to grab a parenting book from Vidalia, only to find Steven and the gems missing, stealing his van and driving off, with Greg chasing after them on foot. The gems spend some time trying to figure out what's going on with Steven or what it is that he wanted. Although Greg wasn't sure how to raise Steven, the gems know even less as they assume Steven is just Rose in another form. Amethyst thinks that baby Steven just wants to shapeshift but can't remember how to do so, while Garnet is convinced that baby Steven is a fusion, and Rose is trying to unfuse but struggling. Neither of these attempts works, so Pearl takes over, attempting to remove the gem from Steven's belly, but stopping herself when she remembers that Rose wanted this and she should not go against her wishes. Greg finally catches up to the others, shivering and cold, with the 5 of them recreating some biblical imagery as they realize that no one has any idea what to do with Steven, but that was the point of Rose's decision to pass on her gemstone, to make something entirely new, not a human like Greg, but not a gem like the crystals. Rose has mentioned before that humans are capable of doing anything they want to, having no real purpose at first, but growing into this role over time. Gems are the opposite, starting out fully formed with their purpose immediately achievable. The crystal gems don't really know this though. The first whole season is a series of Steven making mistakes because he was never told anything about how the world works. This episode adds context to that dynamic. Baby Steven was incapable of doing anything at all due to being a baby, and since the crystal gems haven't really figured out that babies can grow, they still treat Steven like a child as they're unaware that he can become a more responsible person as he gets older. It is a messy process as they don't know what they're doing, and some of their actions are informed by a loyalty to Rose first, rather than an attempt to understand her. Steven's dream. Steven has a dream of a field of flowers and wakes up near his father with tears in his eyes. He asks Greg about his mom, specifically if she ever mentioned the name Pink Diamond. But Greg says that while they talked about a lot of things, that never came up. The next night, Steven has another dream about the place where he finds a pink palanquin in the field. Remembering this from Buddy's journal, Steven has Connie bring the book over where they find that it was one of the gem sites he mapped out in the past. They ask the crystal gems to take them to the site, but they refuse, causing Steven to get upset that they never consider what he wants, hiding things from him for his own safety while ignoring his emotional needs about his mother. He attempts to leave but gets stopped by Garnet one more time, who says that she doesn't want Steven to go because she can't go with him. This only makes him want to check it out even more. So Steven asks Greg if he knows how to get to Korea, where the palanquin remains, and Greg calls Andy over to fly them across the sea. After spending a bit of time as tourists, they finally arrive at the hill where the palanquin should be, blocked off by a fence that Greg helps Steven hop over, similar to the fence from Story for Steven as well as Lars and the Cool Kids. And then they climb the hill where they find an intact blue palanquin, as well as a figure hunched over and crying. Steven starts crying as well, notifying a Pearl who approaches the bushes they're using for cover. To avoid being caught, Greg pops out and pretends to be a lost tourist. The Pearl leads him to the tall figure, a gem with a blue diamond on her chest, and she tells him about how she is mourning the loss of Pink Diamond. So Greg asks her a bit about her, also opening up about how he is mourning the loss of someone close to him, and that the feelings are hard to live with, careful not to imply the two are related. Blue Diamond is amazed at the resilience of humanity, to not only understand her feelings, but to survive on a planet that's about to be destroyed by the cluster. She's so amazed, in fact, that she grabs Greg and prepares to take him away, hopping into another ship shaped like a giant hand that blasts off before Steven can float up to reach it. He is caught by Garnet, who apologizes for being too scared to come before, and Steven tells her about Greg's kidnapping. So Garnet says they're going to space. Adventures in Light Distortion. Steven and Garnet return to the temple where they tell the others that Blue Diamond has kidnapped Greg. Pearl tries to think of where he might have been taken and recalls that Pink Diamond used to have a human zoo to show off her trophies of Earth's conquest, people taken from their families. Steven wants to get there as soon as possible, so he has Peridot prepare the Wandering Eye ship the rubies arrived on for another spaceflight, though he rushes her through the process rather than allowing her to properly calibrate it. They hop aboard and take off, flying through space where they ram into the rubies along the way, wondering if they ought to do something about them floating in Earth's orbit. Steven says there's no time and asks about their arrival time, which Pearl, still not having a normal comprehension of linear time, says will only take 70 years. But humans don't live that long, so Steven searches for ways to go faster, recalling Peridot mentioning a gravity engine that could bend reality to make them arrive sooner. Pearl warns Steven it might squish him, but Steven accepts the risk and activates it. He isn't squished, but the other gems are, becoming compressed down to shortened forms that they can't shapeshift out of. Steven realizes that this is because the ship is calibrated for the rubies, so he attempts to recalibrate the ship to better accommodate other sizes. This only results in him randomly shuffling their sizes around for a while, before finally turning off calibration entirely. And this makes the gems revert to their gem form, as the ship speeds up enough that Steven is compressed into the chair. All alone and with no allies, he realizes that the ship is about to crash into the zoo, and he can't move to stop it. This makes Steven realize that he was wrong to rush into saving his father, that even though his intentions were pure, it would have been wiser to go more slowly rather than risking so much in the rescue mission. He manages to conjure enough strength to stop the ship just in time, with the gems catching up to it afterwards. As it turns out, without calibration and the ship moving faster than light, the gems simply lagged behind the ship as it was moving faster than they could project themselves. They forgive Steven for his enthusiasm and then watch Pink Diamond's zoo from a distance. Gem Heist. The crystal gems land inside the hangar of the human zoo, only to see amethyst guards protecting the door as they realize they have no way past them. So Garnet defuses and offers them an unconventional way to get by, pretending to play the roles they were meant to blend in. Steven acts like Esteban Universidad, which is closer to Steven University, but that's probably the joke, as the others are the bodyguards for Sapphire taking a human to the zoo as an offering. Once inside, they meet Holly Blue Agate as she scolds the Amethyst guards for messing around, and she's happy to give a tour of the facilities to Sapphire, although she laments that Blue Diamond is not around to accept the gift in person. Blue Diamond is now the owner of the facility, taking the responsibility of maintenance from Pink Diamond after she was shattered. Amethyst is ordered to watch the door, and Pearl is ordered to open the gates and such ahead of them, with Holly laughing at how precocious Pearl is for walking alongside the others. As she proceeds to talk about how great Blue Diamond is, Ruby nearly loses her temper, as Blue Diamond was the one who initially disproved of Garnet's fusion and costed them their own lives. Seeing this, Sapphire and Ruby pretend that there's an issue with the engine that requires they leave the others behind to check. Pearl attempts to open the door to the zoo, but fails due to not understanding the gym technology there. So Ruby and Steven attempt to smash down the door, failing and getting caught by Holly, who immediately assumes that it was one of the amethysts responsible for the damage. She also informs them that Blue Diamond has returned early, and she is eager to have them meet. Steven gets tossed into processing without the others, where he's then cleaned and changed into different clothes, deposited into a pool inside of the zoo, where he sees his father. The zoo. Steven arrives inside of the human zoo, which is not a typical zoo with cages, but a utopia-like location full of humans who are eerily cheerful. Greg explains that they're all nice people who have been entertained by the stories Greg told of Steven during his short time there. They also each have earrings that emit a tiny voice telling them what to do at all times of the day, when to eat, when to play, and when to wash up. Steven is shocked by how eagerly the Zoomans enjoy their time inside the zoo, in spite of the fact that they can't leave or go back to Earth. But Greg points out they have no concept of what the outside of the zoo even is, or what Earth is like, as they're the descendants of the original captured humans from thousands of years ago. They enjoy their cage because they don't know what the outside world is like and have no reason to even suspect there is more to life than following the orders of the voice in their earrings. The gems of Homeworld are the same way, unable to imagine a better life than the one they have following orders from their superiors, because they've never lived a life free from those superiors or been given the opportunity to wonder if better things are possible. People tend to long for better things, but they only define better as experiences of their own, so the Zoomans lack the ambition because they have nothing to strive for, while Crystal Gems, for example, can fight for a time where Rose Quartz was still around, or Steven can fight to get his father back. That night, or at least when the zoo tells them it's night, Steven and Greg seek the door, but find that it won't budge at all. The other Zoomans explain that it's only opened in the past when somebody experiences hurt, and it doesn't open otherwise. The Zoomans follow this up by saying that they don't actually know what hurt means. In spite of a few attempts to punch Greg so that they can hurt enough to open the door, it still doesn't move. Then it's time for something called the Choosening. The Choosening involves all the Zoomans gathering in the middle of the zoo, where the voice in their earrings matches them into pairs. Greg wants no part of this, and when he is matched with someone else, he teaches the Zoomans that on Earth, people get to choose their Choosening partner. As Greg is the most exotic person there, all the Zoomans choose Greg as their partner. He then tells them that on Earth, your partner also gets a say, and he's already taken, rejecting all of them. This causes the Zoomans to break into tears at this rejection, meaning that they finally understand what hurt means. Because they're all crying, the door opens and a bunch of Amethyst guards burst in to calm them down, which Steven and Greg use as an opportunity to escape. But before they can make it out the door, they get grabbed by one of the guards. That will be all. Steven and Greg are taken to a room full of amethysts and jaspers, where the amethyst they know laughs and says it was a joke on her behalf to pretend they got in trouble. In reality, she is excited to see her sisters as they all originate from Earth, too, and are happy to meet one of their own. Holly Blue then enters, wrapping up the tour and getting furious when she sees all the guards relaxing as Blue Diamond is there and they should be on their best behavior. Steven and Greg sneak out behind a shape-shifted amethyst and make a run for it, ending up inside of a room full of bubbled rose quartz gems. Before they can investigate, Blue Diamond enters and begins grieving to herself when Yellow Diamond comes in after her, upset she is still sad over the death of Pink Diamond, but also confused as to why the rose quartzes of Earth are all bubbled rather than shattered, saying the defective line should be wiped out instead of stored away. She attempts to sing a song about how pointless it is to feel bad for the past to convince Blue Diamond to move on, but this doesn't get to her, because she still wants to preserve Pink Diamond's legacy through her zoo and such. Then Holly Blue and the rest come in to visit the Diamonds and to announce the completion of the delivery. Blue Diamond's confused because she never asked for a delivery of more humans, but Sapphire, with some assurance from Ruby, tells her that she foresaw that Blue would want one before the cluster was completed, which it hasn't yet. Steven and Greg then run out of the room with the others to return to the ship. Along the way, Holly Blue talks about how honored she is to have met 2 diamonds on the same day and that the zoo was not forgotten about. And just as Steven and Greg are nearly at the ship, she finally notices them and gets furious. Garnet refuses and is able to easily stop her with the rest of the Jaspers and Amethysts doing nothing to stop their new friends from escaping. Holly claims that she is going to report them to the Diamonds, but gets stopped when Pearl points out that admitting to allowing rebels inside the base would mean she would get punished first, and they zoom out into space. As they return to Earth, Steven apologizes because it was his fault Greg got captured in the first place due to his curiosity. But Greg is alright, and the two have a far fonder appreciation for one another afterwards. The new Crystal Gems. The Wandering Eye returns to the beach where they reunite with the characters left behind from the previous arc. Steven greets Connie and asks her how things have been going since they left, with Connie recounting everything that happened as they were gone. First, she tried to catch up to Steven before he left, though because he was in too much of a rush, she was left behind with nothing but the message to keep Beach City safe without them. To do this, Connie went to the temple where she encountered Lapis and Peridot, who were given the same task. Peridot, as she always tries to do, forces herself into a leadership position so they can reform the Crystal Gems in their absence, calling herself the Garnet of the group and assigning roles to the others, Lapis being the Amethyst, Connie being the Steven, and Pumpkin being Pearl. They begin monitoring Beach City only to find trouble. There's no one manning Greg's car wash, and Dewey needs his van cleaned. Using Peridot's ferrokinesis and Lapis's water powers, they're able to clean off the van in a showy manner, which attracts more customers who also want their cars washed. But they start arguing as they wash more cars, claiming that the new Crystal Gems are not washing the cars right because they aren't properly embodying the personalities of their Crystal Gem counterparts. As they argue, they wind up nearly hurting Yellowtail and destroying the car wash's sign. After this failure, they return to the temple where Connie tries to channel her inner Steven to give a motivating speech, where she tells them that she is not Steven, and they aren't the Crystal Gems. They were able to take over the car wash just fine at first, when everyone was using their powers in a natural way. It was only after they started pretending to be people they weren't that things went wrong. The episode cuts back to the present, where they return to the car wash to see how things with the sign were resolved, and the Crystal Temps reveal a brand new sign they made for Greg before posing dramatically. Storm in the Room. Steven and Connie are in the temple together as they wait for the Crystal Gems to return from installing the sign, and for Miss Maheshwaran to pick up Connie from the temple. But Connie's mom is taking longer than usual and isn't answering her phone, making Connie more and more nervous, though she does eventually arrive and the two hug before leaving. Then, Steven is alone. He wanders around the house in silence for a while before trying to eat some dinner, but he keeps looking up at the portrait of his mother on the wall and eventually tries to avoid her gaze. When a storm forces him back inside to confront these feelings, he laments that he isn't sure who his mother really is because he's only ever heard secondhand stories about her from other people based on what they remember. Since nostalgia alone cannot really replace a person's existence, Steven seeks more answers inside of Rose's room, where he conjures an image of his mother. In spite of having a good time doing parent-child activities together, Steven eventually remembers that this is not his mom, just the version of his mother that he's capable of imagining. When he tries to memorialize the moment on his phone, he only gets a blank background with himself over it, driving home the point that nothing in the room is real. But in spite of none of it being real, it still affects Steven. Just because something is happening in his mind doesn't mean it can't have a real effect. Steven confronts the version of Rose in his mind about this, how she was supposed to be this wonderful person, and yet she hid Bismuth's bubble from the others and shattered Pink Diamond. He's not sure who to trust about her anymore, since the real gem is gone. But Rose reminds him that the gem itself still exists, just inside of Steven. She wouldn't have left him mementos of herself if she really used reforming into him as an excuse to avoid responsibility. Steven leaves the room and returns to being alone in the temple when the rest of the Crystal Gems come home with a pizza, as Steven realizes that, while he might only have the memories of his mother, he has the present and the future with everyone else. Rocknaldo. Steven finds Ronaldo handing out flyers on the street about the evils of rock people, saying that they're dangerous and a threat to the people of Beach City. Steven tells him not to spread information that could make the crystal gems look bad, as Ronaldo cannot truthfully identify the difference between evil rock people and good crystal gems, which causes the Fry Man to realize he doesn't know what he's talking about yet again, and he gives up his blog. Ronaldo then announces that he is going to become a crystal gem, showing up at the temple and demanding to be part of the group. Steven humors him, listening to the guy describe his new gem name, Bloodstone, and what kind of powers he wants, like wielding the sword he bought at a convention. As he's new, they don't actually allow him to go on missions and the like, which starts to make Ronaldo upset that they're not accepting of him, in spite of the fact that the crystal gems are supposed to be about acceptance. It's interesting that Steven even bothers to think on this for a time, as all the arguments that Ronaldo is making are technically correct, and yet it's obvious that he shouldn't be brought along on missions due to his lack of preparedness. It's when Steven starts to look at the guy's actions that he finally makes the connection that Bloodstone is demanding acceptance he would not extend to others, like when he demands to be the center of attention, but refuses to share the spotlight if it's time to think of someone else. After Ronaldo faints from a lack of sleep, they drop him off at his family's business. A few weeks later, Steven finds Ronaldo, who's now accepted that he isn't a crystal gem because he's too much of a loner. Steven suggests that he stick to his pamphlets, which are now pro-crystal gem. Tiger Philanthropist. Steven and Amethyst are back at the pro wrestling ring as Tiger Millionaire and the Purple Puma. But after winning a match, the Purple Puma announces his retirement to the boos of the audience. Steven wonders why Amethyst is quitting at the peak of her career, and she says she's no longer interested in performing, and there are other ways to have fun. The next day, Steven sees Lars depressed and dejected over Tiger Millionaire retiring, as he doesn't think they both had to retire at the same time. So Steven returns to the ring, this time as Tiger Philanthropist, with a theme of giving away money. In spite of defeating a few knockoffs meant to fill the void left by the others, Lars still bemoans that it's not the same and that the reboot misses the purpose of the original franchise. Steven asks him to clarify what it is he actually wants, but Lars doesn't give him much of an answer, as not even he knows that for sure. Steven returns to the temple, asking Amethyst why she quit, and she says that she only wrestled to deal with her feelings of inadequacy relative to the other gyms. Now that she's over all of that, she doesn't feel like she has to prove anything. But Steven's still upset about the loss of the activity they did together. The next night, Tiger Philanthropist announces that he's giving away his biggest thing yet, the tag team belt he and Purple Puma won before. But during this match, Amethyst returns, mad that Steven's giving away the belt that they earned together, as if it didn't mean anything to them. They meet in the ring and agree that wrestling doesn't mean anything for them anymore, but they don't want to simply give up out of nowhere. So the two proceed to throw their final match, so the belt is properly earned by a new team and they don't just stop out of nowhere. This whole episode plays with a lot of extra narrative quotes regarding how shows and series and such run on or stop. Lars is upset about his favorite wrestler quitting, as if it was his favorite show going off the air, and the explanation by the creators as to why the show had to end doesn't satisfy him, nor do any of the new shows made by the same people or reboots with similar characters. But to some, it's not about the fact that the thing ended, it's about the fact that it ended suddenly, instead of stopping at a point where it made sense to stop. So the Purple Puma and Tiger Millionaire end their careers in a satisfying way, and then the audience is okay with it. All except for those who wished the series would go on and on forever, regardless of whether anyone's heart was in it. Room for Ruby. Steven and Garnet are wishing upon stars when one of these shooting stars falls in front of the temple, revealed to be Navy, one of the rubies up in space. But instead of attacking them on sight, she asks Steven if she can live on Earth rather than going back to Homeworld. So Steven takes her to the barn where she can live and learn from the other gems living there. Though during the initial tour, Lapis is suspicious of how happy and energetic this ruby is for everything, even slightly Earth-related. Steven and Peridot have accepted Navy though, which causes Lapis to suspect that something's wrong with her because it took her months if not years to get used to Earth and to accept the differences as positive changes rather than just being different. Lapis had good reason to be slow to accept Earth as her new home, as her memories of the place were mostly negative. She's been trapped on Earth longer than she's been free on Earth. The other gems who have accepted the place have mostly experienced freedom of the planet though. Even Navy mentions that all she's really done down there is play baseball, watch Amethyst shapeshift a bit, and the only bad things were done because she started a fight. She does, however, eventually admit to one thing. She misses her spaceship, as it was the only place where she felt like she truly belonged. So Steven shows her where the Wandering Eye ship is, and the four of them get inside to fly it. Steven's excited that the crystal gems now have an experienced pilot, until Ruby tricks them into being launched out of the ship. As they're about to fall, Steven asks why Navy betrayed them, and she says the whole thing was a ruse to not just get back to her ship and return to Homeworld, but that she specifically wanted to see how sad they would get when they were betrayed. They fall into the water as Lapis laughs, feeling vindicated for not having trusted her all along. It is sometimes suspicious when a character is introduced to a cast and then is immediately brought up to speed, not just narratively but morally as well. Typically, you will see a character get used to a new life over the course of several episodes before they truly feel like they belong with a group. But as this found family trope gets used more and more frequently in the same show, the writers will make the adjustment period shorter with each new member, so as not to retread new ground. This then creates situations where a new character joins the heroes and is almost instantly accepted, no matter how suspicious it would actually be for them to turn coat so fast. Thus, Lapis feels good when the realistic outcome of a character suddenly loving everyone turns out to be the truth. It validates her struggles and the time it took her to reach the conclusions that she did. Lion 4. Alternate Ending. Steven is re-watching the VHS his mother left for him again and again, trying to work out if there's some kind of hidden message in what she said. He mostly finds gibberish this way, until Lion barfs up a key that Steven assumes must be connected to the destiny he's seeking out from his mom's old things. He revisits a bunch of old places connected to his mother in search for something that the key unlocks, but only winds up with empty hands and disappointment. So he asks Lion to take him somewhere new, and they go to the desert where he was first found, wandering into the horizon. The two travel for a long time before coming across a door in the middle of two giant pink hills that look a bit like legs. My first thought was that this was meant to reflect like a birthing metaphor throughout the episode as Steven seeks out the reason why he was created, but then I remembered that each of the diamonds has a ship shaped like a limb, 2 arms thus far, so it would make sense for Pink Diamond's Earth to have a giant ship shaped like legs. Really big robots are cooler than maternal metaphors, although the two aren't mutually exclusive. See my Neon Genesis Evangelion retrospective for more. Steven enters this room and discovers it's full of garbage, just a bunch of trash that Rose couldn't find another place for. He's upset as he starts to suspect that this is the reason he was made. He's just more garbage left behind by his mom, until he finds a second VHS tape on the ground dedicated to somebody named Nora. Steven asks Lion to take him to this Nora, wondering if she's a sister of his or something, but Lion instead takes him to the hill outside of Beach City, where Greg is practicing his guitar. Steven asks Greg who Nora is, and Greg says that the tape will answer the question. They plug it in and find that this tape is nearly identical to the first one, just with Nora's name over Steven's. As it turns out, Nora was one of 2 names that Greg and Rose had narrowed it down to. They didn't know if Steven was going to be a boy or a girl at that point, so they made 2 tapes. The point being that Steven's existence was not something done because he had to fulfill a role in his life or that he was born for a reason. Rose made Steven because she wanted to, and now he gets to do anything he wants to with his life, whether he's Steven or Nora or Rose or whoever. In the end, Greg says that the only thing he has to be is Rose's child, and Steven accepts this as good enough. Dug out. Steven and Connie are eating fry bits on the pier when Mr. Maheshwaran approaches, telling his daughter that he's in town to investigate a series of break-ins at Funland. The kids ask if they can ride along for the stakeout, and he allows them to, with Connie and Steven putting on some confiscated disguises as Carmen Sandiego and Mario, or at least royalty-free versions of them. When the park is broken into, they begin searching for the culprit, finding the lock shattered and hearing strange noises and creaking sounds. Doug is able to take the lead on this pursuit, having them use all their senses to follow the mystery loiterer into one of the rides. But when the door shuts behind them and they're briefly trapped, they start to suspect that the culprit is more intelligent than the mere gem beasts they've been fighting up to this point. Doug is a bit confused by all the gem lingo they've been talking about, realizing that the two of them have been going on adventures far more exciting than his life of sitting in his car and telling teenagers to go home. They eventually manage to follow and catch the culprit, cornering Onion in an alleyway and realizing there was a mundane explanation all along. Doug Maheshwaran's journey in this episode mirrors that of Connie back in the first season, back when she was jealous of Steven's fantastic gym powers, while she was the one who led the boring, mundane life. This time, it's Connie who reassures her father of the same thing Steven told her, that she enjoys the boring little moments in life too much to want them gone. She spends time with her father because he is normal, not in spite of that fact. In the end, they tell Onion to go home after letting him off with a warning, but two silhouettes appear in the shadows above him before the episode ends. The Good Lars. Steven is trying a pumpkin cake that Lars made, though his praise for it rings hollow as Lars points out that Steven would eat anything. When Buck Dewey enters and invites Lars and the others to a potluck party, Lars hides the cake from him, though Steven and Sadie encourage him to bake something for the event to impress them. Lars decides to make an ube, which Steven and Sadie both enjoy, much to Lars's joy. But after Sadie leaves, Lars second-guesses whether to bring a cake as he's afraid that the others will think less of him if he shows up with something he considers a lame hobby. Steven tries to cheer him up by saying that they invited him, and if he keeps hiding parts of himself from others, they can never truly like him for who he is, just who he's pretending to be. The potluck starts, though Lars hasn't shown up yet. The cool kids talk about how neat he is, even referencing something he said at Big Donut that Lars considered to be misspeaking. But after a while of Lars not showing up, Steven checks the dumpster outside and finds his cake inside of there. Assuming this means that Lars changed his mind, Steven breaks the news to Sadie, who was in the middle of jamming out with the others. Sadie was concerned she didn't fit in with the cool kids and that she was invited by accident, but learns that, contrary to what she thought, they were cool because they're accepting, and she did have a good time after all. The party ends without Lars, and Steven and Sadie head their separate ways, as the silhouettes from last episode appear behind Sadie. Are you my dad? Steven is waiting for a package he ordered, though it's not showing up, unusual because Jamie's normally very punctual. To pass the time as he waits for it, he heads to Big Donut, only to find it closed, with Sour Cream putting up flyers about his missing brother, Onion. While Steven is investigating to see if Sadie and Lars aren't just watching movies in the back room, he meets Barb, Sadie's mother, who is in the middle of dropping off another packed lunch, only to learn that she's been looking for some of the missing people as well. Steven looks around Beach City, finding it almost completely empty save for a small blue Jim, who asks Steven if he is my dad, before flying away. Steven returns to the temple with news of this Jim, pointing out that Jims don't have dads other than him, and wondering about her connection to the missing people. They split into groups to search for this Jim, or any of the missing townies, with Steven and Connie heading into the woods, where they finally find her, asking Connie who she is. After confirmation, a large yellow Jim emerges from the woods, with many of the missing people inside its body, charging at Connie, defusing, and refusing with her trapped inside as well. Steven tries to rescue her, but is paralyzed by the smaller blue Jim, who says she is an aquamarine, and the larger Jim a topaz, who knocks Steven out as the episode ends. I am my mom. Steven warns the Crystal Gems about Connie's kidnapping, tracking her to the pier based on a photo Connie was able to send them. They arrive together with Steven calling the phone to track her, only for the ringing to get the attention of this duo of Gems, who step out saying they're grabbing humans as part of a list. Aquamarine reveals that this list was sent by Peridot, the list of humans Steven told her about when the two first made contact. Aquamarine has been asking about a my dad, as that's how Steven referred to Greg the first time. The Crystal Gems prepare to fight, though they can't fight effectively due to Topaz having a bunch of humans in her body that they can't harm, giving the Homeworld Gems the edge. When Aquamarine recalls that they don't necessarily need the humans returned alive, Topaz threatens them and Steven surrenders by claiming he is my dad, and thus the one they want. He gets fused into Topaz as they head into the alien ship parked nearby, Steven's plan to simply bubble everyone out, failing because the Gem's body is too thick. He does eventually manage this, but only after Jamie's able to distract them with a lengthy monologue, bursting everyone out of the room and defusing both Topazes. As they fight, Steven apologizes that it was his fault that the Homeworld Gems visited in the first place to kidnap everyone, though Connie tries to reassure him that he couldn't have known this would happen, and that they need to keep fighting. During the scuffle, Sadie is grabbed, and Lars, instead of helping her, runs deeper into the ship. but the rest of them head for the door where they see Alexandrite holding the ship in place. They jump for the water down below, only to get stopped by Aquamarine's powers to suspend things in the air. Seeing everybody at risk, Steven admits that he isn't my dad, but rather rose quartz, a much more valuable prize than a bunch of humans. They let the others go to take Steven instead, with Steven saying that while rose quartz wouldn't have let herself get captured this way, he would if it meant that he could stop the fighting. The alien ship zooms away with Steven, and I guess Lars, still on board. Stuck together. Steven is aboard the ship on the way back to Homeworld, saying that he's okay with whatever they do to him, while reassuring the others he is still Rose Quartz, ready to answer for her crimes. But then Lars is found stowed away inside the ship, carried up by a topaz and fused alongside Steven, who tells Aquamarine that she went back on the deal, though she doesn't care they have one too many humans. Aquamarine prepares herself to meet with the diamonds as the ship prepares for takeoff, with Steven apologizing to Lars for getting him captured, while Lars confesses that he was only on the ship still because he ran away after seeing Sadie get grabbed. He also says that he ran from the party prior to being abducted, and that he's always been a coward who can't deal with confrontation, which is why he is so abrasive in the first place. You can't have a bad interaction if you end the interaction quickly. As Topaz is working on fixing parts of the ship damaged by Alexandrite earlier, Steven urges Lars to use his pants as a lasso to grab a destabilizer from a rack to free them. But Lars refuses to do this at first before eventually relenting, then half-assing the attempt, missing completely. Lars says he's too worthless at everything to have even tried to save them, and then says that he is scared all the time. Steven admits that he's scared too, and also that he's grateful for Lars being with him so he isn't taken off to Homeworld alone. This conversation moves Topaz so much that she agrees to let them go, realizing she wouldn't want to separate from herself either. But Aquamarine catches her in the act of sending them to the escape pod, which she then destroys, lamenting that fusions always end up growing sentimental, and their feelings get in the way. Despite being threatened, Aquamarine convinces her to fall in line by saying that the Homeworld gems would never accept any rebellion from Topaz, and she defuses as they arrive, splitting up Lars and Steven while they head into the planet. The Trial. Steven is in a cell awaiting the trial of Rose Quartz and briefly speaking with an assigned blue zircon about the defense they could possibly make. But Steven doesn't want to defend his actions, insisting that he is guilty against legal counsel and hoping that during the trial he can convince the others that he acted alone so they'll spare Earth. The trial begins with Eyeball brought in to affirm that Steven is Rose Quartz based on his actions from Bubbled, where he healed her gem. Steven attempts to make his case by saying that he is guilty and so on, but Blue Diamond refuses to end the trial until she hears how it happened. Steven struggles to properly answer this question as he never considered the details of Pink Diamond's shattering. He assumes there was a fight and he assumes that Rose used the breaking point made by Bismuth, but this version of events doesn't line up with any of what they know of the incident. Realizing that the official record of events does not line up with what they know or at least what they can prove, Blue Zircon asks for Blue Diamond's palanquin to attempt to recreate the events. He points out that Pink Diamond was shattered shortly after leaving the palanquin, yet not a single gem in her entourage ever witnessed this or managed to stop it or warn her or even cry out before it happened, and it's unlikely that a mere quartz soldier would ever be able to get close enough without some sort of intervention. Then, Zircon points out that the only ones who would have the authority to alter records and cover up the details of this shattering would have to be someone as high-ranking as the Diamonds themselves. This infuriates Yellow Diamond, who poofs the lawyer, then poofs her own lawyer in rage. When Blue Diamond tries to calm her down, Steven and Lars use the fight as cover to escape into the palanquin, which Steven drives out of the courtroom and into the open space of Homeworld. As they fall into this alien, in more ways than one, world, Yellow Diamond points out they won't make it far. We are yet to see much of Homeworld so far. The only things we know about it are things taught secondhand regarding the culture and ideology there. This episode teaches us about the Diamonds more directly, that they have a facsimile of a properly run society, albeit not one that has an honest justice system or anything else. The society is so stratified based on the ranking of people that they accept things like trials not to determine a person's guilt, but to reiterate the Diamond's decisions to punish them and to legitimize their existing power. In this way, the authority of the diamonds is derived from the fact that they have this level of authority in the first place. Their power is used to maintain power instead of being used for their citizens. Off colors. Steven and Lars are on the ground floor of Homeworld, recovering from the crash of the Palanquin. They don't have time to recover as they need to run from small, wandering eyes that are pursuing, scanning the two for gems and then opening fire. As they run, Lars frets that he's spent too long running from things, even the stuff he enjoys, and now he's running once again. Then, the two are saved by an arm coming out of the ground, gesturing them closer. This arm belongs to a conjoined twin pair of Rudalites, who guides them deeper underground to a kindergarten that's been exhausted and abandoned. Here they meet the Off-Colors, a group of gems hiding in secret from the rest of Homeworld due to their imperfections that mark them for shattering. The robots from the surface follow them underground, having followed Steven and Lars down there, and they begin to scan for gems to shatter. Lars cowers as always, but Steven tells him that it's okay to be afraid in a scary situation, putting his hand on Lars's chest like they did back in Lars and the Cool Kids. Inspired by this, Lars leaps forward to block one of the Off-Colors from being scanned. Due to not having a gem, he's practically invisible to the machines, so Lars begins attacking them with rocks and whatever else he can find as Steven works on deflecting their beams with the shield. They're able to destroy the robots, but the explosion from one launches Lars into a wall where he falls to the ground unmoving. Because it's a kid's show, they can't outright say that he dies, but they can have Steven check his heart and then start to cry. These tears, unlike those from an indirect kiss, wind up having healing properties that bring Lars back to life, though his skin is now glowing pink. We've seen how the diamonds rule in order to strengthen their rule for themselves, but here we see how the rulers of Homeworld actually try to benefit the common people. This is to say, they don't. The way to judge a society is not by the extravagance of the best off, but the dignity of those at the bottom. The diamonds live in luxury, with those below deferring to their whims. And those at the bottom are hunted for being imperfect in their eyes, rather than society trying to make a space for everybody. This is a thematic core of Rose's rebellion, that she did try to make a place that everyone belonged to, instead of making a place, then forcing others to fit in, or be shattered. Lars's head. Lars is back to life, concerned a bit about his pink skin, but otherwise appearing to be fine. They don't get much time to ponder this as the robots from before are still patrolling the area, and the boulder they pushed in front of the entrance will only hold so long. Torn between staying put and eventually being discovered, or moving out and being discovered, the Off-Colors are unsure what to do. Lars is still recovering from being brought back to life, wondering if he's now a zombie and asking Steven if he has a heartbeat, which he does, but while checking this, Steven realizes that Lars's head has a portal in it. Steven asks for permission to go inside of Lars's head again, remembering before when he did this without asking and nearly ruining his life. And Lars agrees to this much more literal entry. Steven then appears inside of the field that makes up Lion's Mane, walking over to Rose's island and appearing back inside the temple. Immediately, Steven grabs some food and water as he hasn't eaten or drank in days, then stocks up on supplies to bring back through the main to Lars. But before he goes through, Steven makes the connection that if Lars is pink and also a portal because he was brought back to life by Rose's tears, then Lion must have gone through the same thing. He considers leaving a note for the others, but goes back first. Once back on Homeworld, Steven gives food to Lars, though Lars reveals he isn't especially hungry despite not having eaten for as long as Steven. The rest of the Off-Colors are shocked about Steven returning with anything, as they were led to believe that the diamonds destroyed all life on Earth thousands of years ago. But Steven assures them that it's fine on Earth, and people are free to be who they want to be. This convinces the gems to enter Lars's head so they can go to Earth too, but when Steven struggles to get Lars to enter his own field due to being attached to it, Lars decides that he's going to stay on Homeworld. He's tired of being saved by other people and needing to be saved, so he's staying in order to be worth the life Steven gave him. The Off-Colors decide they'll stay with him so he won't be alone, but they do encourage Steven to leave, as he's the one that the gems are after. Lars hugs Steven goodbye and Steven leaves, reappearing in the temple just as the other gems return from searching for him, glad that he's alive. Dewey wins. Steven is back from Homeworld, but the rest of the gems are still very concerned about the fact that he was missing for so long. He tries to escort Connie home, but she's upset with him for turning himself in rather than fighting against Aquamarine or resisting longer. Steven attempts to convince her that surrendering was the right thing to do, but she doesn't hear him out, returning home on Lion instead. The next morning, Steven tells Sadie about what happened to Lars, and she's horrified, which is bad as she was the practice run for telling Lars's parents. On his way to the Barriga house, he sees a mob led by Nanafua Pizza, blaming Dewey for the alien abductions among other things in Beach City, and Steven sends Sadie on ahead while he addresses the issue. He does this by trying to get Mayor Dewey's campaign for re-election back on track, explaining to Beach City that Dewey has nothing to do with the aliens, and he mostly just keeps a low profile. But the people of Beach City say that this is not a good way for a mayor to operate, that it should be his business if the place is under invasion. Steven spends the night prepping for a debate to rehabilitate Mayor Dewey's image after this disastrous press conference, trying to focus on the highlights of what Dewey has done and keeping people calm, and reassuring them things will go back to normal whenever there's a Crystal Gem-related event. But Nanafua's speech concedes that she has been blaming Dewey for too much, and that it's the responsibility of the whole town to band together, rather than blaming the mayor then waiting for something to happen. Mayor Dewey, well now just Dewey, concedes that the city needs a mayor who does more than scapegoat for problems and drops out of the race, with his campaign manager Steven furious because the guy just gave up. Then Steven realizes that he also just gave up instead of fighting, even if the battle was a losing one. Because trying to fight even when you know you probably can't win is something that you should do for those around you. It's so that they can know that they did everything they could to support you rather than simply watching you throw that support away. Gymcation. Steven is on his phone constantly texting Connie to message him back as he wants to apologize for going off into space before, though after several days, he's yet to get any messages from her. Seeing how stressed Steven is, Greg and the Crystal Gems decide to take him on a vacation to a rental house in the woods so he can unwind, but Steven spends the whole ride there on his phone, still waiting for a reply. Each of the gems in time tries to talk to Steven to ease his stress, with Amethyst trying and failing to start a conversation, Garnet hoping to describe Pink Diamond's reign only to get hushed, and even Pearl attempting to tell Steven the truth, though she doesn't get the chance to do so. Greg has been asking them all to help Steven out, as he assumes that his son is traumatized from his trip to Homeworld, and the Gems must be more qualified to talk to him about Gem stuff that he doesn't understand. This has always been the tragedy of Greg's character, that he's always depicted as a loving man who cares deeply for Steven, and yet there's only so much that he can do to help out his son, due to the fact that Steven is not only anatomically different from him, but is going to grow up differently, and Greg will never truly be able to understand what the kid needs, no matter how hard he tries. But the tragedy of Steven's character is also brought up here when he tells the Gems that he's not struggling to deal with what happened on Homeworld. He's struggling to maintain his relationship with Connie, as he blames himself for the rift between them after promising to do everything together, then leaving without her twice. This is a tragedy as Steven is going through struggles of trying to save the world, and yet he still blames himself for the personal struggles of the people close to him. Last episode, he even tried to make Mayor Dewey's re-election bid his business, despite acknowledging that Dewey and Steven had very little overlap in their responsibilities. Here, he blames himself for the damage to a relationship, despite relationships being something that people have to maintain together. One person cannot do all the work. After admitting this, Greg realizes that this is something he can actually help with, so he talks to Steven about their coping mechanisms. Greg admits that the entire trip is a way to get closer to his son to help both of them with the Homeworld stuff from last season, but then notices that Steven's phone doesn't have a signal out there and he was wasting his time all along. So Steven begs his father to drive him higher up in case Connie has been trying to message him. They make it to a cliff where Steven finally gets a signal, but he still hasn't heard back from her. Giving up on waiting, Steven sits on the roof with his father, joined by the rest of the Crystal Gems. Raising the barn. Steven is still waiting for a response from Connie, only to get a call from Peridot instead. She and Lapis are asking about his trip to Homeworld, wondering if he's okay. Steven mentions the details of his trip, but when he mentions the trial, Lapis freaks out and says they need to leave Earth immediately. Steven rushes to the barn where he sees Lapis preparing to lift the entire building out of the ground. He tries convincing her to stay, but Lapis is convinced that the diamonds are going to come to Earth to seek retribution, so they have to hide. But before she can leave, they realize that Pumpkin is missing, so the trip is postponed as they search for their pet. Steven and Peridot are looking together, walking through the woods as Peridot tries to assure Steven, as well as herself, that things will be fine and they can stay in touch. How exactly she's unsure, as they won't have Wi-Fi in space. She rationalizes leaving alongside Lapis by saying that she's done a lot to make sure that Lapis is comfortable on Earth after everything that's happened. The two return to the barn with no pumpkin, only to find their pet inside the crops, hiding from the others. Peridot attempts to yank Pumpkin over, but as she tells the plant to leave, she accidentally lets slip that she herself doesn't want to leave Earth, but has to for Lapis's sake. Steven convinces Peridot to tell Lapis how she really feels before she tries to leave again, saying that she's not coming with her on her trip as the two of them ought to stay on Earth because the diamonds might return, and if/when they do, they should fight for their planet. Lapis has had a story arc before about being uncomfortable on Earth, convinced to stay because home's wherever you put effort into making a home. But Lapis doesn't see it that way, or rather, she agrees that they should protect what matters to them, yet what matters to Lapis is the barn and the Meepomorphs and her friends, which is why she wants to take them away, for safety. In spite of Peridot opening her heart about her issues, Lapis leaves, taking the barn with her, so Steven sets up the bathroom for Peridot to live in yet again. He checks his phone, still not having received a message from Connie. When Peridot asks him what they're going to do, he doesn't have a response. Back to kindergarten. Steven still doesn't have the use of his bathroom back after several days of Peridot pouting in there, listening to depressing music and not moving. Having enough of this, Amethyst insists on taking her on a trip to the kindergarten to cheer up, as that's what used to make Amethyst feel better. Once there, she begins to look at all the old gem holes, now recognizing the shapes of a few of them and matching them to the other quartzes she met at the zoo. Peridot, like before, starts correcting her, and for a moment begins to act like her old self. Then they notice a flower growing out of the ground, which indicates that something is capable of growing in that spot after all. And as Peridot has farming experience, they ask her if she would be willing to plant things in the kindergarten to turn it into a regular garden. Over a montage, the three work together as Peridot orders them around, eventually bringing some green back to the valley. The next day, Peridot is eager to check on it again, no longer living in the bathroom. But when they arrive, they see the place once again devoid of life, as the flowers died with no sunlight. Peridot begins to pout that nothing good will ever happen in that place, even returning to the flower from before to smash it for getting her hopes up, when it's revealed to be the bait part of an anglerfish-like corruption. Steven and Amethyst form smoky courts to fight this beast and are able to pretty quickly dispatch it, though Amethyst still isn't happy as she wanted a place to be lively again. They ride the train back home, where Steven points out that there's still plenty of vibrancy in the rest of Earth, and that they shouldn't have tried to pick the least habitable spot in the first place. At this, Peridot cheers up a bit, knowing that it might be best to move on. Of course, this is not an episode about planting flowers in the kindergarten, it's about trying to create something better and to make a home out of your circumstances. Peridot and Lapis's farm at the barn was a representation of the two of them taking control of their new lives on Earth. They didn't simply live there as refugees, they made the place better for living there, and embraced the change as a result. But then all of the work that Peridot put into making the barn into a home went away in an instant as Lapis flew off with it, so of course she would begin to think that anything the gems touch would be permanently unlivable, just like the kindergarten is devoid of all life. Her attempts to fix the place were an attempt to fix herself, and for that to be destroyed too means that she might be incapable of fixing anything. But that's not the case, because sure, the kindergarten might be an unlivable void now, but it's a small part of a much bigger planet. Some things can't be fixed, but some things don't need to be. Sadie Killer. Steven comes into Big Donut with a large order for the cool kids who are having a band practice, where he sees an exhausted Sadie talking to herself as she's been working Lars's shift since he disappeared to space. Steven invites her to watch them practice, though she isn't sure if she can commit to coming by after work. At the practice, Buck reveals that they've got a gig coming up despite not having a name or a song. As they try to come up with the song for their band, they all disagree on the direction, eventually giving up just as Sadie arrives. The next day, they see her coming home from work and decide to bring the practice to her, entering Sadie's house with their instruments and such, and setting up in her bedroom. Here, they discover her horror movie collection and insist on watching one together. The soundtrack of the zombie movie inspires them to start playing along, and soon, Sadie is improvising lyrics for their new song, The Working Dead. These lyrics are fitting, as zombies were originally created as an idea of a person who worked themselves to death so much that their corpse continued slaving away after their spirit was gone. Happy to have found a beach horror vibe, the band is ready for the gig, but Sadie says she won't be able to make their concert due to having work. The next day, Steven asks her for help with more lyrics, trying to coax her overwhelmed feelings out of her this time with this line of questioning, and having Sadie confess that she never liked her job but doesn't want to stop working because she isn't sure what else she could do. The uncertainty is more terrifying than wasting her life selling donuts. Steven takes some of these depressing lyrics back to the others as they prepare for the show, but as they stop along the way to look for the directions, Sadie catches up, saying she can make not only the show but their practices as well because she quit. Kevin Party. Steven is putting up flyers for his missing lion as he was last seen giving Connie a ride home weeks ago. He encounters Kevin, who's throwing a party Steven's invited to because he wants Stevonnie to make an appearance. Steven turns him down until hearing Connie will be there, then he decides to go in an attempt to see her once again. Steven arrives and quickly sees her, but Kevin tells him he can't simply walk over as he'll come across as desperate. It's better to pretend he's not interested first, so Connie sees how much better his life is without her. Steven goes along with this advice for a time, with Kevin getting increasingly frustrated with the boy as Steven keeps wanting to go over and talk about his feelings, something Kevin says cool kids at cool parties shouldn't do. The two proceed to have fun in every way except talking to Connie. Only once she is alone does Kevin tell Steven to go over, but when he starts talking the way he was instructed to, he ends up offending Connie by acting like everything is fine. But Connie doesn't accept this, revealing that she wanted to talk to Steven in person instead of reuniting over text, but then missing him just barely a few times over the last few episodes. Desperate enough to see Steven, she even accepted an invite to a Kevin party. Steven and Connie finally make up, and Kevin's excited to see Stevonnie as he only wanted them back together so he could hang around someone cool. But then Steven and Connie remain unfused, just happy to be together again, as they portal home on Lion's back. Steven, at Kevin's advice, spends this episode pretending that everything is fine even when it isn't. This only drives a further wedge between the two of them, as their argument was over how nonchalant Steven was acting, despite turning himself in and disappearing into space. By his own admission, he didn't want any of his friends to be taken, and yet allowed them to experience the same loss. Then, once he got back, he acted like everything was fine. In part, this was because Steven was attempting to put on a brave face to calm everyone down, but sometimes, acting stoic and detached hurts others who are not acting that way. They feel panicked over the situation, and to see you unbothered makes their feelings seem invalid. This is combined with the metaphor of Steven spending the party playing hard to get around Connie, like he doesn't even want to talk to her after so long apart. The truth is that playing hard to get only makes you hard to want, and a person who respects your feelings will only let you go if you act like that's what you want. In the end, it's opening up emotionally that gets Steven and Connie back together because being jam buddies and talking to one another is how they got together in the first place. Lars of the Stars. Steven and Connie have obtained a gift from Lars's parents to bring to him as they check up on the guy, taking Lion's mane into space and wondering if he's okay. They quickly find out he is, as they appear not in a cave underground like they were expecting, but inside of a spaceship, the Sun Incinerator, in the midst of a battle between Lars and the Off-Colors versus Emerald. As it turns out, Lars has been doing great since he was left on Homeworld, taking advantage of the fact that he's invisible to Jim scanners to evade capture and steal his way through several sectors of space. Steven and Connie drop off the care package from Beach City, where Lars begins to feel sentimental about all the gifts given to him, until he sees a few pictures of Sadie Killers and her new band. Lars grows upset about seeing Sadie move on with her life, mad that she didn't wait around for him to return, and that she seems to be better off with the change. This anger causes Lars to freeze up just as Emerald's ship catches up to his. The Off-Colors await an order, but Lars doesn't give one, until Steven and Connie fuse into Stevonnie and begin explaining to him that he ought to be happy that Sadie is moving on, as before quitting her old job, she was miserable and depressed. The previous episode had Kevin posit that pretending to have moved on from a person will make them want you more, and this episode shows what happens when that sort of thing is actually believed. the person you moved on from feels less valuable, like you never cared in the first place. But people do move on from lost relationships no matter what, and we often only see the end destination instead of the entire journey. Lars never saw how hard it was for Sadie to recover, just that she has. Lars gets out of his funk and orders the ship to stop, comparing Stevonnie to Lars and Sadie to Emerald and a Sun Incinerator, then calling her bluff she won't actually destroy her own ship. The engines are grazed though, and Lars says he'll have to take his personal ship to destroy Emerald's weapons before they recharge. But Stevonnie offers to take flight instead so Lars can stay in command, flying out and taking out their target, though getting shot down in the process. The episode ends on the two falling towards a nearby planet. Jungle Moon. Stevonnie crash lands the damaged ship on a jungle planet, surviving by bracing the blow with the shield. As the ship's console is too damaged to contact the main ship, Stevonnie has to survive on this planet for as long as they can, something they learn's only possible after being attacked by life down there. After a few nights, they come across an abandoned spire that they head towards, getting chased inside by a bird-like alien and then using it for shelter for the night. Stevonnie falls asleep and wakes up tiny, inside of Connie's house. They see a giant Miss Maheshwaran on her phone, ordering fleets of ships around while paying no attention to them until they climb up and grab the phone. When she finally looks at the two, they see that her pupils are those of Yellow Diamond, and so the dream shifts to the spire's past where they're in the midst of an invasion. Stevonnie keeps pestering Yellow Diamond for a fleet of her own, then a ship, then a colony, before Yellow dismisses her. As she walks off in anger, they see their own reflection is that of Pink Diamond. Stevonnie awakens back inside the spire, going to the top and activating the computer using the passcode from their dream. This alerts Lars' ship, and he reroutes course to pick up his friend, even blasting away the creature from before and making up for saving his life before. I'll put off talking about this one until later for reasons people who have seen the show and know what's going on will understand. Your Mother and Mine. Lars' ship has damaged thrusters and they're stranded as they wait for repairs. So to pass the time, Steven decides to introduce the off-colors to Garnet as she is the leader of the Crystal Gems. She passes through Lars' head and appears in the ship full of mismatched gems, immediately complimenting everyone on how unique they are. But the off-colors aren't flattered by these observations, assuming that Garnet is only pointing out their inconsistencies in order to make fun of them. As they explain, these are the things that have caused their lives to be so hard on Homeworld. It's hard to take pride in something when it's caused you so much harm. Garnet tries to explain that, on Earth, differences are celebrated, just like Jones-Qaurtey taught them. And this only scares the off-colors further as they've been taught not only to hate themselves, but to fear Jones-Qaurtey or anyone else who would try to convince them to accept them for who they are. Garnet decides to explain the history of Rose's rebellion as she realizes that the version they've been taught is the propagandized version that the Diamonds have manipulated. Earth was once selected as a colony to be owned by Pink Diamond, with every gem made on the colony grown to serve her directly. But Jones-Qaurtey, despite being a regular Quartz soldier, began to notice the organic life on Earth and fell in love with the environment there. She pointed out the animals living there to Pink Diamond, saying that they ought to stop mining the planet to allow that life to thrive. But when the Diamonds rejected this offer, Rose decided to begin a rebellion by recruiting all the servile and misshapen gems to her side. Pink Diamond called upon Blue and Yellow for aid in this rebellion, and the war dragged on, eventually forcing Rose to shatter Pink Diamond to end the war more quickly. But the story doesn't end there. As retaliation for shattering Pink Diamond, the other three Diamonds used a powerful attack to corrupt every gem on Earth to make it uninhabitable, with only a few surviving thanks to Jones-Qaurtey's shield. The off-colors are now depressed as the story didn't actually have a happy ending. The villain whose defeat they used to celebrate was actually good, but is now dead. But Garnet points out the real point of the story. The biggest lie they were told by the Diamonds was not that Rose was defective, but that the battle was over, and there was no one left to fight against. Since Garnet is living proof otherwise, this means there is still something to fight for. Reinvigorated, the off-colors and Lars begin to repair the damage to the ship, managing to get power back online, though they still have to repair the thrusters. So to do this, they go to a nearby asteroid mine, knowing the dangers but accepting the risk. At the end of the episode, Steven also talks to Garnet in private about the dream he had of Pink Diamond back when he was on the Jungle Moon. His fear is that somehow Pink Diamond is still alive in some way, though Garnet assures him that she's not, unaware how accurate her statement really is. The Big Show. Steven is recording the early days of the band Sadie Killer and the Suspects using his dad's old camcorder, talking to them as they wrap up a rehearsal just in time for Barb to get home and talk excitedly about her daughter being in a band. But Sadie says they had an agreement that her mother would not involve herself in her daughter's hobbies anymore due to how obsessive she can be, so Barb leaves. Steven then shows the recording to Greg, who likes the sound so much that he's reminded of his early days as a traveling musician. After seeing them play live, he gets the idea in his head to fund a tour for them, calling up an old music industry contact and scoring them a gig in Empire City. Barb sees them packing for this trip and offers to come with them, but Sadie once again tells her off for forcing her way into her life. As they're setting up for the concert, Sadie sees a woman in a gaudy makeup and an oversized outfit, assuming it's her mother come to watch in disguise, and then growing angry because her mom ignored their agreement. During the performance of their new song, Ghost, Sadie repeatedly confronts this woman with the lyrics about disappearance. Backstage, this woman visits, revealed not as Sadie's mom, but Greg's contact in the industry. Sadie realizes that she's actually disappointed her mother didn't come to see the show, as she realizes once again that this sort of affection is just how her mom shows her love. Pool hopping. Steven is looking down at Beach City, observing how different it is with a new mayor, with Sadie leaving, and Lars up in space. He wishes he could get a donut like before when he realizes that Big Donut is somehow still open, and Garnet's working there. She says she got a job at Big Donut as it was the least likely thing for her to do. Her future vision only works on likely outcomes rather than small niche events. By behaving randomly, she's able to look into less likely futures. Steven thinks that this sounds cool and decides to go with her, with the two of them going out to behave erratically, though probably. Ordering 20 pizzas, then giving them away, with the final one going to Vidalia's house as her son Onion is still missing. Except Onion's home. Garnet simply didn't realize that he was back, as she was looking at a different timeline. When they arrive, they see Vidalia painting more pictures, offering to be her muse for a time before seeing a one-eyed kitten picking through the garbage. They follow this cat into a clearing where they find several more, and Garnet finally breaks down because they're in such uncharted territory she cannot predict what's going to happen next. She says that it's been like this for a while, that Steven's actions are so unlikely that she is unsure about anything going on with the homeworld gyms and such. Steven tells her that life isn't about trying to guess the future, but rather picking a future you want and trying to make that real, and he shelters the kittens despite that being a likely outcome of finding them. Steven and Garnet find a foster program for these cats, with Garnet adopting the one-eyed one herself, naming him Cat Steven, as Vidalia unveils her finished piece of the two of them together. The entire reason Garnet exists is because Sapphire was infatuated by Ruby's unpredictable behavior, the love she felt causing her to act in erratic ways that nobody on Homeworld had seen before to create something new and better. Garnet feels the same way about Steven, that he is a new kind of gym whose behavior is unlike any gym before him, and that following him around is creating a constant stream of new experiences. This was partially the reason why Rose Quartz wanted so badly to make Steven in the first place, not just to make something new, but out of love. There is a constant connection between the love Rose Quartz had for Earth and the rebellion against the rigid society of the gyms that she fought to get rid of. There's a connection between the love of Ruby and Sapphire making something unknown and new. There's a connection between the love of the kittens Steven and Garnet found and their desire to have done something unusual to find them. And yet for all of the illogical behavior that had to be done in order to create all these sources of love, despite how unlikely they were, there's still one very logical and predictable thing that kept all of them going: the love itself. Because while love might be unpredictable, the reaction to it is simple. You want to do things to help each other. You don't have to have future vision to predict that. Letters to Lars. While floating through space, Lars has a letter pop out of his head from Steven. He begins to read about how the people of Beach City have been getting along since he left. Mayor Nanafwa has rallied the people together in an emergency preparedness plan in case the Homeworld gyms return, having the local restaurant owners stockpiling emergency rations, Greg and Ronaldo looking out through a newly purchased telescope, and the Pizza Family plus Pearl sending out emergency alerts if needed. Everybody has a role in this plan except Dewey, who complains loudly of this. Sadie and her band are working on their music when Dewey crashes a rehearsal looking for some way to contribute. He also crashes an improv show hosted by Jamie during an argument over Amethyst shapeshifting into the objects they're pretending to use that Peridot doesn't see the issue with. Dewey also attempts to play tennis with Garnet and Greg, though Garnet's slow shots are too much for either of them to handle. The pro wrestling ring is back in action, and Steven gives Lars a few updates on that, before closing with the fact that PD now has his own tater tot food truck, the Dewey Mobile, that's been painted over. Steven sees a dejected Dewey walking along the street after all his attempts to fit in have failed, flagging him down and asking about what's wrong. Dewey says that the town has changed to the point of no longer needing a guy like him around, and that he doesn't have a place in Beach City. But Steven points out that Big Donut needs employees, and in the end, Dewey has a new job selling donuts, even renaming most of the products after himself, except for one which he calls the Pink Lars. Can't go back. Steven is woken up in the middle of the night by Ronaldo, who's shocked because he has discovered a moon base with Greg's telescope. Steven tries to tell him it's just the spire they've been to before, until Ronaldo mentions that the moon base is barn-shaped. Realizing that the moon is where Lapis took the barn, he takes Lion up there to see for himself. Steven doesn't find Lapis inside the barn, but does see her in the spire, sitting in a room that's projecting various scenes from Earth inside of it. Lapis is looking at Beach City and the surrounding area, telling Steven that she wasn't able to make it very far from Earth because she missed her home too much. She was distracted by looking back that she couldn't go forward. She sings the song, That Distant Shore, about how she finally felt comfortable surrounded by her friends, and that was what truly made her feel as though she belonged somewhere. Except her fear over the return of the diamonds caused her to destroy that friendship, the real reason she thinks she can never go home. Lapis's story is one about trauma. She's been trying to adapt to her new life, but the old one always catches up to her. This isn't so much the people she surrounds herself with, as they've proven that they can change, but the memories she has of being trapped and victimized for most of her existence. It's not Lapis Lazuli's past that's hurting her, it's herself, and because she feels as though it's her own mind that's broken, she keeps ruining the things that could be good about her future by bringing these thoughts into them. So Lapis's own worst enemy is herself, and all her attempts to heal are prevented by the fact that she doesn't think she's capable of healing. Lapis is only free from the mirror and the oppression of the diamonds physically. In her head, she's still stuck. Steven does convince Lapis to return to Earth, even if it will be awkward, as her friends will still be there for her when she does. Since Steven was woken up in the middle of the night, he falls asleep inside the spire, and then dreams of a few scenes of Pink Diamond being scolded by the others for not dealing with the rebellion properly. This vision ends with the silhouette of Pearl, the Pearl he knows, wielding Rose's sword and approaching before Steven wakes up. When he mentions the diamond dream to Lapis, she panics again and flies away in spite of Steven pleading with her things will be okay. Steven gets up and decides it's time to confront Pearl about this vision. A single pale rose. Steven confronts Pearl about whether she was the one to have shattered Pink Diamond, and Pearl freezes up, using her phone's lack of a case as an excuse to avoid talking about it. Steven then gets a text from her about wanting to tell him the truth, but Pearl says she can't recall sending this because her phone has gone missing inside of her gym. So she has Steven go inside her gym in order to get the cell phone, meeting an inner Pearl in charge of organizing the objects that Surface Pearl conjures from her head. This inner Pearl cannot find the cell phone either, but she has the same idea as before, to send Steven inside of her own gym so he can retrieve the cell phone from the others. He enters an earlier memory of the temple, where he sees Pearl crying over Rose's decision to have a baby, realizing he has to go back further and asking this Pearl to help look for the phone. Deeper down, he sees a Pearl lamenting the destruction following the end of the gym war that they thought they had won because the homeworld gyms were evacuating. Then he jumps back to the moment where Rose shattered Pink Diamond, but when Steven screams in fear from seeing this, Rose turns to face him, revealing she is a shape-shifted Pearl, whose gym he enters once more. Steven finally comes into an overheard conversation between Rose Quartz and her Pearl inside the palanquin. Pearl is hesitant to follow a particular order, but Rose insists that she go through with it because she's incapable of shattering herself. Rose Quartz shapeshifts into her true form as Pink Diamond, and Pearl takes on the form of Rose, acting out the scene they planned with fake shards planted at the site of Pink Diamond's supposed shattering, actually the Diamond faking her own death to end the rebellion. Rose Quartz was an assumed identity all along. Steven texts Pearl to say that he found her phone, exiting her gym as Pearl reveals that her final order from Pink Diamond was to never speak of that moment again. But she didn't speak of the moment, she simply asked Steven to retrieve a phone from her memories. He laments that his mother was Pink Diamond all along, which Amethyst is shocked to overhear. For those who watched the original part 1 of this video before I abridged it, you've likely already heard me misspeak this episode's twist before. I accidentally called Rose Quartz Pink Diamond once or twice. This is one of those huge spoilers, like Garnet being a fusion, that is well known enough that people who haven't seen Steven Universe already know about it. So for the last several seasons, I've been speaking about Rose and Pink as though they were two different people, and describing episode plots as though that wasn't something I already knew. But I don't think that this detracts from the reveal at all. A good plot twist is something that makes the show more rewatchable. Having a short surprise for the audience might get people talking, but they won't talk for long unless this twist recontextualizes a lot about what preceded it. Rose Quartz being Pink Diamond is one of those things that gives context to earlier flashbacks and instances where homeworld gyms bring up the past. It also adds a thematic irony to the fact that Rose defeated Pink, in the sense that yes, Rose Quartz took the place of Pink Diamond, and Pink Diamond no longer exists because of her. It was less of a shattering and more of a transformation, but the same language can nonetheless apply. Now we're only falling apart. Amethyst is trying to deal with the new knowledge that Rose Quartz was actually a disguised Pink Diamond, but Garnet is handling the information much worse, even defusing, as Sapphire gets angry over the fact that her entire life as a fusion was based on a lie from a diamond. This is made worse by the fact that Sapphire never used her powers to look into Rose herself out of respect that she feels was betrayed. Sapphire runs to Rose's fountain, with Steven and Pearl following her to the now snowy area. Pearl was under orders never to reveal the secret, but because it's now known about, she can explain the entire story, which she does, hoping it'll cheer up Sapphire. Pink Diamond had begged and pleaded to get her own colony and was assigned Earth. Excited at first, but quickly growing bored when she realized that watching the planet slowly be unmade from space was not interesting. She asks Pearl to project an image, literally imaginate, of Pink Diamond down on Earth with the newly minted Quartz soldiers. As Pink Diamond thinks that this looks like fun, she changes form and goes down, blending in for a bit before being held back by Pearl so they don't get found out. Pink then goes to the rest of the planet to personally observe what's going to become her new soldiers, only to see fields of plants and even early human life, where she realizes that she isn't creating new life, but destroying the old one. Sapphire's upset about learning this, that the entire rebellion and their whole lives as crystal gems was based on a diamond being bored and messing around, and she drew them into a fight rather than just stopping the destruction herself. But Pearl mentions that Pink Diamond tried to stop the Earth from being destroyed only to be told off by the others. They gave her the human zoo to try to appease her obsession with humans, but Pink Diamond decided to take matters into her own hands by leading an open rebellion against the others. This was originally just meant to scare the diamonds away from Earth until the day where she met Garnet, and was quickly obsessed with the newly discovered idea that fusions between different types of gems was possible. Pearl and Rose briefly try to fuse but don't hold the form for long before discovering Garnet and taking her in. Sapphire cheers up, learning that Rose's rebellion was actually shaped by her fusion instead of the other way around. I've mentioned before that a good society is one that tries to make itself a welcoming place for everybody, and this is proof of Rose Quartz's commitment to the idea. She had no idea that fusions like Garnet could exist, but rather than trying to get her to unfuse and join in a more familiar form, she changed the way she thought to allow for more fusions in the future. Society should serve the people in it, not the other way around. They return to the temple in a better mood, only to find it empty with a letter from Ruby. What's your problem? Pearl, Sapphire, and Steven return to a note from Ruby saying that she's run away, and Sapphire breaks into tears at not having her other half, with Pearl comforting her. Amethyst tries to convince Steven not to bother searching and to play video games with her instead, but Steven leaves anyway, and Amethyst follows. As they're walking the beach, Amethyst keeps doing bits and shapeshifting into various gag sizes, with Steven upset that she's not taking this search more seriously. Eventually, they stop for pizza at Fish Stew, where she attempts to get Steven to open up about the discovery that his mom was a diamond, and that technically he is too. But Steven says he hasn't really thought about that yet, as he's too busy helping other people, and this is the problem that Amethyst says she has found. Steven should be processing his own feelings instead of constantly trying to micromanage everyone else's emotions. He's just learned a ton of new information, but won't even let himself think about it, bottling up the feelings through selfless acts, but hurting himself in the end. Amethyst, too, says that none of the rose quartz pink diamond stuff is her problem because she wasn't even born until after it happened, and yet, she still ends up dealing with the fallout of the event in spite of it not being her fault. She compares herself to Steven, who's trying to make it his business, and compares his refusal to allow others to process their emotions to the fact that he's denying his own. They overhear the pizza twins discussing Greg and a big tip he left after ordering for Ruby, and they head out to help her. But Steven keeps trying to stop Amethyst from flying because he wants to know how she feels about the entire situation. Amethyst, upset that Steven hasn't really realized the lesson that she's trying to teach, attempts to shake him off so Steven will be alone with his thoughts, but he hangs on and eventually causes a crash near the water tower. They land on the beach where Amethyst finally says the truth about how she feels. It doesn't matter. Sure, she has complex thoughts about it and needs some time and space to vent, but taking out thousands of years of traumatic experiences and expecting a child to do the emotional labor for her would be irresponsible. Sometimes people need to be responsible for their own emotional baggage instead of forcing it onto others. Steven admits that Amethyst has become the most mature of the crystal gems, and the two head to the cliff because they both want to meet up with Greg and Ruby. The question. Steven and Amethyst find Ruby with Greg, the two of them having talked it all out. According to Ruby, she's totally fine without Sapphire now, even finding new hobbies she can enjoy without wondering if Sapphire would like it too. One of these hobbies is reading comics, specifically one about a lonesome cowboy, and she decides that her journey of self-discovery should involve the open plains. So they head into a field in the middle of nowhere, where Ruby gets to act out this Ruby Rider fantasy, being dependent on no one but herself and getting into trouble. She enjoys not knowing what's about to happen without Sapphire's predictions. After a montage and a song, Steven is impressed at how well she is taken to being alone, until Ruby admits that the entire time she was singing, she was thinking about Sapphire and how she would feel in the open plains with her. No matter how much independence she has, she still wants to go back to the way things were, but she's also aware that, after what they've learned, it would be dishonest to do so, and it was Rose's dishonesty that made them break apart in the first place. Ruby's arc in this episode is all about finding independence in solitude, or at least as much solitude as she can get when her horse is Amethyst. She's no longer a part of Garnet after learning that the main reason she was a part of Garnet was something made under false pretenses. Her relationship with Rose was a big part of who she was, and that part's no longer there. So she wants to rebuild what she had before, but can't rebuild it the same way it was before, but she doesn't know if rebuilding it in a new form would be as good as what they had. Steven finally proposes a solution: to propose. It's a human tradition, but so is so much else of what the crystal gems have been adopting lately. This way, the two can still be together in a less literal way. Both gems will still enjoy their independence, while also acknowledging that they can be together. Because you can't truly love another person or another gem if you don't love yourself first. Maid of Honor. The crystal gems are planning the wedding between Sapphire and Ruby, though when Sapphire sees how few invitations there are, she feels bad about the number of gems who didn't survive the war. So Steven, to cheer her up, tries to come up with other people to invite, and decides to unbubble Bismuth to increase attendance. As soon as Bismuth is freed, she freaks out at the sight of all the other bubbles in the room, wondering if Rose didn't just bubble everyone she disagreed with. It's not until freeing one of the gems and seeing the corruption on it that Bismuth realizes what actually happened. Steven then sits her down to explain the newly learned history of rose quartz and pink diamond, and after a bit of venting, Bismuth is surprisingly okay with it. She's even able to appreciate the irony of suggesting shattering pink diamond as a way to end the war, not realizing that that is exactly what happened. Steven is preparing to unveil Bismuth at the wedding after a speech, hoping that this will be the first step in repairing the relationship between Bismuth and the others. but Bismuth runs away back to the forge, believing herself to be unworthy of joining as she tried to shatter Steven the last time she was freed. Bismuth also points out how illogical it is that the crystal gems are together at all, that the entire reason they were founded was revealed as a ruse, so there's no reason for the few remaining gems to bother sticking together. But Steven insists that she join anyway, not because of nostalgia, but because he wants her to join. Sure, the label of crystal gem might be an antiquated term, but as it's the best descriptor of who they currently are, there's no reason that the term can't be repurposed into something new. Bismuth and Steven return to the temple, where the others are all waiting, and rather than disgust, they are happy to see their old friend is now their new friend. Bismuth unveils a wedding present of 2 rings for the brides-to-be. Reunited. Steven is singing as he preps everything for the wedding, the song going through all the insecurities of the various gems in attendance, as he assures them it's better to focus on a wedding instead of worrying about the homeworld diamonds and such. Most of the characters have had some life-changing circumstances, but Steven's hoping that the wedding will be good for morale. The ceremony begins with Ruby and Sapphire exchanging vows, talking about the improvements the other half has made to their lives, and finally kissing to emerge as Garnet. One of the fun facts I learned about this show prior to ever watching it is that the creators found it important to make sure Ruby was in a dress for the wedding, as a few foreign dubs had changed her gender so as to avoid portraying a same-sex relationship. During the reception, a few of the townies mingle with the crystal gems, something that honestly should have happened a lot more in the series. I know this is sort of a break from the usual way that I format these videos, but a major complaint that I have about the series thus far is that the first season set up an entire dynamic about the crystal gems not really caring about the people of Earth while still trying to protect them, as if to say that as they grew and matured as people, they would be expected to slowly start to learn more about those who they were supposed to care about, then learn why Rose was so intent on protecting Earth. But Steven's tears of joy turn to tears of blue diamond, as Garnet predicts her appearance, and soon, 2 giant arms are in the sky bearing down on Earth. Nanafua enacts the plan for evacuation, though the diamonds aren't there to fight, but to extract the cluster for themselves. Steven attempts to dream to warn the cluster of this, but is too late as the bubble pops and smoky fusions begin to emerge from under the ground. Thankfully, this newly fused giant arm isn't servile to the diamonds, but attacks them instead, signaling to the others it's on their side. As the cluster wrestles with Yellow Diamond's arm, Blue Diamond lands on the beach to fight with the others, stopping a fusion of Alexandrite with her sad powers. As this power only affects gems, Connie is still safe, charging at Blue Diamond, but getting stopped by the matriarch, who is furious they're still wielding the sword that shattered someone she cared about. Garnet, however, has experience with holding herself together, and she approaches Blue Diamond to tell her she cannot stop her love again. This is just a distraction, though, meant to distract her long enough to allow for Lapis's return as she drops the barn on Diamond. Peridot's excited to see her old friends return, with Lapis finally accepting she would rather be shattered as a crystal gem than live in hiding forever. Bismuth throws Perry at Blue Diamond's head as the rest continue their assault. Meanwhile, the cluster has managed to overpower Yellow Diamond's ship, tossing it at Blue Diamond and knocking them both into the water, smashing the house in front of the temple in the process. Yellow Diamond survives this, freeing Blue from the wreckage as they stare the others down. Peridot uses the opportunity to tell off Yellow Diamond to her face, much like she did a few seasons ago, but Yellow doesn't even remember who she is and poofs her with some lightning. Then when Steven rushes to her aid, she poofs him too. Steven wakes up to see Connie over his body, which he's now separate from, as he's in a room with the physical forms of the other gems being projected over their gems, with Lapis and Peridot being poofed and thus in gem form. Steven is able to faintly communicate with Connie while his ghost passes through her, giving her a few words of encouragement before floating to the other diamonds to talk things out with them. Once again, this has always been Steven's preferred method of solving problems. Even after the diamonds arrived, he attempted to talk to them first, and only fought when Blue Diamond wouldn't listen. He encourages the others to keep going, only to be warded off by a psychic shield the diamonds have that takes a few attempts to get through. Blue Diamond is the first to hear him call out, with Yellow calming down afterwards as they realize the voice they're hearing must belong to Pink Diamond. With the shield down, Steven is finally able to show them that he is Pink Diamond, and that the one they've been mourning was never dead, only dead to them. He returns to his body to the sight of the others crying over him, the diamonds included. Legs from here to Homeworld. Blue and Yellow Diamond are happy to finally be reunited with Pink, even if they are a bit confused about what exactly a Steven is or why she looks like that. They do learn that he's got none of his mother's memories, though Yellow's sure that the memories are in there somewhere, something mostly confirmed by the multiple dream flashbacks Steven has had before. Blue's surprised that any gem survived their attack on Earth all those years ago, and then the crystal gems have to tell the diamonds that, while the gems on Earth survived, most of them did so as corruptions. The diamonds are escorted to the crashed gem ship where the centipedals have been living for a few months, to show them a corrupted gem in its new habitat. Yellow Diamond attempts to undo the corruption, and manages to partially fix Nephrite with the help of Blue and Steven, the now-healed gem excited to see the diamonds and speaking as though she has no memories of the events since the end of the war. When the diamonds let go of her, she reverts to a centipedal, meaning their combined powers were not enough to fix her. The metaphor here is clear. The three diamonds using their combined powers to wipe out gem life on Earth was an impulsive thing done shortly after learning that Pink Diamond was shattered. But the process of fixing a corrupted gem is slow and requires a lot more effort. So destroying something is much easier and faster than fixing a mistake. As they'll need White Diamond to fully undo all the damage, they agree to meet with her, but since the arms are damaged, they need to take Pink's ship back to Homeworld. Pink's ship is found near the junkyard from Lion 4, which I called as being the two mountains on either side of the door, and they return with this ship to Beach City, where everyone starts to say their goodbyes to the residents there. Bismuth stays behind to watch over the gems of Lapis and Peridot, warning Steven not to walk into a trap. They leave, with Yellow and Blue Diamond fearful of coming back in Pink's Diamond ship, as they're worried it'll make everything that's happened over the last 6,000 years look like a waste of time. The legs land to the sight of tons of gathered gems celebrating their return, which temporarily makes Steven think things are going to be okay, until White Pearl approaches, asking for Pink and Pink alone, bubbling them back to White Diamond. White Diamond is thrilled to see Steven, though she never lets him speak and talks down to him, like everything that's happened involving faking her death was just a little bit of fun that she has now gotten out of her system. She then teleports Steven to a tower full of bubble gems before the episode ends. Familiar. Steven is in Pink Diamond's room, lamenting that he wasn't able to hold White Diamond's attention for long. While lamenting he doesn't have a bed appears, just like Rose's room, although these objects seem to be made by a bunch of tiny pebbles who live under the floors and in the walls of Pink Diamond's room. Steven tries talking to them, thanking them for their work, and they celebrate that Pink Diamond is finally back. Pearl then enters to drop off Steven's things, upset that she's considered one of them, so she can prepare Steven for a meeting that Yellow Diamond has requested. He repeats his worries to her, though Yellow Diamond points out that being able to talk at all around White is more than she was actually expecting. Yellow herself hasn't even been able to meet with White in millennia, despite having multiple successful colonies, but when Steven suggests that she make an unsuccessful one, Yellow laughs, happy to have Pink Diamond's sense of humor back. Next, Steven is taken to a meeting with Blue Diamond, who's equally happy to see who she considers Pink Diamond. As Blue laments that White Diamond hasn't met with anyone since the end of Era 1, when Pink left them, Steven wonders if they realize he's a different person entirely, and not just a new form of Pink Diamond. After a bit of talk about games they used to play that Steven doesn't remember, she leaves as she has business to attend to elsewhere. Steven is sad that no one is giving him much attention, and yet he also has a weird suspicion that everything he's doing is familiar. As he sings a song about this, he slowly realizes why. Back in the early seasons, the crystal gems wouldn't take him along on missions because they didn't think he was ready. Here, the diamonds aren't taking Steven along on their business, as they don't think he's ready for that sort of thing either. So to get them to pay attention, Steven prepares to do the thing his mother used to do and throw a big party for everyone, and then they'll have to pay attention. He gets into Pink Diamond's old outfit as Pearl smuggles in the rest of his friends, where Steven explains his plan to end Diamond's reign of terror with fun. Together, alone. Steven is preparing for the party only to begin coughing up locks of his mother's hair before being brought before White Diamond and waking up from the nightmare. He's worried about the upcoming party he has to throw, but does feel a little bit better about all his friends being present as they've settled into Pink Diamond's room. The proper preparations for the party begin after Steven explains his plan to talk to White Diamond and convince her to return to Earth to undo the corruption. Steven begins listing off the things he wants to have, only for the homeworld gyms to tell him all of these are unprecedented and thus forbidden. Steven tries to justify the additions as fun, but the homeworld gyms have no concept of fun, even in spite of Steven pointing out a few hobbies that they have. Not even his friends are going to be allowed to visit unless they enter in specific formations alongside those that belong together, even demanding Garnet split up so Ruby and Sapphire can enter with their own kind. The party begins, which has been whittled down to Steven sitting on Pink Diamond's throne and thanking people for announcing their arrivals to the party before standing at attention. He breaks with protocol a bit to greet Amethyst and such, with her showing off a few tricks she can do with the limb enhancers she's required to wear. Then, Yellow Diamond and Blue Diamond make their entrances to the event, telling Steven that he's doing fine because everything is so orderly. Finally, it's time for White's Pearl to announce that she will not be attending because she has other business, with this Pearl sitting atop her throne in her place to observe the party. Everybody dances slowly and robotically, pleasing White's Pearl, until Connie arrives and asks Steven to dance. He's unsure about doing this because it might displease White Diamond, but since White Diamond isn't there, he agrees to dance anyway. Connie and Steven fuse into Stevani, which ruins the party as Yellow demands to know why they have done such a thing. The rest of the Crystal Gems fuse together to defend him, but they get poofed for doing this, save for Stevani, who's thrown into a cell to think about what they've done. Escapism. Stevani is inside of a cell in the gym homeworld, a punishment for fusing. They try a few things to get out, but ultimately fail at all of these, defusing after falling to the floor. Steven is upset that their mission to Homeworld was a failure of diplomacy, and he regrets getting everyone poofed. But Connie encourages him to keep trying and call for help. Steven remembers that this is an option via his dream powers and takes a nap. He wakes up on Watermelon Island, now split in two, frustrated because he wanted to contact Bismuth instead. Steven enters a village dedicated to worshipping his sacrificial pose from before, attempting to communicate that he needs to get back to the mainland, but failing to convince anybody. Swimming there is no easier, so he decides to build a raft, only to be found by another tribe of Stevens from the other half who are more militaristic, in memory of the Steven who led them in a fight against Malachite. The Stevens fight over him for a bit in a war decided by painting patterns on one another, but the main Steven leaves to finish up his raft. When the others see what he's doing, they eventually put aside their differences to aid in a higher purpose, soon finishing the raft and waving goodbye to Steven as he goes off to sea. The journey is difficult and he's nearly sunk by a watermelon shark, but he does make it to Lion without a few limbs. Watermelon Steven is then brought before Greg and Bismuth, who he tells about the plea for help before collapsing. Steven wakes up, back in his body on Homeworld, as he hopes that what he did was enough. Change your mind. Steven wakes up still in the tower, being scolded by Blue Diamond for bringing her pebbles into the ballroom and making a mess of things. She looks down to see the body of Pink Diamond before waking up from the memory to a very similar scene, being scolded by Blue Diamond for fusing during the party. When Connie stands up for him, saying it was her idea to dance together, Blue Diamond attacks Steven, which causes him to realize that this is far from the first time he's been locked away in the tower for acting like himself. Pink Diamond was punished in this way plenty of times. He points this out to Blue Diamond, shutting down her argument that this is for her own good by saying that if she really cares about someone, she wouldn't agree to punish them like this. This is connected to the fact that Pink Diamond fled to her own colony and started Rose's rebellion. Of course she would want to run away from an oppressive situation. Pink never let down Homeworld, Homeworld let down Pink. With this change of heart, Blue Diamond breaks Connie and Steven out to go find the rest of the bubbled crystal gems, but they're greeted by Yellow Diamond who stands in the way. Yellow won't hear out Blue's pleas to spare the others, and the two diamonds proceed to fight one another, with Steven grabbing the gems as they're distracted. Yellow is about to poof Blue when Steven jumps in the way, saying that if every pork chop were perfect, we wouldn't have hot dogs. Then he explains this metaphor to mean that a perfect society like the one that Yellow has done so many horrible things to enforce is one that eliminates the things they love about their world, like Pink Diamond. Given this new context, it's understandable why Rose would have chosen that message specifically to be a passphrase for her canons so long ago. She prefers to have the mistakes and off-color aspects of the world around, as that's what she considers to be the things that make life worth living. Yellow has a change of heart and agrees to escort Steven and the others to the Pink Leg ship, but they're stopped by White's Pearl before they can make it there. She tells them they've misbehaved and flies into the White Head, floating into the air to activate the mech, which combines with the Leg ship to form an armless mech. Then the two arms from Earth return, punching out the giant mecha and knocking it down. These are revealed to be piloted by Bismuth and Lapis/Peridot, who heard Steven's cry for help and came down to rescue the crystal gems just in time. They turn these ships over to the other diamonds who, with Steven's combined powers, take over the main mech and attempt to communicate with White Diamond through her limbs. Once they have White semi-captive, they attempt to explain what Steven's taught them, that a society that values purity and perfection cannot exist as it will consume itself with conformity instead of adapting to grow and meet new challenges. The high standards of Gem society are causing more harm than they're helping anyone. White refuses to listen to this and blasts them with I-beams that turn the other diamonds perfect, meaning without color. Steven and the others flee from her, with Steven dropping the gems as he falls down to the surface of Homeworld. He chases the falling rocks down to stop them from being cracked, managing to pull the others out of their gem forms by fusing with them one by one, first as Smoky Quartz, then as Rainbow Quartz 2.0. They land safely, with Steven able to get Ruby and Sapphire out of their gems by fusing into a new form, one strong enough to survive a direct hit from the Diamond Mech's heel, Sunstone. Sunstone tells the others that the key to victory still involves speaking to White Diamond directly, and that they need to climb up to reach her. As Sunstone can't do this alone, they decide to fuse with the rest of the crystal gems at once to form Obsidian, the shape of the temple itself. As they're climbing, the rest of the unfused gems work to distract White's arms to clear the way for the others. Despite Connie getting a new sword from Bismuth for this purpose, they're still all knocked away, save for Obsidian herself, meaning the mission was a success. The crystal gems enter White Diamond's eye, entering her head where they see everyone in the same pose, speaking in unison. White begins to rant about the flaws of the other diamonds, that Yellow's loyalty to Homeworld wavers when Blue's nearby, and how Blue cares too much for others to do her duties. She points out that now they don't have flaws anymore, like caring too much. She says that Pink Diamond and her friends have flaws too, that they're too funny, and to stop this, she begins zapping the other crystal gems to cure them of their insecurities and dependences and obsessions. White Diamond then repeats one of Jasper's criticisms from a few seasons back, that Pink Diamond's personality brings out the worst in everyone she's exposed to. She criticizes her for doing this on purpose, that Pink wants to be the best of the worst and drags down others to feel better about herself. But Steven says that it can't be true because that's how his mom was, not him. White calls her a liar, so good at lying she's lied to herself. Then, she attempts to turn Pink Diamond back to her old form by removing the diamond from Steven, pulling it out and making Steven defuse. This Pink Diamond then shapeshifts a few times, taking on several different forms before finally appearing in the true form of Pink Diamond. Steven Universe. White tries to correct what she views as a flaw, but the Diamond Steven rejects the changes, blocking them no matter how much White Diamond fires at him. Human Steven and the emotionless Diamond Steven meet up, with Steven wrapping his arms around himself and smiling as they hug and dance. Diamond Steven smiling and laughing too. Diamond Steven repeatedly rebuked White's attempts to purify him by saying, "She's gone," which refers not only to Pink Diamond, but Rose Quartz as well. And yet when Steven fuses with himself once again, he does so with a callback to something his mother told him on the VHS tape. Whenever he loves himself, that will be Rose loving him through himself. So his mother, or Pink Diamond, or whoever might be gone, but there are still traces of her love out there, making changes to the world she's not a part of. White Diamond throws a tantrum to see this Steven fused back to his old form, saying that he's imperfect, and Pink Diamond can't be gone. and when Steven points out that this emotional outburst is unbecoming of a perfect being, she begins to blush. The bright pink, highlighting on her face, and the faces of those she controls, are considered both an imperfection as well as a perfectly natural reaction to seeing the situation unfolding as it is. With this loss of perfection comes a loss of control of the other gyms, as White realizes there's no such thing as a flawless gym if you can get a flaw from a positive experience, like watching a reunion. The Diamonds and the Crystal Gems return in their ship to Earth, landing on the beach during the middle of a performance by Sadie Killer and the Suspects of Let Me Drive My Van Into Your Heart. This reunion is joined by Lars and the Off-Colors, who land just in time to see the Diamonds, panicking for a bit before learning they've reformed. As Steven messed up Sadie's concert by landing in the middle of it, he makes it up to her by singing a rendition of the theme song over a montage of the Diamonds getting together in Rose's Spring, where they mass unbubble the previously bubbled gyms, reverting them all to their old forms, and creating a reunion of so many characters from earlier seasons. With Earth cured, the upper half of the Diamonds leave to return to Homeworld, as the rest of the Crystal Gems sit on the shore of Beach City, recreating shots from the opening as Steven sings Change Your Mind with his friends. The main through line of Steven Universe has to do with the cost of conformity, the fact that getting everybody to behave in a consistent way winds up filing off the best parts of a person. It's carving a gym's edges off to be more aesthetic while leaving so much valuable material on the ground into dust. The Homeworld gyms value, above all else, the conformity that makes each gym more like the others, to the point that they've ruined so much of themselves in an attempt to be less abrasive. But at the same time, it's impossible to tell one gym apart from another if you do make them all conform. This is a criticism that White Diamond makes of who she thinks is Pink, that she's surrounding herself by flawed gyms to feel better about herself as they all serve her for being better than they are. Except, this is all a projection on her behalf. Why would White Diamond even bother making other gyms instead of simply forcing everyone to be white like she is unless it were to feel superior? Why allow for faults and diversity unless it's just to be different by being better? The cost of conformity is not just a material one either. It's one that weighs ideologically on each member of gym society. For one, to believe that people are so stratified means accepting a subservience that's built into who you are. If there are people that you are naturally superior to, then it follows that there are those who are superior to you, and that no amount of effort you make can ever make that change. Of course, this is an ideology that only exists to serve those at the top, the very few who are content with being submissive to a higher power, so long as they can still act like they're better than someone else. Even the lowest in gym society get to pretend that they have some value because at least they aren't an off-color. They don't bother to ask what happens when all the off-colors are driven out. What does a society that holds itself together on exploitation do when the classes it's tolerable to exploit are successfully eliminated? It moves on to the next tier. It's like sitting on the beach, unconcerned with the flooding, until the water begins to lap at you. And all of this is done without a clear explanation of what the benefit is. What happens when everything is identical and purified? What is the ideal end result? One can argue that it's a world without conflict or differences or fighting, but this is contradicted in its entirety by the methods used to reach this point. When the Diamonds are willing to corrupt an entire planet to protect their way of life, they only argue that their way of life is something that requires mass destruction to exist. This forces a conversation to occur. What were the off-colors doing that was so much worse than wiping all life from a failed colony? What about a restrictive society makes it worth that cost, and what stops the standards of Homeworld from changing on a whim in the future? Above all else, this sort of autocracy never answers the following question about conformity and flawlessness. If it's so natural, why do they need the military to enforce it? The Crystal Gems ultimately win by being open and honest with each other, forcing the conformists to see the one thing their ideology was never able to produce, empathy. Because the truth about being perfect is that it's impossible to be perfect. Everybody's version of perfect is different and largely based around their own faults and their strengths. White Diamond was so far inside her own head that she failed to see what advantage there could be to being different. So instead of learning this, she built a world where being different was wrong. Since the Crystal Gems made a world that belonged to everybody, it was a world where everybody belonged. Even the Diamonds who had done so much to stop it from existing could only do so much before accepting they can never destroy something more powerful than they are. At that point, they could only accept their flaws as normal, and then change their minds. A good work of art shouldn't be something easily summarized, so a proper outro section where I succinctly explain everything that's happened over the last 6 hours would be a disservice to the show I just finished watching. That said, since I've finally finished watching Steven Universe, I can now watch other people's videos on Steven Universe with the context for what they're talking about, and can then respond not to the show itself, but the people who have watched the show and the opinions a lot of the fanbase and detractors alike have. Firstly, and this is probably the biggest obstacle out there preventing any real discussion of the show from going anywhere, is the fact that a vocal group of both fans and detractors of Steven Universe seem to hold two conflicting ideals at once. That Steven Universe is a silly kids show that shouldn't be taken so seriously, and that Steven Universe is a complex work of art that demands thorough introspection to discover its themes and ideology. This fact is at once used as a shield to avoid criticisms while also being a criticism of its own. Personally, I don't think these are mutually exclusive. Children's television is as complex as it chooses to be. My belief is that executives and audiences alike massively underestimate how smart kids can be. Even if they don't pick up on every metaphor, they can at least consider the themes and let those ideas sit in the back of their heads as they start to apply them later on to real-world events. Secondly, and this one might be the most obvious to people watching, the art style Steven Universe is all over the place in terms of character designs. One episode, Steven will have realistic proportions, and the next he'll be a big head on a chibi body. There's sort of an in-universe explanation for this in that Steven's appearance literally changes based on how he's feeling. So the lighthearted episodes where things are calm, it makes sense for Steven to look more childish like this. Except other gyms are sometimes affected by this as well, and there are already 2 episodes about Steven realizing that he looks the way he thinks he should look, and he consciously chooses to act more adult and then responsible. I get that different storyboard artists and such are going to have slightly different designs for the characters, and they're all going to be slightly off from one another. Telling an artist to redraw a shot that's really stylized because some character's a bit off model can, to an extent, stifle creativity. Especially in a series where the main point of the story is that forcing rigid conformity stifles the things that make life worth living, I can see that this might be a connection between the narrative and how the story is told, but this is probably looking too deep into it. I made a similar point in my Adventure Time video about characters suddenly looking off model in an episode because it was directed by someone else. I don't think it detracts too much from the story of Steven Universe, or at least what it's supposed to be about. If you're watching the show for the high-quality animation and epic fight scenes, you're probably going to miss out on the real point. Still, despite wanting to call this a non-issue, I did keep noticing it over and over again, so if it distracts from the tale, then it's at least worth bringing up. Maybe not as much as I've seen it brought up online, though. Another common complaint about Steven Universe has to do with pacing, specifically the disparity between the overarching plot of the show and the more episodic plotlines interspersed throughout. It is not new for a show to do both. In fact, even for shows that do attempt wide overarching plots, they still have what are called filler episodes. Now, I've written about filler before, notably that filler episode is a term that's incredibly misused to the point where the incorrect definition of filler is now the commonly accepted one in the sense that I just now used the newer definition in this paragraph. Filler, in truth, is an episode of an adaptation that includes plot elements not present in the source material, meant to pad out the runtime such that the material being adapted can create a large buffer that can then be later adapted. It is considered a waste of time because it cannot make any meaningful developments to the characters or world or plot of the story. These days, filler is used as anything not directly related to the plot of a show, and that, I think, is an anti-media literacy way of looking at television in general. Because, what is a show? Is it just the plot? Do the characters not matter at all? Does fleshing out the world not matter? Connie literally references what could be a filler episode about her mother working in a hospital and taking her sword away to tell Blue Diamond to change her mind about the strict homeworld rules, doing the opposite of what they're meant to do. The point of a show is its theme, and a non-plot relevant episode can still back up the themes of the story as a whole. In fact, this sometimes even works to the show's strength, like how the cool kids take Steven on a joyride after the homeworld gyms first attacked at the end of Season 1, the idea that he was a child who was placing too much pressure on himself and he needed to relax and not think about something else for a change. The idea of sharing but not oversharing trauma comes up again and again, so can that episode's first half really be considered filler? But on the other hand, I can understand the frustration with how many of the townie episodes there are and where they are, and they can throw off the existing pace. Like an episode about Steven confronting the trauma of who his mother was, and one about a homeworld gym manipulating and robbing them, and in between that is Ronaldo LARPing as a crystal gym, and then some stuff with amateur wrestling. And sure, you can argue that Steven's treatment of Ronaldo is a reflection of how the crystal gyms used to treat him as a kid, and how the diamonds treated him near the end. And the wrestling episode was about Steven trying to salvage some of the fun he had from a friend's coping mechanism without trying to validate that coping mechanism as healthy for his personal gain, but these are kind of reaches to find a theme. That isn't to say that Monster of the Week stories are bad, and I'd say that overall Steven Universe does a very good job of pacing out the exposition dumps in between sillier stories with less weight to them. In fact, I believe that a lot of the frustration with what's called a filler episode has far less to do with the plot itself, and more to do with people feeling like they wasted a week waiting for a new episode just to get Sadie singing about being a zombie. There's some criticisms of the characters that get parroted a lot, which I think is fully asinine as a reason to dislike a series. If you don't think the characters in a story are all good people, that's fine. You can make interesting characters who are flawed, if not outright villainous. The only damning criticism of a character is they're boring. But the fact that people argue the morality of Steven or Rose or whoever so many years after the show's finished airing is proof that this is simply not true. For more concrete criticisms of these characters, I've already sort of addressed the issues people have with Steven. He is childish and innocent and he gets into a lot of trouble, but that's the point. He's been babied for so long he doesn't understand any other way to view the world around him. It's actually a parallel between Steven and Pink Diamond that they were both so sheltered, and that being insulated from the culture of the homeworld gyms and such for so long is actually what made them unique. Not growing up indoctrinated into that culture was how they were able to criticize it later on. Rose Quartz gets some criticism for being a bad person, for acting selfish and being inconsiderate to others. And rather than addressing every single thing that people say about her, I think it's better to look at debates regarding Rose Quartz or Pink Diamond's character in a metatextual sense. The Diamonds repeatedly went from planet to planet destroying everything to make more gyms. Assuming the density of life is the same in Steven Universe as it is in our world, they were mostly taking over large chunks of rock. They hadn't seen much non-gym life before, except maybe the pebbles Pink Diamond adopted. But once they reached Earth, Pink Diamond found life, and she wanted to protect it while the others didn't care. Put simply, the Diamond wanted to turn humans into rocks, so Rose Quartz did the opposite. She turned herself, a rock, into a human. And what are humans, if not flawed? The Diamonds might expect, if not demand, logical, cold perfection from themselves. But humans are messy, and we make mistakes, and we do things that defy logic all the time. The very fact that people are still arguing over the morality of Pink Diamond's actions online means she got exactly what she wanted: to be messy, to make mistakes, and to defy logical actions. Rose Quartz truly became a human. Steven Universe as a show has made a lot of headlines because of its ample queer representations, which, if you've spent any time on the internet, you already know means that it has made a bunch of people very mad because of this fact. In fact, a lot of people will get mad at the show for totally unrelated reasons just because it dared to present an atypical relationship in a show for kids. These are bad faith arguments that become legitimized by directly addressing them, and I don't want to feed the trolls. But there's also a bit of criticism from the other end, where people will argue that Steven Universe didn't go far enough in its representation. Firstly, I'm a straight cis dude. This isn't really my conversation to have, but what is it people want? It's a kid's show. They can have a lesbian wedding, but for obvious reasons won't show a lesbian honeymoon. Besides, sexuality is just a small part of what makes a person who they are. It's better if the non-binary, non-gender conforming characters are interesting characters first, and the sexuality stuff is just sort of trivial to the rest of that. That's what Steven Universe does. This is a much longer outro than what I usually do, written in the interest of getting a few of the common talking points not so much out of the way as out in general. I just watched the series for the first time, so now I can go back and listen in on discussions of the show with full context of what's going on, and I would rather not have these discussions exclusively exist outside of YouTube, but rather to start here. I suppose this is the point where I say that people listening to this video in the background while doing other things should start looking for another video to watch. I would recommend one of my own, but I'm very biased in this regard. I'll freely admit that this video is imperfect, or even balanced in its perspective. Sometimes I would be watching an episode and then partways through, my dog would need to be let outside, so I would miss things from watching it in two halves like that. Sometimes I would watch an episode late at night, and I would rush through recapping my thoughts on it to go to sleep. Sometimes I make a connection between episodes just because I had edited one of them the same day that I wrote another. This was my first perspective of Steven Universe, and thus an imperfect one, tinged by how many episodes I watched in a day, and the fact that sometimes I forced myself to watch the show so I wouldn't fall behind a schedule, and at other times I had to force myself not to watch another episode, else I risk having too many thoughts to get down all at once. So maybe in the future I'll do another video on Steven Universe, one where I take an actual retrospective of how the show worked, with the knowledge, both about it and its creation, and the fan reactions, to fully flesh out what the themes really are. Maybe I can point out parallels to the ending as soon as they happen, instead of relying on my imperfect memory. I know there's still Steven Universe Future to watch, and Lars in the Stars will come out after this video does, so there is plenty of reason to revisit later on. For now though, I will just leave my thoughts here, as raw as they are overdone, just like the pork chops that get made into hot dogs.